Chapter 101. Xiao Rufeng's past life was? Su Zhao shrugged. Sikong Qi said no. Sikong Qi was the ancestor of the Sikong family, their only foundation stage cultivator, rumored to be nearly 200 years old. Why? Xiao Rufeng frowned. If he doesn't like her, why not let someone else have her? I can give him money or… Su Zhao shook his head. No. He said Suji is collateral for Sikong Xingya. As long as Sikong Xingya obediently serves as his concubine, he'll release Suji. He paused, then added, from what Sikong Qi implied. After the auspicious God Cup, according to their agreement, Sikong Xingya will have to serve him. Then, Suji will be released. It's not that long, just 10 days or half a month. Just wait a little longer. Xiao Rufeng looked at Su Zhao and said calmly, Commander Su, are you really foolish, or are you pretending to be? You don't think I really owe you a favor just for an old woman, do you? Su Zhao smiled. I knew it. You have ulterior motives. Your target is Sikong Xingya, right? You know it. Xiao Rufeng paused. Can you help me find a way to rescue Suji? Su Zhao sighed. Rufeng, honestly, it's difficult. As army commanders, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers under our command, we could easily crush not just the Sikong family, but even the 4 great cultivation families combined. But the problem is, Sikong Qi is already at the foundation stage. Although he can't contend with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, killing a few high-ranking officers wouldn't be difficult. Are you threatening me? I'm warning you. Su Zhao paused, his expression serious. Rufeng, you have a bright future. Don't ruin it over a romantic affair. Besides, although Sikong Xingya is somewhat attractive, Qinyu is no less so. Is she? My son pursued Qinyu before, but she completely ignored him. Thank you for the advice. Then, I'll take my leave. With that, Xiao Rufeng left. After Xiao Rufeng left, Su Qi ran in from outside. Dad, are we really not going to help Brother Rufeng? Su Qi asked. He admired Xiao Rufeng. Helping him would offend Sikong Qi. Do you want to receive a delivery box containing your father's head? Su Zhao said. Su Qi quickly shook his head. Su Zhao didn't say anything more. He watched Xiao Rufeng's retreating figure, sighed, and said, knowing Xiao Rufeng, he won't let this go. He and Patriarch Sikong are bound to become enemies. He paused, looked at Su Qi, and added, Su Qi, stay away from Xiao Rufeng in the future, so you don't get involved. Su Qi pouted, reluctantly saying, I understand. Elsewhere. After leaving Su Zhao, Xiao Rufeng walked alone in the mountains. A little while later, he arrived at a small stream. It was the place where he and Jianglu had been intimate the previous night. Xiao Rufeng sat down, pondering what to do next. Right. This year's auspicious God Cup is a grand event. I heard that the 3 foundation stage patriarchs of the cultivation families will attend the closing ceremony. This means the defenses at Sikong Qi's secret lair will be weakened. Thinking of this, Xiao Rufeng became instantly excited. But, after a while, Xiao Rufeng gradually calmed down. Where is Sikong Qi's secret lair? Not even the core disciples of the Sikong family, let alone Sikong Xingya, knew where Sikong Qi's lair was. Sigh. He sighed again. What's wrong, Rufeng? A familiar voice rang out. Xiao Rufeng turned his head. Zhang Lu was walking towards him. You're still at Lishan Mountain? Xiao Rufeng asked in surprise. Do I look like the kind of bad woman who uses someone and then abandons them? Zhang Lu chuckled. Xiao Rufeng felt a bead of sweat. He really couldn't understand Zhang Lu. The shy her, the scheming her, the wild her, the unrestrained her. Which one was the real her? What's wrong? Did you encounter some trouble? Tell your sister. Zhang Lu said again. Xiao Rufeng briefly explained the situation. Sikong Qi's lair? Zhang Lu paused, then grinned. She patted Xiao Rufeng's shoulder. Leave it to your sister. Thank you, Xiao Rufeng said immediately. Although he wasn't entirely clear about Zhang Lu's identity, he was certain of one thing. This Zhang Lu was definitely not the foolish woman Jiang Hui and Han Jinsher thought she was. Her level of cunning was probably no less than Yun Yan's. Zhang Lu looked at Xiao Rufeng, grinned, and said, So, is there any reward? Huh. Zhang Lu ran her finger across Xiao Rufeng's chest, her lips close to his ear. A beautiful setting. Shall we have another go? Xiao Rufeng shivered. The ancient said, There is no barren land, only exhausted oxen. The ancestors were truly wise. Zhang Lu giggled. Look how scared you are. I'm just teasing you. After saying that, Zhang Lu checked her phone. All right, I have something to do. I'll be going now. After taking a few steps, Zhang Lu stopped, turned back to Xia Rufeng, and said, "Leave the investigation of Sikong Chi's lair to me. You're a very obvious target now, and acting alone will easily attract attention." Xia Rufeng nodded. "Thank you." Zhang Lu grinned. "You're welcome. You earned this with your body last night." Xia Rufeng felt like he was spitting blood. Zhang Lu smiled, didn't say anything more, and then left. Her figure quickly disappeared from sight. Xia Rufeng collected himself. He didn't return to camp immediately. Instead, he sat down by the stream. This place was secluded, the scenery was beautiful, and most importantly, the spiritual energy here was richer than elsewhere. No wonder Zhang Lu and Sister Gong Yu would choose this place to bathe. Composing himself, Xia Rufeng sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. The cultivation method had been made public. According to the cultivation world's classification, the so-called Grandmaster realm was actually the Qi condensation realm, the threshold of cultivation. Upon reaching the Qi condensation realm, normal breathing could also absorb spiritual energy from the air. This was also the reason why the cultivation of those not descended from Earth was also improving. However, without a cultivation method, it was too slow. People like Su Zhao and Qin Fan were all incredibly talented, basically all reaching the Qi condensation realm before the age of 30 by opening their meridians. But because they didn't have a cultivation method, relying solely on natural breathing made cultivation too slow, taking them over 20 years to reach the peak of the 9th level of Qi condensation. While younger Earth descendants like Xiaoliang, whose talent wasn't necessarily much greater than Su Zhao and the others, had mastered cultivation methods since childhood, so their cultivation speed was extremely fast, reaching the peak of the 9th level of Qi condensation at a young age. Xia Rufeng tried using the cultivation method to absorb spiritual energy, but this is too slow. Xia Rufeng couldn't stand it. So, he released the seal on his body. The moment the seal was released, Xia Rufeng's body suddenly transformed into a black hole, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. For a time, the wind and clouds changed color again, scaring Xia Rufeng into quickly sealing his body again. He lay down on the grass by the stream. "What's going on with my body?" Xia Rufeng couldn't understand. There were too many unknowns about his body. Lost in thought, he then felt sleepy. After all, he had been tossed and turned by Zhang Lu all night and was exhausted. Soon, Xia Rufeng fell asleep. He had a dream. This time, he didn't encounter the cultivating person again, but instead dreamt of a beautiful woman. She was very beautiful, but her eyes were filled with loneliness and sadness. A little boy ran into the room. "Mommy, are you crying again?" the little boy asked. "No." The woman wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Mommy, where's my daddy?" "Someone said I don't have a daddy," the little boy said. "Of course you have a daddy. Your daddy's surname is Li. Otherwise, why would your name be Li Sheng and not follow my surname, Xia?" the woman said. "Then where is he?" the little boy asked again. The woman suddenly fell silent. The little boy was very well behaved. Seeing his mother sad, he immediately said, "Mommy, don't be sad. I won't ask anymore. I only need you." He paused, then added, "Since daddy makes you sad, I can change my surname to Xia too." The woman's lips moved, and finally only 2 words came out, "Thank you." A moment later, after the little boy left, the woman sighed and muttered to herself, "Child, how can I explain this to you? You were born through artificial insemination with sperm from a sperm bank. And your father, he has a wife. Although I specifically chose your father's sperm for artificial insemination, in reality, he doesn't know, and he doesn't like me either. How can I say these things?" A self-deprecating smile appeared on her lips, and a faint sadness emanated from her again. For some reason, seeing this woman's sadness made Xia Rufeng feel sad too. Who is she? And who was that little boy just now? At this moment, the scene changed. The little boy went to kindergarten. Then, when the woman picked up the little boy named Li Sheng from kindergarten, she was stunned to see a man and a woman standing at the kindergarten gate. "Qianxue, this child." The woman at the gate looked at the little boy, her face shocked. He looked so much like Li Tian. Li Sheng's mother, the woman named Xia Qianxue, could only look embarrassed. After a few brief exchanges, she hurriedly left with the little boy. The scene changed again. The little boy had grown up. He appeared alone in a star field called Alpha. There were no other relatives around him. He married a local girl, and their life was ordinary but happy. But he was unfortunate, because this star field soon collapsed, swallowed by a giant black hole. He was powerless to resist and could only watch helplessly as he and his wife were swallowed by the black hole. However, he was lucky. He was reborn. He was reborn in a place called the Heavenly Demon Island. Although it was called an island, it was incredibly large. The island was inhabited by demons. The social rules of the demons were cruel, with the strong revered. He quickly grew from a small demon into a high-ranking officer. He fell in love with a girl there, and this was the reason for his efforts. The girl told him that as long as he helped her become the empress of the Heavenly Demon Island, she would marry him. He believed her. Later, with his help, the girl really did become the empress of the Heavenly Demon Island, ruling over billions of demons. But the girl broke her promise, refused to marry him, and sent an army to besiege him. After a fierce battle, he escaped the encirclement and used a spatial rift to arrive at a world called Earth. Here, he fell in love at first sight with the queen who ruled this world. But she rejected him. Unwilling to give up, he kidnapped her and forced her to sleep with him. Later, during the final battle, she pretended to be intimate with him but was actually planning to perish together with him. However, at the last moment, he pushed her away and chose to self-destruct, ending this life. Then, Xiao Rufeng also woke up in this brilliant self-destruction. He was still lying by the stream, but, for a long time, he couldn't come back to his senses. The fleeting scenes in his dream deeply shocked Xiao Rufeng. He had witnessed the scene of a black hole swallowing a starfield. The scene was beyond words, too magnificent. Then, Xiao Rufeng felt somewhat speechless towards the little boy named Li Shang in his dream. 3 worlds, and Li Shang fell in love with 3 girls, a typical playboy. However, he was very invested and serious about these 3 relationships, but the endings were not very good. The first, in the Alpha Starfield, he and the girl had a good relationship, but they encountered a black hole. The second, on the Heavenly Demon Island, he met a manipulative woman who used him and then betrayed him. The third, on Earth, he became the villain, kidnapping the local queen and forcing her to sleep with him, driving her to want to perish together with him. Sai, the dragon-slaying hero, eventually becomes the evil dragon. Xiao Rufeng could see that it was mainly the second woman, the little manipulator from Heavenly Demon Island, who destroyed his moral values and led him down a dark path. However, at the last moment, he came to his senses and decided to atone for his sins by self-destructing. A bit tragic. Xiao Rufeng felt some emotion. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly realized something. That's not right. If it was a dream, shouldn't I have forgotten it after waking up? Why do I remember it so vividly? That feeling is like I personally experienced it. Personally experienced? At this moment, Xiao Rufeng was stunned again. After a long time, Xiao Rufeng finally came back to his senses. He was silent. So, that Li Shang was my past life? To be precise, my life before last. Xiao Rufeng rubbed his head. So, Xia Qinxue is my mother? What happened to her later? And my biological father, his name seems to be Li Tian? Did he ever marry my mother? He didn't know. Apart from the memories that surfaced in the dream, he couldn't recall any other past life memories. He thought of something else. Xiao Rufeng's mouth twitched violently. Not to mention being swallowed by the black hole in the Alpha Starfield, that Heavenly Demon Island was very far away, so let's not talk about that. But that Earth was very close to Blue Star. After all, Blue Star was originally a low-quality replica of Earth. I wonder if the Queen of Earth is still alive? Thinking about how he had forced the Earth Queen to sleep with him, Xiao Rufeng's scalp tingled. In his past life, he was a powerful demon, capable of destroying a country single-handedly. But in this life, he was still weak, only at the Qi condensation realm. If he really encountered the Mahayana realm queen, he would surely die. Calm down. You've been reborn now. Even if she's still alive, she wouldn't recognize you. After comforting himself for a while, Xiao Rufeng finally calmed down. It was almost dark now. Time to go back. He returned to the camp. Many people had already returned to the camp. However, everyone seemed to have a serious expression. Xiao Rufeng, you're finally back? Gong Xian walked over. Oh, I told Bai Bing I was going out to do something. Xiao Rufeng paused. What's wrong? Why are you all so serious? Someone died. Gong Xian said. Who died? Today, during the auspicious God Cup tournament, a student named Alan from the Gluttony Martial Academy killed a student from the White Tiger Martial Academy. Gong Xian added. Xiao Rufeng's pupils constricted. Xiao Ruyue was currently at the White Tiger Academy. However, she didn't participate in this year's auspicious God Cup, so Xiao Rufeng wasn't worried that it was Xiao Ruyue who was killed. But, Gluttony Martial Academy, Huh? Gluttony Martial Academy was the school where Ning Tao was, and it used to be on par with the Sky Kuin Martial Academy. And this year, Sky Kuin Martial Academy had risen to prominence. Gluttony Martial Academy had also risen strongly. But unlike Sky Kuin Martial Academy, Gluttony Martial Academy's fighting style was extremely bloody. On the first day of the auspicious God Cup, that Alan from Gluttony Martial Academy almost killed his opponent. At this time, Gong Xian said again, the auspicious God Cup has been held for 200 years, and during these 200 years, although there have been contestants killed in the tournament every year, students from the 4 major academies have never died. This is the first time a student from the 4 major academies has been killed in the tournament. I heard that the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy is extremely shocked and angry. Because Alan could clearly have won without killing his opponent, he deliberately chose the cruelest way to win the match. She paused, looked at Xia Rufeng, and said, Xia Rufeng, your opponent in the second round is this Alan. You have to be careful. Huh? Xia Rufeng was stunned. Isn't this only the second day of the auspicious God Cup? The first round has 2,500 matches. It'll take at least 5 days to finish, right? Xia Rufeng said. What nonsense. Today is the 5th day of the auspicious God Cup. The draw for the next round is already over. Gong Xian said. Xia Rufeng. His mouth twitched slightly. He hadn't expected to have slept for several days. At this time, Gong Xian added, oh, right, I didn't draw your lot, Bai Bing did. With her bad luck, she actually drew Alan. Otherwise, you should just forfeit. That Alan is too ruthless. That's right. I advise you to just forfeit. A familiar voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Ning Tao. He had a smile on his face, seemingly gloating. Xia Rufeng, for the sake of our past friendship, I sincerely advise you, just surrender. Alan's strength, according to the Cultivation Realm classification, is almost at the 7th level of Qi condensation, but his combat power can reach the 9th level. Let alone you. Even those so-called 4 geniuses from the cultivation families would lose against Alan. Ning Tao paused, grinned, and added, Xia Rufeng, it's important to know your limitations. Don't try to act tough, just surrender when you should. Sigh. Xia Rufeng suddenly sighed, then said, Ning Tao, you've said so much. Aren't you just trying to provoke me, so that I won't give up, and then let Alan kill me in the tournament? Ning Tao was speechless. His little scheme had been completely seen through by Xia Rufeng. Just then, Bai Shui and Bai Bing also returned from outside. Ning Tao became somewhat enraged. That's right, I just want you dead. You homewrecker. Even going after your own brother's fiancé. How disgusting. Just then, slap. A crisp slap landed on Ning Tao's face. To everyone's surprise, it wasn't Xia Rufeng who made the move. It was Chapter 102, Bai Shui. You betrayed me. It was Bai Shui who slapped him. You're the disgusting one, Bai Shui fumed. I used to think, despite your many flaws, you had at least one redeeming quality. Your genuine kindness to your friends. But I never imagined you'd stoop to trying to murder Xia Rufeng. He's messing with my woman, and you're defending him? Ning Tao retorted, his voice laced with resentment. First, he's not messing with me. Don't be so wuachua, wachuo vulgar/dirty-minded. Second, even if we did sleep together, it would have been my initiative, Bai Shui stated calmly. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What does she mean? They'd heard about Bai Shui's fiancé. But, isn't Bai Shui's fiancé dead? I don't know, but I think her fiancé was named Ning Tao. Bai Shui's words twisted Ning Tao's face into a grimace. I knew it. You two spent a month alone together back then. You must have been having an affair. Ning Tao's voice rose with agitation. Bai Shui, you betrayed me. Bai Shui looked at him with a placid expression. Why were Xia Rufeng and I alone for a month? Wasn't it because you abandoned your military post to go hunting, got lost, and wandered into enemy territory? We risked our lives to save you. She paused, then continued, her voice still calm. I was your fiancé at the time. I had a duty to save you. But why would Xia Rufeng risk his life for you? In fact, he faced several near-death experiences during the rescue. Did you ever hear him complain? Ning Tao, is this how you treat the man who saved your life? And another thing. Bai Shui took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening. You're the disgusting one. If you're mentally ill, go see a doctor. Stop sniffing people's underwear. Ning Tao's face paled instantly. He knew exactly what she meant. She knows about me sniffing Xia Rufeng's underwear? Humiliated, Ning Tao quickly retreated. Gong Xian blinked. That guy likes sniffing people's underwear? How perverted is that? Xiao Rufeng felt a shiver crawl down his spine. It was truly disturbing. If he hadn't accidentally discovered Ning Tao sniffing his underwear, he wouldn't have known Ning Tao was bisexual. Disgusting. Xiao Rufeng shuddered. Let's not talk about it anymore. Okay. Gong Xian paused, then turned to Bai Shui, curiosity in her eyes. Bai Shui, isn't your fiancé dead? He fell off a cliff back then. Everyone assumed he was dead, but it seems he's still alive, Bai Shui replied calmly. The others exchanged meaningful glances. If her fiancé were dead, Bai Shui and Xiao Rufeng's closeness wouldn't be an issue. But now, Bai Shui knew what they were thinking. I'm going back to Jiangcheng. She turned to leave, but Xiao Rufeng stopped her. Let's all go back together after the Ocean Cup, he said. The others tactfully dispersed, except for Bai Bing. When only the three of them remained, Bai Shui's eyes suddenly reddened, and tears welled up. Silly girl, why are you crying? Xiao Rufeng gently wiped away her tears. Bai Shui looked at him, her eyes brimming. You're always like this, that's why everyone thinks we've already slept together. It is annoying to be wrongly accused. Xiao Rufeng paused. So, should we just make it real? Bai Shui. Just kidding. Xiao Rufeng chuckled. Honestly, I'm actually a little happy right now. Wait, you're happy to see me cry? Bai Shui asked, exasperated. No, Xiao Rufeng clarified. I'm happy because you're protecting me. He paused, then smiled. During all those years I had a crush on you. I was always envious of how you defend Ning Tao whenever someone spoke ill of him. Bai Shui clasped her hands. I'm sorry, I really did neglect you back then. No, you don't need to apologize. After all, you had a fiancé. And I knew you weren't the kind of woman to have two men in your heart, Xiao Rufeng assured her. Bai Shui fell silent. Just then, Gong Xian called Xiao Rufeng from her room. After he left, Bai Bing suddenly turned to Bai Shui. Sister, what are you going to do? Bai Shui was silent for a moment. After the Ocean Cup, I'll go to the Ning family and clear things up. Are you going to break off your engagement with Ning Tao? Yes, Bai Shui said calmly. Maybe my heart has changed, but Ning Tao isn't the person I once loved. Changes in appearance don't matter. It's what's inside that counts. Ning Tao's heart is now filled with resentment. I can't spend my life with a man like that. Has your heart changed? Bai Bing pressed. Bai Shui became slightly agitated. Is that the point? Isn't the point that Ning Tao is like a different person now, someone strange and frightening? Sister, you're avoiding my question, Bai Bing persisted. I'm going to do the laundry. With that, Bai Shui hurried away. In the end, she hadn't answered Bai Bing's question. Just then, Xiao Rufeng emerged from Gong Xian's room. That was quick, Bai Bing said with her usual deadpan expression. You look pretty sturdy, but I didn't expect you to be a quick shooter. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Rufeng paused. Gong Xian's computer wouldn't turn on, so I want to help her fix it. He then asked, Where's your sister? Doing laundry. Perfect. I'm about to take a shower. Tell her to wash my clothes too. Xiao Rufeng went to the bathroom, leaving his changed clothes at the door. Bai Bing, take my clothes to your sister, he called out. Got it. Bai Bing picked up Xiao Rufeng's clothes and carried them to the camp's laundry room. Bai Shui was hand-washing clothes. Why aren't you using the washing machine? Bai Bing asked. Oh, it seems to be broken. It's fine. I don't have much to wash. Hand-washing is all right. Bai Shui paused, looking at the clothes Bai Bing was holding, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. She recognized Xiao Rufeng's clothes. She also knew that, as his assistant, Bai Bing not only managed his schedule but also cooked, cleaned, and did his laundry, tasks that seemed less like those of an assistant and more like those of a wife. Except for the intimate part. Are you going to wash Xiao Rufeng's clothes? Wait a moment. I'll be finished soon, Bai Shui offered. Bai Bing placed the clothes next to Bai Shui. He said he wants you to wash them. Why? Maybe he's Xinting, feels sorry for/heartsick for me and doesn't want me to get tired, Bai Bing replied with her usual impassive face. Bai Shui. She gave Bai Bing an exasperated look. Don't you two go too far. That's it then. Thank you, sister. Bai Bing left the laundry room. Staring at Xiao Rufeng's clothes, Bai Shui muttered, always bossing people around. But she didn't complain further. After a while, she finished washing and hanging her own clothes. Then she went over to Xiao Rufeng's pile. And then, her gaze fell on a pair of men's boxer briefs. A blush crept up her cheeks as she stared at them, lost in thought. After a quick glance around to ensure she was alone, she picked up the underwear and sniffed them. Her face flushed even deeper. That pervert Ning Tao. What's so good about sniffing stinky underwear? She mumbled. In Bai Bing's room, she was watching her phone. The screen displayed the laundry room surveillance feed. She had planted a tiny camera while she was there. Bai Shue's actions were clearly visible. Sister, you also have the potential to be a pervert, Bai Bing murmured. Suddenly, in the laundry room, Bai Shue seemed to sense something. Her eyes landed on the hidden camera. The screen went black. Ah, discovered. Bai Bing put away her phone and lay down on her bed. Many people believe that those with inexpressive faces are emotionally cold. This wasn't entirely true. At least, Bai Bing wasn't emotionally cold. She simply couldn't express her emotions with a wide range of facial expressions. If my sister continues being this perverted, she'll really fall into Xia Rufing's trap. But will Ning Tao let it go? Will he do something drastic? Bai Bing frowned. It would be best to just kill Ning Tao directly. But his master has never shown his face. To be able to train 3 Qi condensation realm experts, that person must be formidable. If Ning Tao is killed, I wonder if that person will retaliate. AI Lai, AI Luan, and AI Ku of the Taodai Martial Academy were likely all Grandmaster Realm cultivators, equivalent to the Qi condensation realm. Bai Bing commanded the Northern Border Army's most secretive unit, the Night Rabbit Battalion, composed entirely of intelligence agents. It was a unit so clandestine that few within the army knew of its existence. Bai Bing had personally established it. Thanks to the Night Rabbit Battalion's activities over the years, Xia Rufeng possessed a vast amount of intelligence on the Dragon Kingdom and the other 6 nations of the Blue Star. The only place he hadn't touched was the capital. The Night Rabbit Battalion's intelligence-gathering capabilities were terrifying. Yet, even so, she hadn't been able to uncover any information about the so-called master behind Ning Tao and AI Ku. She rubbed her head. What's that smell? She sniffed her hand. Oh, it's Xia Rufing's scent from his clothes. I've often washed his clothes before, including his underwear, but I never really paid attention to his scent. The image of Bai Shue's blushing face in the laundry room flashed through her mind. Does a man's scent make a woman shy? Bai Bing sniffed her hand again, a puzzled look on her face. I don't feel anything. Is it because I lack feminine energy? She then licked her hand. Sigh. Is perversion contagious? Why am I starting to act perverted too? She lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Do I not have romantic feelings? But, lately, memories that didn't belong to her had been surfacing from her soul. Memories of a past life, perhaps. In those memories, she was a sunny, cheerful, and very smiley woman. But everything changed when a demon invaded her homeland. She fell in love with that invading demon. Even knowing that the demon liked her sister, she still devoted herself to him. For him, she betrayed her clan, her sister, and everyone who loved her. But in the end, she didn't win his love. Perhaps the despair of unrequited love in my past life has sealed away my romantic feelings in this life. Feeling sleepy, Bai Bing drifted off. She woke up in the middle of the night. There was a faint sound coming from the courtyard. Bai Bing opened the door and stepped outside. Xia Rufeng was carving something with a small knife. What are you doing? Bai Bing asked. Ah. Xia Rufeng jumped. Why are you so quiet? You were too absorbed. Bai Bing took the wooden carving from his hand, pausing slightly. Is this me? Yeah. Isn't it cute? Xia Rufeng chuckled. I don't remember ever smiling so brightly, Bai Bing said. I imagined it. If you were to smile, this is what it would look like, Xia Rufeng said. Sigh, Bai Bing sighed. With so many things to worry about, you still have time for this? This is important, okay? It's just a wooden carving. How is it important? It's your birthday present, Xia Rufeng replied. Bai Bing froze again. My birthday? Oh, I almost forgot. It's coming up soon. Your sister came to Lishan with that in mind too. You two haven't spoken for years since your father's death, let alone celebrated each other's birthdays. This year is a good opportunity, Xia Rufeng chuckled. I see, Bai Bing said. Xia Rufeng smiled. Aren't you touched? Not really, Bai Bing replied. Huh, you're a tough one to crack. Xia Rufeng complained good-naturedly. Bai Bing had been with him since she was 16. At that age, girls are easily drawn to strong figures. Xia Rufeng had initially worried that Bai Bing would develop a crush on him, as he was in love with Bai Shue and didn't want her to misunderstand. But as it turned out, his worries were unfounded. Bai Bing had no such feelings for him. Speaking of which, Bai Bing said, looking at Xia Rufeng. Why did you keep me by your side? I'm a woman who doesn't smile, doesn't act cute, is boring, and manipulative. Is it because I'm Bai Shue's sister? No, Xiaorufeng paused, then smiled. It has nothing to do with Bai Shue. I just genuinely felt you were suited to be by my side. I see. Bai Bing didn't say anything more. Bing Mei, Xiaorufeng said after a moment. What? When do you smile? He asked. I don't know. Bai Bing looked up at the starry sky. Maybe I smiled too much in my past life, so I can't smile in this one. Or maybe I did something wrong in my past life, and the heavens punished me by taking away my smile. Past life, huh? Xiaorufeng felt a pang of emotion. If it came to doing wrong, no one could compare to him. After all, in his past life, he had unleashed a catastrophe on Earth for a woman, causing countless deaths and even setting back Earth's cultivation civilization for many years. Xiaorufeng composed himself, placed a hand on Bai Bing's shoulder, and said earnestly, Bing Mei, whether or not there's a past life, it has nothing to do with us in this life. The sins of our past lives shouldn't be our burden. So, look ahead, don't look back. Bai Bing glanced at the wandering hand on her shoulder but didn't say anything. Just then, Bai Shue emerged from her room. What are you two doing up so late? She asked, yawning. She had come out to use the bathroom and hadn't expected to find Xiaorufeng and Bai Bing in the courtyard in the middle of the night. Oh, Xiaorufeng wanted to sniff my underwear, and I refused. But he doesn't seem to be giving up and keeps pestering me, Bai Bing said. Xiaorufeng. Chapter 103. Mutual Affection. Bai Shue's face darkened instantly. Xiaorufeng. Xiaorufeng broke out in a cold sweat. No, Bai Shue, I didn't. Before he could finish, Bai Bing chimed in, just kidding. He actually wants to sniff your underwear, so he asked me to steal it for him. She paused, looking at Bai Shue. Wonderful. A mutually affectionate relationship is truly enviable. Bai Shue choked, coughing. As expected, that hidden camera was placed by Bai Bing. Bai Shue knew that Bai Bing had definitely seen her sniffing Xiaorufeng's underwear. That's why she said, mutually affectionate. Xiaorufeng, however, was confused. Mutually affectionate? He blinked at Bai Shue, a spark of excitement in his eyes. Bai Shue, do you like me too? You're overthinking it. Then what did Bai Bing mean by mutually affectionate? Xiaorufeng pressed, curious. Bai Shue's face, which had just returned to normal, flushed crimson. Nothing. She turned and stormed off. Xiaorufeng chased after her. Hey, Bai Shue, you're leaving me hanging. A little later, Bai Shue stopped at the entrance to the camp's restroom and turned around, a faint smile on her lips. I'm going to the restroom now. Are you coming in too? Can I? Xiaorufeng asked, his eyes full of anticipation. Can you, my foot? Bai Shue glared at him. Don't come in. With that, she entered the restroom. Of course, Xiaorufeng wasn't perverted enough to follow her inside. When Bai Shue returned, Xiaorufeng was still in the courtyard. Aren't you going to sleep? She asked. Nowhere to sleep, he replied. Bai Shue felt a twinge of guilt. She was currently occupying his room. Rubbing her head, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Sleep with me. Whoa. Xiaorufeng's eyes lit up. Bai Shue quickly clarified, in the same room, not the kind of sleep you're thinking of. That's what I meant, sleeping in the same room. You're the one with the dirty mind, Xiaorufeng teased. All right, stop your nonsense, let's go. They entered the room together. It wasn't large, and neither was the bed, but it could accommodate two people, albeit a bit snugly. They lay down, about 10 centimeters apart. Aren't you afraid of gossip? Xiaorufeng suddenly asked. At this point, what's there to say? Even Zhongli thinks we're having an affair, Bai Shue replied calmly. Sorry. I'm the one who should apologize. Bai Shue paused. If it weren't for me, you and Zhongli would probably be doing well. You're overthinking it. You know Zhongli's personality. She would never share a man. And I can't abandon and lay. I swore to protect her and her daughter. Xiaorufeng continued calmly. So, Zhongli and I were bound to break up eventually. It's just that it happened a little sooner. Oh, so you assume I can accept sharing a man with other women? Bai Shue challenged. Xiaorufeng remained silent. He knew that few women would willingly share a man, especially exceptional women like Bai Shue. Let's sleep, Bai Shue said. Okay. In the middle of the night, Bai Shue woke up to find a hand resting on her chest. That jerk. But the sound of Xiaorufeng's deep sleep reached her ears. An unconscious action then? Bai Shue felt a strange pang of disappointment. He's really holding back. Even though we're sleeping together, he hasn't done anything. A woman's heart was like summer weather, unpredictable. Bai Shui herself couldn't understand her own feelings. She was confused. On one hand, she knew about Xia Rufeng and Enlei and understood that he wouldn't abandon them. On the other hand, she couldn't bring herself to end the ambiguous/flirtatious connection between them. Sighing, she turned slightly to look at the face so close to hers. I didn't think he was particularly handsome the first time I saw him, but the more I look, the more handsome he becomes. A faint smile touched her lips. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head. She clutched her head, her face contorted in agony. Xia Rufeng stirred awake. Seeing her in pain, he quickly asked, Bai Shui, what's wrong? I don't know. My head suddenly hurts terribly, she gasped. Let me see. He placed his hands on her forehead, channeling his spiritual energy, transformed into white healing energy, into her mind. His spiritual energy had dual properties, white for healing and black for destruction. But just like before, his energy dissipated upon entering her body. With no other option, Xia Rufeng scooped her up and rushed outside, barefoot. Once outside, he used his wind manipulation technique to fly, carrying her towards the hospital. Minutes later, they burst into a hospital in Lishan, a facility run by the Martial Arts Association and renowned for its medical expertise. He Quan, a prominent doctor from Jiangcheng, had recently been invited to work there. Where's the doctor? Is there a neurosurgeon on duty? Hurry! Xia Rufeng cried anxiously. He had many women in his life, several with whom he shared ambiguous relationships, but few caused him such anxiety. Zhongli was one, and now, Bai Shui. They were the only two women he'd fallen for at first sight. Even if his first love, Gongya, were ill, he wouldn't be this frantic. What's wrong? A man in a white coat approached. It was He Quan. Xia Rufeng recognized him from his photos. Dr. He, you're a respiratory specialist, right? Is there a neurosurgeon? My friend has a terrible headache, Xia Rufeng explained. A nurse nearby interjected. Dr. He is a general practitioner and highly skilled in neurosurgery. He's performed craniotomies on many high-ranking officials from the capital. Then I'll have to trouble you. Dr. He, Xia Rufeng said, clasping his hands together. Please. Let's get her to the CT room first, He Quan instructed. The CT scan revealed nothing. He Quan studied the images. I don't see any lesions. Xia Rufeng panicked. What do you mean? Are you saying we're faking it? He was highly agitated. I didn't say that. Please calm down, He Quan said calmly. How can I calm down when she's in so much pain? Just then, Bai Shui's contorted face relaxed. She gasped, the pain seemingly gone. Xia Rufeng, calm down. I'm okay now. Really? Yes. Bai Shui noticed that Xia Rufeng was barefoot. Her eyes reddened. Many people liked her, many pursued her, but few cared for her as deeply as Xia Rufeng. Does it still hurt? He asked, touching her forehead. No, Bai Shui replied. Just a little tired. Xia Rufeng turned his back to her and crouched down. I'll carry you. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Shui climbed onto his back. He supported her hips and prepared to leave. He Quan handed him a pair of slippers. Thank you, Dr. He. I apologize for my rudeness earlier, Xia Rufeng said. He Quan smiled. It's all right. By the way, he paused. If you see Qian Qian, please apologize to her for me. He Qian was Gong Xian's secretary and a retired soldier from the Western Border Army. She had briefly served in the Northern Border Army during the self-defense counterattack against the Bear Kingdom. After retiring, she became Gong Xian's secretary, handling both business and personal matters. It was He Qian who had been in charge of rescuing Shao Qi, Gong Xian's confidant, when she was captured by Xia Han. He Qian also happened to be He Quan's illegitimate daughter. However, judging by the fact that He Qian had joined the army instead of studying medicine, their relationship wasn't harmonious. I will. Xia Rufeng carried Bai Shui out of the hospital. This time, he walked back to the camp instead of flying. The night breeze rustled the willow leaves, and crickets chirped in the nearby grass. Lishan was quiet at night, so quiet that one could almost hear their own heartbeat. Xia Rufeng, Bai Shui suddenly said. What is it? How do you manage to maintain true love for every girl you like? She asked. According to most people, a promiscuous person like me doesn't deserve to talk about true love. But sometimes, I don't understand either. They say loving one person wholeheartedly is true love. But, Xia Rufeng paused. Let me give you an analogy. Drifting on a beautiful lake on a sunny day, we can admire both the blue sky and the charming water. Does liking the sky mean I can't like the water? Bai Shui was speechless, unable to refute his logic. I can't argue with you, she said, exasperated. Xiao Rufeng chuckled. His expression turned serious. Let's go back to the hospital for another checkup tomorrow. Even though they didn't find anything, headaches don't happen for no reason. Okay. Back at the Tianquan Martial Academy camp, they returned to their room. Xiao Rufeng quickly fell asleep, but Bai Shui couldn't. There was something she hadn't told him. After the intense pain, a memory that wasn't hers had appeared in her mind. A memory of a childhood sweetheart and fiancé. But that person clearly wasn't Ning Tao. Whose memory is that? The fragment was too small for her to identify the person. The next day, when Xiao Rufeng woke up, Bai Shui was gone. She wasn't in the courtyard either. Bai Bing emerged from the restroom. Bing Mei, Xiao Rufeng called out. Do you want to sniff right after I use the toilet? Bai Bing deadpanned. Xiao Rufeng rolled his eyes. This deadpan little schemer. Composing himself, he asked, Where's your sister? Oh, she said she's going to the hospital for a checkup. Bai Bing paused. Is my sister pregnant? Is it yours or Ning Tao's? What nonsense. Xiao Rufeng paused. Which hospital did she go to? I don't know. I offered to go with her, but she said no, Bai Bing replied. Xiao Rufeng called Bai Shui. Hello, Xiao Rufeng? Her voice answered after a few rings. Are you at the hospital for a checkup? He asked. Yes. Why didn't you wake me up? I would have gone with you. It's not a prenatal checkup, you don't need to come. The second round of the Aoshin Cup starts today. Even though you don't have a match today, you should still watch the matches, since your third round opponent will be among them, Bai Shui explained. All right. Xiao Rufeng paused. Let me see the results after you're done. Got it. Bai Shui hung up. At a tea house in Lishan Town, Bai Shui returned after ending the call. A beautiful, but slightly haggard woman sat by the window. It was Zhongli. Zhongli, sorry, it was a call from a student's parent, Bai Shui explained. Zhongli smiled. Xiao Rufeng, right? Bai Shui gave an awkward laugh, not denying it. Zhongli took her hand. Bai Shui, you don't have to be like this. My fiancé was Xiao Rufeng's twin brother, and he's dead. You're the woman Xiao Rufeng loves. He came to Jiangcheng for you. That's true, but... Bai Shui hesitated. Where's Yi? My master took her out, Zhongli replied. Yi used to be so shy. It was only after Xiao Rufeng arrived that she started to open up. I know Xiao Rufeng is good to Yi, and to me. But... Zhongli lowered her head. I really don't know what to do. Even if I'm with him, he'll still have you, and Lei, Sister Gongya, and others in his heart. Bai Shui didn't know how to comfort her. After all, she was in a similar situation. Even if she and Xiao Rufeng got together, he would still have Zhongli, and Lei, Gong Xian, and even Bai Bing in his heart. And who is that fiancé in my memory? The fragmented memory was too vague to reveal even his name. What's going on? Why don't I have any impression of this person? Have I lost my memory? She couldn't figure it out. Bai Shui. Zhang Li's voice brought her back to reality. She looked at Zhang Li, silent for a moment before saying, Zhang Li, I don't know what rumors you've heard, but I can tell you that Xiao Rufeng and I haven't slept together. He's a flirt, but he's not that casual. Oh. So, Bai Shui continued, smiling gently, make up with Xiao Rufeng, okay? Huh. I'm not saying you should date him, just make up. Even divorced couples can be friends, and sometimes they even have a little reunion fun, Bai Shui said. Zhang Li's sweat dropped. Teacher Bai, why are you so vulgar now? As expected, bad company corrupts good morals. Bai Shui chuckled. You both have upcoming matches, don't let outside matters distract you. So, you two have to make up? Zhang Li looked uncomfortable. But, even if it's for Yi, Bai Shui added. Zhang Li fell silent. Separating her daughter from Xiao Rufeng had made her realize how much Yi relied on him. These past few days, the child had been listless, not talking to anyone, reverting back to her withdrawn self. This wasn't what Zhang Li wanted. Taking a deep breath, she said, I understand. Then, hesitantly, how do I make up with him? I lost control that day and said some harsh things. Will he even want to reconcile? Bai Shui paused, a playful smile on her lips. How about showing some sincerity? Like what? Zhang Li asked. How about sleeping with him? Bai Shui suggested. Zhang Li choked, coughing. Bai Shui, have you become a pimp? I could never do such a thing. Why not? Bai Shui countered. Before Zhang Li could answer, she continued, Jiangli, you're not a virgin anymore. You have to realize that. Even so, I can't just use my body as a bargaining chip. Do you have any other methods? Bai Shui asked. Jiangli was speechless. After a long silence, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. I understand. She was now certain that the man who had dragged her into the woods all those years ago was Xiao Rufeng. Since she had already given him her first time, there was no need to be so stubborn. Even so, for the conservative Jiangli, taking this step required immense courage. It's all for my daughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Rufeng and the Tiankuan Martial Academy team had just arrived at the competition venue when he received a text from Bai Shui, urging him to return to the camp alone. She didn't specify the reason. Remembering Bai Shui's sudden illness the previous night, Xiao Rufeng didn't dare to delay and rushed back. The courtyard was empty, except for the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Is Bai Shui taking a shower? He gulped. He knocked on the bathroom door. Bai Shui, are you in there? There was no response. Bai Shui, are you there? He called out again. Still no answer. He tried the doorknob. Locked. Bai Shui, he knocked louder. Silence. A sudden thought made his face pale. He forced the door open. The sight that greeted him left him stunned. Chapter 104. No, no, no. In the bathroom, Jiangli stood completely naked under the showerhead, every inch of her exposed to Xiao Rufeng's gaze. Xiao Rufeng, you bastard, what are you doing? Jiangli, her face flushed red, crouched down. Xiao Rufeng was equally embarrassed. I'm sorry, I thought it was Bai Shui taking a shower. So, you think you can just barge in if Bai Shui is showering? And you still say there's nothing going on between you two? Jiangli said, her star-like eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Rufeng suddenly chuckled. What's so funny? Jiangli asked. It's good to see those familiar glaring eyes again, Xiao Rufeng said, smiling faintly. After their falling out a few days prior, Xiao Rufeng had been unsure of how to interact with Jiangli. Although he had said he would try to keep his distance, it wasn't easy, especially because he always had Jiang Yi in his mind. And Jiang Yi was Jiang Li's daughter. If he couldn't mend his relationship with Jiang Li, he wouldn't be able to get close to Jiang Yi. You're still looking, Jiang Li said again. It's a pleasing sight, Xiao Rufeng replied with a smile. Jiang Li's face turned even redder. She abruptly stood up and pushed Xiao Rufeng out of the bathroom. You kicked the door in, now you're going to stand guard outside. I'm taking a shower, and you're going to keep people from coming in, Jiang Li ordered. Okay. And then, Xiao Rufeng continued to stare at Jiang Li. Jiang Li was exasperated. I told you to watch outside. Make sure no one comes in, not watch me. Oh. Only then did Xiao Rufeng reluctantly tear his gaze away from Jiang Li and look outside. After that, Jiang Li showered inside while Xiao Rufeng sat by the door. I'm sorry, Jiang Li suddenly said. Why are you saying sorry? Oh, did you go and cheat on me? Get lost, Jiang Li retorted, her face darkening. She paused, and then said, I was too harsh that day. Xiao Rufeng smiled. It's all right. I'm used to being rejected. Come to think of it, he had been rejected by quite a few women in his 3 lifetimes. Especially in his previous life, when he fell in love with the Empress of Earth, he was constantly rejected, eventually to the point where she was willing to die with him. She truly hated him to the bone. Compared to the Empress of Earth from his previous life, Jiang Li's rejection was practically gentle. At that moment, Jiang Li spoke again. Can we still be friends? Of course, Xiao Rufeng replied. Would you sleep with a friend? Jiang Li asked. Depends on the situation, Xiao Rufeng answered. Jiang Li's face darkened again. How is this any different than before? Xiao Rufeng chuckled, then said, Just kidding. I won't sleep with you, and I won't pester you. But, he paused, and his tone suddenly became serious. Don't take Yi away from me. Jiang Li's lips parted slightly, but she could only manage a soft, A little while later, Jiang Li was finished with her shower and emerged, fully dressed. Weren't you watching the competition? Why did you suddenly come back? Jiang Li asked. Bai Shui called me back. Huh. Jiang Li blinked, then suddenly understood. This is all Bai Shui's plan. Although Jiang Li had considered using her body to reconcile with Xiao Rufeng, that idea didn't last long. After all, seducing Xiao Rufeng was really embarrassing for her. Bai Shui must have seen how embarrassed I was, so she came up with this whole thing to get me and Xiao Rufeng to reconcile. But does reconciliation have to involve offering oneself? Jiang Li felt a headache coming on. Oh wait, that hadn't happened to her. Just then, Xiao Rufeng looked at Jiang Li and said, Speaking of which, why are you at the Sky Kun Martial Academy camp? Bai Shui called me here too. She told me to take a shower, then she would take me somewhere. I went to the bathroom, just took my clothes off and turned on the shower, and then you came knocking, scaring me so much that I didn't even dare to make a sound. Zhangli paused, looked around, and when she didn't see Bai Shui, continued, looks like we've been played by Bai Shui. She probably wanted us to reconcile, Xiao Rufeng said, before adding, Bai Shui has become more mature than before. Zhangli clicked her tongue and remained silent. Oh, by the way, where's Yi? Xiao Rufeng suddenly asked. Yi was taken away by my master. That little lowly named Yunyan? She's not a lowly, she's just young-looking. Xiao Rufeng paused and then said, I heard Yunyan and your aunt, Duga Shuixian, are the same age. Xiao Rufeng fell silent. What's wrong? Zhangli asked. Nothing, Xiao Rufeng said. He didn't tell Zhangli that the Yun family and the Dugu family were sworn enemies. Now that I've annexed the Dugu family, it's the same as being on the opposite side of the Yun family. Thinking this, Xiao Rufeng's expression changed slightly, and he immediately asked, where did Yunyan take Yi? Dragon Gate Pass, Zhangli replied. Dragon Gate Pass was a mountain pass on Mount Li, a vital military point in ancient times. But in modern times, with the improvement of martial arts and the development of modern weapons, this ancient military stronghold had become a tourist attraction. I'll go take a look. After saying that, Xiao Rufeng hurried off. At Dragon Gate Pass, in the past, it would be packed with tourists, buzzing with excitement. However, at this moment, it was during the Ocean Cup. Mount Li was closed during this period, and it was very difficult to get in without special permission. Bai Shui and the two children had still managed to get in through by Bing. As such, the number of ordinary tourists at Dragon Gate Pass had decreased significantly during this time. At this moment, Yun Yin was with Zhang Yi on Dragon Gate Pass. With them was also a woman in her 40s. After all, although Yun Yin was an adult, she looked too young. It wasn't that she was afraid of being targeted by lowly-loving perverts. It was more that every time she went out alone, people would call the police, saying that someone's child was lost. So, this time, she brought a woman from her clan. She was her maid in the family. As for Jiang Yi, although she had been brought to Dragon Gate Pass by Yun Yin, she still didn't have much energy. Yun Yin looked at her, then chuckled. Yi, do you know why I brought you to Dragon Gate Pass? Jiang Yi shook her head. Because, from here, you can see where Xiao Rufeng lives, Yun Yin said with a smile. As soon as Jiang Yi heard this, her eyes lit up. Where? Where can I see where Daddy lives? Here, Yun Yin said, pointing to the watchtower at Dragon Gate Pass. The watchtower was built on Dragon Gate Pass, hundreds of meters above the ground. It used to be open to the public, but because someone had jumped off and committed suicide there, the authorities had closed the passage to the watchtower. But the door to the watchtower is locked, Jiang Yi said, disappointed. Yun Yin grinned. Follow me. Afterward, Yun Yin hugged Jiang Yi, and when no one was paying attention, she directly used wind magic to take Jiang Yi and her maid onto the watchtower. Wow, it's so high. Jiang Yi leaned against the watchtower's railing, peering through the gaps. Where's my daddy? There, Yun Yin said, pointing in the direction of the Sky Kun Martial Academy camp. Jiang Yi immediately started focusing on finding the Sky Kun Martial Academy camp. Yun Yin and the maid stood behind her. At that moment, the maid suddenly stepped forward, but she was immediately blocked by Yun Yan's wind wall. Yun Yan's pupils contracted slightly. What are you doing? Throw Jiang Yi off from here, the maid said. Why? Isn't that Xiao Rufeng the Azura commander of the Northern Legion? He chose to annex the Dugu family, making him an enemy of our Yun family. It is said that Xiao Rufeng is very fond of Jiang Yi. If something were to happen to Jiang Yi, he would surely be in pain. Before the maid could finish, smack, Yun Yin slapped the maid directly across the face. Young miss? The maid was stunned. She had been with Yun Yin for many years, and this was the first time she had been slapped. Jiang Yi is my disciple's daughter. Anyone who dares to harm her, I'll tear them to pieces. Including Yun family members, Yun Yin said, her eyes cold. The maid was terrified. It was the first time she had seen Yun Yin look so menacing. She knew Yun Yin was usually a schemer. Even when she was angry, she would wear a smile. But her expression right now was so terrifying. The maid immediately knelt down. Young miss, I was wrong. Yun Yan's expression was indifferent. Don't do it again. She then took down the wind wall. Wind walls could not only block people's paths, but could also serve as protection and even as a sound barrier. But when Yun Yin retracted the wind wall, her expression changed drastically. Because, while she was talking to the maid, Jiang Yi had climbed on top of the railing. It seemed like she was trying to stand higher so she could see further. However, a strong gust of wind came along, and Jiang Yi's small body couldn't keep its balance, causing her to fall. No! Yun Yan's heart skipped a beat, and she rushed towards the railing. But she couldn't grab Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi was falling too fast. Yun Yin was stunned and didn't have time to use magic to save her. She watched with horror as Jiang Yi plummeted toward the ground. Her expression changed dramatically. No, no, no. Chapter 105. My Twisted Aunt. Just when Yun Yin was about to lose it, a figure suddenly flew from the side. He caught Jiang Yi before she hit the ground. It was Xiao Rufeng. After catching Jiang Yi, he landed on the ground. His body was trembling. He had almost failed to catch Jiang Yi. Falling from such a high place, there was almost no chance of survival. Daddy? Jiang Yi came back to her senses. As soon as she recognized Xiao Rufeng, she immediately hugged his neck with excitement. What? Daddy, I missed you, Jiang Yi sobbed. Xiao Rufeng's eyes were also red. For some reason, this child always managed to touch the softest chords in his heart. Xiao Rufeng hugged Jiang Yi. Daddy missed you too. Won't you play with me anymore? Jiang Yi asked, wiping away her tears. Xiao Rufeng smiled gently. No, I've made up with your mother. Really? Yes. Then can I come see you in the future? Jiang Yi asked. Of course. Jiang Yi was overjoyed and hugged Xiao Rufeng's neck again. At that moment, Yun Yin and the maid also came down from the watchtower. A terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Xiao Rufeng. He set Jiang Yi down to the side and said, turn around for a bit. Daddy has something he needs to do. Jiang Yi obediently turned around. Xiao Rufeng took a deep breath, then looked at Yun Yin, his eyes full of killing intent. Xiao Rufeng, listen to me, Yun Yin said quickly. Go tell it to the king of hell, Xiao Rufeng said coldly. As soon as she heard that, the maid stepped in front. You dare! How dare you threaten our Yun family's young miss? Who do you think you are? Before she could finish, an ice spike suddenly appeared behind the maid and pierced toward her heart like lightning. Yun Yin immediately used a wind blade technique. The sharp wind blade slashed at the ice spike Xiao Rufeng had released. But, to Yun Yan's shock, her wind blade had failed to cut through Xiao Rufeng's ice spike. How is that possible? It just looks like an ordinary ice spike. How can it be so sturdy? Of course, she knew that the same magic spell had different power when used by people of different cultivation levels. Take the ice spike spell that was common in the cultivation world. At the Qi condensation realm, an ice spike spell could only kill at most a wild boar. But at the foundation establishment realm, the same ice spike spell could easily kill an adult black bear. It was even rumored that at the Grand Ascension realm, the same ice spike spell could kill an adult golden dragon. It was said that although the golden dragons lived in the lower realm, they had the bloodline of the divine dragons of the immortal realm in their bodies. But Xiao Rufeng is also only at the Qi condensation realm. How is his magic so powerful? Could it be a high-level ice spike spell? Where did he get the spell from? At that moment, on the field, although Yun Yan's wind blade had failed to cut through Xiao Rufeng's ice spike, her full power attack had changed the spike's direction. The ice spike hadn't hit the maid, but instead hit a massive tree as thick as a water bucket that was beside her. That enormous tree had been pierced directly by Xiao Rufeng's ice spike. When the maid saw this scene, she collapsed on the ground. What kind of power is that? She was very clear. If it wasn't for Yun Yin deflecting the ice spike, if it had hit her body would have been directly pierced through, and she would have certainly died. After one failed strike, Xiao Rufeng, expressionless, raised his hand again. Then, dozens of ice spikes instantly appeared in the air. Huh? Instant spellcasting? And he summoned so many ice spikes at once? The maid felt her brain was completely incapable of keeping up. Although she was a maid, she had grown up in the Yun family since she was a child. As descendants of Earth, the Yun family was a typical cultivation family on Blue Star. Although she was just a maid, she knew far more about cultivation knowledge than ordinary people. Spellcasting required precise control of the stars in the universe, which wasn't easy. The higher the grade of the spell, the more difficult it was to cast. People with ordinary talent, even when they reached the Qi condensation realm, might never be able to cast a spell of grade C or higher in their entire lives. This man isn't even a descendant of Earth. How can he control the stars so skillfully? She couldn't understand, but she couldn't continue thinking about it. because the might emanating from the ice spikes in the air, as if they were baring their fangs, was making it hard for her to even breathe. Even Yunyin felt a massive threat to her life. Just who exactly is this guy? This is definitely not an ordinary ice spell. Where did he get it from? But there was no time to think, because she could tell that Xiao Rufeng was really going to kill them right there. Xiao Rufeng, listen to me. I don't want to hear it. Go tell it to the King of Hell, Xiao Rufeng said expressionlessly. He was truly enraged. If he had been a second slower, the sight that would have greeted him would have been Jiang Yi's corpse. Thinking of that possibility, Xiao Rufeng was unable to contain his rage and nearly lost his reason. However, at that moment, Jiang Yi suddenly tugged at Xiao Rufeng's clothes and said with uncertainty, "Daddy, it wasn't Yunyan's fault. I wanted to climb higher to find you." Yunyan also took the opportunity to explain what happened. Although Xiao Rufeng was still very annoyed and felt that Yunyan was negligent, he didn't feel the same urge to kill her anymore. At that moment, Yunyan chuckled softly. In short, it was my fault. I'm willing to make amends. What do you plan on using as compensation? Xiao Rufeng asked. Yunyan grinned. How about I become your mistress? Xiao Rufeng. I'm serious, Yunyan added. Sorry, I'm not into lolas, Xiao Rufeng firmly refused. He already had enough scheming women around him. He didn't want to add another one. Xiao Rufeng paused, and then said, if you really want to make amends, then nurture Jiangli well. After saying that, Xiao Rufeng hugged Jiang Yi and used his wind magic to leave. Dual wind and water magic, which means this Xiao Rufeng has a dual spiritual root. He's quite talented, the maid said. Quite talented? Yunyin turned her head to look at the maid, then said faintly, as far as I know, this Xiao Rufeng reached the Qi condensation realm too. Years ago, but he's not a descendant of Earth. He never even knew that he had any other elemental magic before this. He must have just learned ice magic. Hiss. The maid sucked in a breath of cold air. No way. Spellcasting is a difficult aspect of cultivation. I've heard that many Qi condensation realm cultivators can't successfully cast a single grade C spell in their entire lives. But the ice spike spell he used just now was definitely not a low-level grade D spell, right? At least a grade B spell, Yunyin said calmly. How did he do it? I heard that grade B spells require over 1,000 star particles. If he only recently learned the spell, how could he control 1,000 star particles so skillfully? I remember it took you a whole year to learn how to cast a grade B spell, and even then you weren't very good at it, the maid said. Yunyin suddenly sighed. That's why. You saying he's just a little talented is completely wrong. She paused, looked in the direction where Xiao Rufeng left, and then said faintly, that guy is a monster. So what do we do? The maid hesitated for a moment, then said, now, Xiao Rufeng has become our enemy. If we let him grow, he'll probably become our Yun families. Yunyin raised her head and glanced at the maid. The maid instantly fell silent. Yunyin pondered slightly, and then said, do not reveal this matter to anyone. Do not tell anyone in the family that Xiao Rufeng is the commander of the Northern Legion. She paused and added, whether he is a friend or foe, it cannot be determined right now. Although he has annexed the Dugu family, don't forget that Jiangli is my disciple. Since he is willing to keep Jiangli by my side, it means that he doesn't want to be enemies with us either. But if he goes too far, then he may truly become our enemy. There's one more thing I want you to remember. Young miss, tell me, the maid said. The Dugu family is the Yun family's sworn enemy, but not my, Yunyan's, sworn enemy. You must remember that. After saying that, Yunyin left. About half an hour later, Yunyin found Dugu Shuixian at the Nine-Tailed Martial Academy camp. What are you doing here? Dugu Shuixian asked with a displeased expression. Oh, come on, Auntie. Don't be so cold, Yunyin said with a grin. Auntie. Dugu Shuixian's face darkened. What kind of fit are you having now? Actually, it's like this, Yunyin said, looking at Dugu Shuixian. I want to hook up with Xiao Rufeng. Do you have any ideas? Dugu Shuixian. Hey, Yunyin, do you have any shame? Don't you know how old you are? I'm only 14 years old, Yunyin said with a lowly voice. You've got the numbers reversed. Dugu Shuixian took a deep breath, then said, what kind of madness are you spouting now? The Yun family never puts all their eggs in one basket. Although the Southern Legion is strong, putting all our bets on them feels a bit too risky. So, Yunyin grinned. I want to bet on the Northern Legion. Sigh, Dugu Shuixian sighed. That does fit your personality. But, Dugu Shuixian paused, then glared at Yunyan and said, "Don't even think about it. Xiao Rufeng is the man of my disciple, Enlei. I won't introduce him to you." Speaking so grandly, but you're actually the one who wants to have a forbidden relationship with your grandnephew, aren't you? What forbidden relationship? I don't have any blood ties with Xiao Rufeng. Huh? You really want to get with Xiao Rufeng? Dugu Shuixian was a bit flustered. I didn't say that. She paused, then said, "Although I don't have any blood ties with Xiao Rufeng, I'm still his aunt in name. If I get involved with him, my sister won't be happy. Even though my sister is only a fake wife of Xiao Rufeng's father, she has really poured a lot of emotion into the Xiao family." Yun Yin clicked her tongue. Twisted? Who is twisted? You. Yun Yin paused, then said, "I heard that you were kidnapped by Xiao Liang, and Xiao Rufeng risked revealing his identity to save you. Didn't that stir any feelings in your heart?" Dugu Shuixian fell silent. To say she had no feelings at all would be a massive lie. Back then, she was being held captive by Xiao Liang in a remote villa in the mountains, without any help and close to despair. But just then, Xiao Rufeng had come. He was like the male lead in a novel. In the novel, whenever the female lead was in trouble, the male lead would appear like a hero. At the moment she saw Xiao Rufeng, for just a split second, Dugu Shuixian had really thought of him as her hero. But only for that split second. Because she quickly realized that Xiao Rufeng was the man of her disciple and someone her niece, Xiao Ruyan, was also interested in. She couldn't steal a man from her disciple and niece. That was probably the twisted part that Yun Yin was talking about. By the way, Yun Yin said suddenly, "Did you teach Xiao Rufeng ice magic?" That was actually the real reason why Yun Yin had come to find Dugu Shuixian. She wanted to find out where Xiao Rufeng had learned his magic. The Yun family also had ice spike spells, but they felt completely different. Many spells, although similar in form, had completely different internal star structures. "No, I didn't," Dugu Shuixian said. "You didn't?" Yun Yin was even more surprised. Then who taught Xiao Rufeng ice magic? After that, Yun Yin also tried to probe about Xiao Rufeng in a roundabout way, but didn't gain much. After all, Dugu Shuixian didn't know much about Xiao Rufeng either. "You're really a useless aunt," Yun Yin said. "Damn it. As soon as you can't get any information about Xiao Rufeng from me, you show your true colors?" Dugu Shuixian's face was also dark. At that moment, Yun Yin waved her hand and said, "Forget it. I might as well go see Xiao Rufeng myself. What are you planning to do?" "Since he doesn't like the lowly type, then I can only—" Yun Yin stopped talking, and her lips curved into a grin. Huh. Dugu Shuixian was confused at first, but then something occurred to her, and her expression changed drastically. "Hey, Yun Yin, don't tell me you're going to." Chapter 106. But you can't use your body to repay a favor. Yun Yin grinned. "Exactly what you're thinking. Bye-bye." With that, Yun Yin waved her hand and left. That woman is actually going to do it. Dugu Shuixian pondered, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Enlei walked over. "Master." Dugu Shuixian's thoughts were still wandering, and she didn't hear her. "Master?" Enlei said again. Dugu Shuixian finally came back to her senses. She looked at Enlei and said, "Enlei, what is it?" Eldest senior brother smoothly defeated his opponent and advanced to the next round, Enlei said. "Oh." Dugu Shuixian responded absent-mindedly. Enlei blinked her eyes. "Master, what's wrong?" Enlei asked again. "It's nothing." Dugu Shuixian paused, and then said, "Enlei, if you don't have anything to do, spend more time with Xiao Rufeng. Aren't you afraid he'll be stolen away?" Enlei laughed. "I was originally just his concubine, and not even an officially betrothed one at that." Dugu Shuixian said earnestly, "Enlei, you can't be careless. Xiao Rufeng is surrounded by beauties, and even the number of concubine positions are limited. 2,000 years ago, the first Emperor Qin unified the world and established the Tianqin Empire. Although the Tianqin Empire existed for a short time, its influence was far-reaching. The reason why the 7 countries of Blue Star now use the same script and the same standards for carriages was because of the Tianqin laws promulgated by the first emperor. The Tianqin laws were a comprehensive legal code covering a wide range, including the content of a marriage law. According to the Tianqin laws, men in the Tianqin Empire could have up to 3 wives and 4 concubines, for a total of 7 women. The 3 wives had equal status. Later, after the collapse of the Tianqin Empire, the various countries that split off from the empire all adopted the Tianqin laws as their national governing laws. In modern times, with the awakening of feminist consciousness, social marriage rules had become the default of monogamy. However, it should be noted that the legal framework adopted by the 7 existing countries on Blue Star was still the Tianjin laws. Although with the development of the times, some legal clauses had been amended, the portion of the marriage law hadn't been changed. This was mainly because even in modern times, wars were still frequent. Taking Dragon Country as an example, there had been 2 major wars in the last 50 years. One was the war with the Nightingale Kingdom, and the other was the war with the Bear Country. Because of the existence of war, and because mostly men went to the battlefield, the male mortality rate was far higher than the female rate. The 7 countries of Blue Star were now all in a situation where there were fewer women than men, and polygamy could better absorb resources. After all, a country with too many male bachelors, or too many female bachelors, was prone to problems. However, although the law allowed it, in reality, polygamous families were not very common. On one hand, because marrying and supporting wives really cost money and wasn't something ordinary people could afford. On the other hand, because with the awakening of women's independent consciousness, very few women were willing to share a husband with other women, let alone be someone's concubine. "Ah, you putting it like that, I really am starting to feel a sense of crisis," Enlai said at that moment. Although, in this era, there were very few women willing to be concubines. If the man was Xiao Rufeng, then it would be hard to say. If Xiao Rufeng's identity as the commander of the Northern Legion was revealed, there would be countless women rushing to be Xiao Rufeng's concubine. "Thank you for the reminder, master. I will go find Xiao Rufeng now," Enlai said. Dugu Shuexian smiled gently. "Go ahead." After that, Enlai left. Sigh. After Enlai left, Dugu Shuexian suddenly sighed. "What the heck am I doing?" She lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, murmuring, "Am I twisted? Maybe so." As she was lost in thought, Dugu Shuexian's phone rang. It was a video call prompt. Dugu Shuexian was a bit surprised, then pressed the answer button. After the video call connected, a woman who looked exactly like Dugu Shuexian appeared on the screen. It was Dugu Shuexian's twin sister, Dugu Lihua. "Sis, how do you have the chance to call me? Isn't Lu Siyuan around?" Dugu Shuexian asked. Lu Siyuan was the biological father of Xiao Ruyan. Back then, Dugu Lihua was a bodyguard hired by Xiao Rufeng's mother in this life. At that time, she was already pregnant. Moreover, her expected delivery date was almost the same as Xiao's mother's. Just after Xiao's mother gave birth to twins, Dugu Lihua was sent into the delivery room. It was also at this time that Xiao Rufeng's mother was killed by the Tianwang assassin, Black Spade K. As a bodyguard, Dugu Lihua felt deeply guilty about this. She then switched the babies, hypnotized Xiao Rufeng's father, Xia Taijun, and pretended to be Xiao's mother, returning to Jiang City and living together with him. But, when Xiao Ruyan was 6 years old, Dugu Shuexian was found by Xiao Ruyan's biological father, Lu Siyuan. Under Lu Siyuan's threat, Dugu Lihua agreed to return with him in order to protect the safety of the Xia family. This was the reason why Dugu Lihua left without saying goodbye. "He's gone out," Dugu Lihua paused, then said, "But I still can't go out. He has people watching me. It's been so many years. Is he still afraid you'll go back to Xia Taijun?" Lu Siyuan is obviously just a roughneck, yet he's very sensitive, Dugu Shuexian complained. Dugu Lihua didn't speak. After a moment, she said, "That, Shuexian, how is Taijun? How is he now?" Xia Taijun was Xiao Rufeng's father in this life. Hey, sis, why are you still thinking about Xia Taijun?" Dugu Shuexian said with a bit of sweat. "Now, I kind of understand Lu Siyuan's caution. You know how the marriage between me and Lu Siyuan came about," Dugu Lihua said calmly. Dugu Shuexian didn't speak. Of course she knew. Back then, the Dugu family was facing a crisis of retaliation from the Yun family. In order to enhance the strength of the Dugu family made extensive use of the women in the family for political marriages. Both Dugu Lihua and Dugu Shuexian were victims of political marriage. At the time, in order to recruit talented people, Dugu Lihua was betrothed to Lu Siyuan by the family. Lu Siyuan was extremely talented, and was one of the few people who had the best chance of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm that year. In order to recruit Lu Siyuan, the Dugu family forcibly arranged a marriage between Lu Siyuan and Dugu Lihua. Although Dugu Lihua and Dugu Shuexian were twin sisters with almost identical appearances, their personalities were completely different. Dugu Shuexian was more rebellious, since she was a child and was very opposed to arranged marriages. But her older sister, Dugu Lihua, was more meek. When the family threatened her with their parents, she compromised. Later, when she went out on an adventure, she met Xiao's mother, became good friends with her, and was hired to protect Xiao's mother. Then, After Xia's mother was assassinated, Du Lihua hypnotized Xia Taijun and followed him back to Jiang City as his wife. At that moment, Dugu Shuixian suddenly said, "Sis, is your feeling for Xia Taijun guilt and compensation, or have you fallen in love with him?" Dugu Lihua didn't speak. At that moment, Dugu Shuixian suddenly added, "Sis, don't worry about Xia Taijun. He's doing very well now. He has a loving wife, and both a son and a daughter." Dugu Lihua's expression froze instantly. He got married again? "Of course, you've been missing for 17 years, Dugu Shuixian said. "I see." Dugu Lihua's mind was elsewhere, her expression dejected. Upon seeing this, Dugu Shuixian immediately understood. The corners of her lips twitched slightly. "I really didn't think Sis would fall in love with Xia Taijun. Unlike his son, Xia Taijun is just an ordinary middle-aged man. He can't compare to Lu Siyuan in any way. Love is truly something that people can't understand," Dugu Shuixian thought inwardly. A moment later, she regained her composure and chuckled. "All right, don't be so dejected. I was teasing you. As far as I know, Xia Taijun is still single. It seems he's been looking for you these past few years." Dugu Lihua fell silent again. "Sis, stop thinking about Xia Taijun. Don't you want to know how your two children are doing?" Dugu Shuixian said again. "Of course I do," Dugu Lihua quickly asked. "How are Rufeng and Ruyan doing now?" Xia Ruyan was chosen by the White Tiger Martial Academy. As for Xia Rufeng, Dugu Shuixian paused, and then said, "He's dead." Dugu Lihua was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" Dugu Lihua's emotions were a bit agitated. "I heard that the guy was trying to assault a girl and was directly stabbed to death by her," Dugu Shuixian said. Dugu Lihua's expression gradually crumbled. The thing she felt most guilty about in her life was not being able to protect Xia's mother back then. And now, she hadn't been able to protect Xia's mother's child. At that moment, Dugu Shuixian said, "But the child you tossed aside back then is back." Dugu Lihua was stunned again. "The twin brother of Xia Rufeng that I switched back then?" "Yes. That guy is now using Xia Rufeng's identity and is very active. He is only 23 years old and is already a Qi condensation realm expert," Dugu Shuixian said. "Did you tell him about his past?" Dugu Lihua asked. "Yes." Dugu Lihua sighed, then smiled slightly bitterly. "Does he hate me to death?" "That child is not such a narrow-minded person," Dugu Shuixian paused, then smiled lightly. "That child is quite interesting. He mistook me for his mother at first. It was really funny." Ha! Dugu Lihua paused, looking at Dugu Shuixian's smiling face. Suddenly her expression became suspicious. "Hey, Dugu Shuixian, you wouldn't have set your sights on my son, have you? Are you going to pretend to be someone's wife and also steal someone else's child?" Dugu Shuixian said. As soon as Dugu Lihua heard this, she panicked. "Before his mother passed away, she entrusted both brothers to me and asked me to raise them. I am their mother. But the one you raised is already dead. This Xia Rufeng is the one you abandoned back then. You haven't fulfilled any nurturing responsibilities at all," Dugu Shuixian said. Dugu Lihua was speechless. That was the truth. But at that moment, Dugu Shuixian chuckled lightly. "All right, I was just teasing you. Look how scared you were. Although there's no blood relationship, I'm more or less considered his little aunt. How could I possibly make a move on my own nephew?" Dugu Lihua breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Dugu Shuixian chuckled lightly. "But Xia Rufeng is really amazing. When I was being forced into marriage by Xiaoliang, he was the one who saved me. I owe him a big favor, and I don't know how to repay it." Dugu Lihua, who had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again. "But you can't use your body to repay a favor. Think about how old you are." Dugu Shuixian took out a mirror and looked at herself. "So what? I look like I'm only 27 or 28, a typical older sister. I've heard Xia Rufeng likes older sisters." Dugu Lihua was going crazy. "In short, you absolutely cannot lay a hand on my son. Then, can I make a move on Xia Taijun?" Dugu Shuixian said again. "That's even more unacceptable." "Sis, you're being too bossy," Dugu Shuixian paused, then chuckled. "But, since you can't get out anyway, no matter who I seduce, you can't stop me. I'll find a way to get out now. I won't let you mess around." After saying that, Dugu Lihua hung up the phone. Dugu Shuixian, on the other hand, had a slight smile on her face. "My sister is too simple and easily manipulated. If I don't provoke her, she won't have the courage to escape Lu Siyuan's control." Afterwards, Dugu Shuixian's expression gradually became serious. "My sister is simple, easy to deal with. But what about that old schemer, Yunyan? Dugu Shuixian couldn't help but worry. After all, Xiao Rufeng was their Dugu family's protective umbrella right now. If Xiao Rufeng was seduced by Yunyan, then I hope Enlei can hold on to Xiao Rufeng. If Enlei can't, Dugu Shuixian's eyes flickered, and it was impossible to know what she was thinking. Sky Kun Martial Academy. Today was Gong Xian's match. However, her opponent was relatively weak, and Gong Xian won easily. Just as she happily returned to the camp, intending to seek a reward from Xiao Rufeng, she discovered that Zhang Li was also in the courtyard. And it seemed like she had reconciled with Xiao Rufeng. Gong Xian instantly wilted. She knew very well how important Zhang Li was to Xiao Rufeng. At that moment, Enlei came from the direction of the kitchen, carrying a plate of fruit. Gong Xian, congratulations on advancing to the third round, Enlei said with a smile. Thank you. Gong Xian paused, then reacted. Huh? Enlei? What are you doing here? I heard Zhang Li and Xiao Rufeng have reconciled, so I came to celebrate, Enlei said with a light chuckle. Aren't you upset? Why would I be upset? Enlei asked in return. Gong Xian paused, then said, according to the marriage law, Xiao Rufeng can marry 3 wives. Have you already gotten a promise from Xiao Rufeng? Enlei shook her head. No, I'm not thinking about becoming Xiao Rufeng's wife. Gong Xian was quite shocked by this, although she had also jokingly said to Xiao Rufeng that she could be his concubine. But deep down, she certainly didn't want to. Concubines, from ancient times until now, had very little status. There really is someone willing to be a concubine. Gong Xian's emotions were quite complex. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng also saw Gong Xian and walked over. Gong Xian, congratulations on successfully entering the third round of the Ocean Cup, Xiao Rufeng said. Gong Xian collected her thoughts, then hugged Xiao Rufeng's arm, and said with a chuckle, how are you going to reward me? What do you want? I want. Gong Xian paused, then said, a banana. Xiao Rufeng casually took a banana from the fruit platter Enlei had brought, peeled it, and shoved it into Gong Xian's mouth. Here you go. The corners of Gong Xian's lips twitched slightly. That clearly wasn't the type of banana she wanted. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng turned his gaze to Enlei. He took the fruit platter from Enlei's hand and said with a smile, I'll hold it. Th lovey-dovey, Gong Xian said with a click of her tongue. Xiao Rufeng laughed. You should find a man to date, don't always hang on to one tree. The corner of Gong Xian's lip twitched, but she didn't say anything. If she could, she wouldn't want to be hanging on Xiao Rufeng's forked tree. However, she had seriously examined all the men around her, but none of them made her feel anything. When it came to feelings, if there was no spark, being together was torture. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly took Enlei's hand and smiled. Enlei, let's go over to Zhang Li's side. Enlei's face flushed slightly, and she was a bit awkward. Aren't you afraid Zhang Li will get angry? We're friends now, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Oh. On the other side. Seeing Xiao Rufeng walk over with Enlei's hand in his, Zhang Li's lips also twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. After they reached Zhang Li, Enlei still pulled her hand away from Xiao Rufeng's hand. Zhang Li, have some fruit, Enlei said, handing Zhang Li an apple. Enlei, you don't need to try and please me. I'm just friends with that guy Xiao Rufeng. I don't have the right to interfere in his business, Zhang Li said. Enlei smiled, but didn't say anything. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng's phone rang. I'll take this call. After speaking, Xiao Rufeng left. A little while later, Xiao Rufeng returned. I have a business engagement, Xiao Rufeng said. You don't need to ask for my permission, I'm not your wife, Zhang Li said with an eye roll. Actually, she was still a bit concerned. But since she had said that she would only be friends with Xiao Rufeng, she had no right to stop Xiao Rufeng from going out to an engagement. Enlei just smiled and said, then come back early. Xiao Rufeng nodded. Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng left. Half an hour later, Xiao Rufeng, wearing a mask, arrived at a rather secluded villa in Mountly. He was going to attend a masquerade matchmaking ball here. He had heard that these masquerade balls had become quite popular in the upper-class society of Dragon Country recently, and it was even said that Xiao Rufeng had started the trend. Back then, he had been a powerful figure on the battlefield wearing an Azura mask. After the media covered it, masks gradually became popular in the capital, and then spread to the upper-class society throughout the country, creating a mask fad. Of course, Xiao Rufeng wasn't there to find a partner. He had received a call from Lei Ming just now. According to Lei Ming, the Tianwang assassin, Black Spade K, might appear at this masquerade matchmaking ball. Ever since Xiao Rufeng learned that Black Spade K was the killer of his mother in this life, He had Lei Ming investigate. However, even though Lei Ming was already an S-ranked assassin of Tianwang, his authority was still not enough to learn Black Spade K's true identity. He had only learned through other channels that Black Spade K would be coming to Mountley to attend a masquerade matchmaking ball. The reason why Black Spade K was attending the masquerade ball was temporarily unknown. After meeting with Lei Ming at the villa entrance, the two entered the villa together. It was a Chinese-style villa, located on a green hillside, overlooking a lake. Upon entering from the gate, you could immediately feel the simple and elegant atmosphere. The villa also had a private garden. In the garden, there was a small pond with several lotus flowers. The walls around the garden were covered with dark green plants, making the entire garden vibrant. In the garden, there were also a couple of small pavilions where people could rest. The petals near the pavilions exuded a faint fragrance. Not bad taste. Afterwards, Xiao Rufeng came to the windows of the villa. These windows used traditional window frames. The outer side of the iron frames had exquisite patterns, giving off a retro and artistic feeling. He was focused on looking at the window patterns, and suddenly the window opened. Xiao Rufeng was startled and quickly said, "I'm sorry, I wasn't spying. I just thought these window patterns were exquisite." "It's okay, Heavenly Marshal," the other party said. It was a mature and sexy female voice. Xiao Rufeng was wearing a pixie mask from a character in Journey to the West, also known as the Heavenly Marshal. He had thought that Journey to the West was unique to Blue Star, but ever since the Earth Descendants were revealed, he knew that it was actually written by the Earth Descendants. The story of Tang Sanzang's pilgrimage was originally a story of Earth. Earth, I really want to go there and see, he thought. Of course, Xiao Rufeng knew that he could only dream about it, because there was no way to get to Earth. Otherwise, these Earth Descendants wouldn't have been trapped on Blue Star for thousands of years. While he was lost in thought, a subtle fragrance suddenly wafted over. Someone wearing a mask of the Queen of the Women's Kingdom from Journey to the West came to Xiao Rufeng's side. "Hello, Heavenly Marshal," the Queen of the Women's Kingdom greeted him. It was the same voice of the woman who had opened the window from the room earlier. Xiao Rufeng glanced at the other party. Although he couldn't see her appearance due to the mask, that mature and voluptuous figure that seemed to almost overflow was truly making him drool. Chapter 107. The Mature Woman and the Lowly. With Xiao Rufeng's extensive experience reading people, even without seeing her face, just judging by her figure and voice, he could tell that the other party was definitely a mature and sexy woman. At that moment, as if noticing Xiao Rufeng's gaze, the Queen of the Women's Kingdom shuddered slightly, causing her chest to sway, making Xiao Rufeng's heart race. "Do you like it?" The Queen of the Women's Kingdom moved even closer to Xiao Rufeng, and her alluring perfume could almost burrow directly into his nostrils. "Well, I'm looking for a friend. Goodbye." With that, Xiao Rufeng quickly ran off. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid he would really be captured by that pair of G-cup beauties. Just then, he ran into Lei Ming, who was wearing a clown mask. "Master, what's wrong?" Lei Ming asked. "I just encountered an absolute knockout," Xiao Rufeng said. "Master, your encounters are just too powerful." Lei Ming was filled with envy. "All right, stop being so talkative." Xiao Rufeng paused and added, "Have you found the Spade K mask?" Lei Ming shook his head. Even if he did come, he wouldn't wear a Spade K mask, just like you aren't wearing your Azura mask. Speaking of which, I just saw quite a few people wearing Azura masks, and a group of women were surrounding them. A bunch of shameless guys. He paused, then continued, "If I'd known, I would have worn an Azura mask too." At that moment, Lei Ming's words stopped abruptly. Xiao Rufeng followed his gaze, and his pupils also constricted. There was indeed someone wearing a Spade K mask. Of course, whether the person under the mask was the Skynet assassin Spade K was unknown. "Master, Spade K is one of Skynet's S+ assassins, very perceptive. Don't reveal too much," Lei Ming reminded him. "I know." At that moment, a man wearing a bear mask walked out of the villa. "Welcome everyone to my estate. I've been commissioned to host a masquerade dating ball here. You can all look for people who interest you. If you get along, I can provide rooms for rest. However, there's one rule I need to declare. This is a masquerade, and no one is allowed to forcibly remove another's mask, or else. We understand the rules. If anyone breaks them, we won't let them off the hook either," someone said. "That's right." Xiao Rufeng's mouth twitched slightly. He had figured it out. They dressed it up as something grand, a masquerade dating ball, but wasn't it just a mass orgy? Xiao Rufeng was certain there were a lot of married men and women in here. They think that by wearing a mask, no one will recognize them and they can let loose, he muttered. At that moment, Lei Ming said, Master, I'm going to go test out that spade K. Be careful, Xiao Rufeng cautioned. I know. Not long after Lei Ming left, footsteps approached. At the same time, the familiar scent of perfume wafted over. Xiao Rufeng looked up, and the woman with the Queen of the Women's Kingdom mask was coming over again. Marshal, have you found someone you like? The woman asked. Xiao Rufeng was startled. Huh? What's wrong? Heavenly Peng Marshal, she added. Ah, she means Marshal Tianpeng, Zhu Beiji, Pigsy. Xiao Rufeng thought to himself, inwardly sweating. I'm too tense. He composed himself and looked at the Queen of the Women's Kingdom and said, Not yet. Then, would you like me to chat with you? The woman asked. Sure, Xiao Rufeng nodded. Why did you come to a party like this? Are you here to hunt for a fling? The woman asked. You might not believe me, but this is the first time I've attended a party like this. I thought it would be a unique kind of matchmaking event, but it seems it's not quite what I expected, Xiao Rufeng said. It's less of a matchmaking event and more of a hooking up party. With everyone wearing masks, no one knows each other's identities. It makes things more exciting, the woman said. At this point, Xiao Rufeng looked at the woman and suddenly asked, What about you? Why did you come to an event like this? I get the feeling that you're not here for a thrill. Actually, my fiancé also attended this party, but I don't know what mask he's wearing, the woman said. Oh, is that so? Xiao Rufeng paused, then asked curiously, Does your fiancé often attend parties like this? Pretty much. I just found out, so I tried to follow him. But there are too many people here, and I can't find him. The woman's tone sounded sad. Don't be sad. How can I not be sad? Maybe, while we're talking, he's already hooking up with another woman. The woman paused and added, What should I do? The woman's tone was forlorn. Xiao Rufeng didn't know what to say. A little while later, the woman suddenly looked at Xiao Rufeng and asked, What do you think of me? Although I can't see your face, your figure, to be honest, is unmatched, Xiao Rufeng said. It wasn't flattery. In terms of figure alone, no woman around could compare to her. Really? The woman asked. Of course. Xiao Rufeng paused and said, I don't know what your fiancé is thinking, ignoring a knockout like you and running here for excitement. It's incomprehensible. At this moment, the woman wearing the Queen of the Women's Kingdom mask moved even closer to Xiao Rufeng. She took Xiao Rufeng's hand, looked at him, and then asked, Do you want to go to the green zone? In this villa estate, the so-called green zone was the area with rooms for hooking up. That's not a good idea, Xiao Rufeng said, bracing himself. You have a fiancé. Isn't he also looking for women behind my back? I want to take revenge on him, the woman said. At that moment, the woman suddenly placed Xiao Rufeng's hand on her chest. The soft touch instantly awakened the little tadpoles in Xiao Rufeng's body. Just as Xiao Rufeng's mind was running wild, the woman suddenly took Xiao Rufeng's hand and said, Come with me. Xiao Rufeng was a bit dazed. When he came to his senses, the woman had already led him into a room decorated with a feminine touch. The room was filled with various small ornaments. A landscape painting hung on the wall, with towering peaks, a murmuring stream, and a pleasant scenery. The room was faintly scented and under soft light. A luxurious and comfortable bed was made, with a beautiful makeup mirror and an ashtray on the bedside table. The dressing table by the bed was immaculate, with some exquisite cosmetics and perfume bottles on it. A carved chair stood in the corner, covered with a delicate velvet cushion. The room also had a small tea table with some novels and magazines and a carved vase. The whole room was warm and yet very elegant, exuding a unique, lazy beauty. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Rufeng was pushed onto the bed by the woman. She took off her clothes, keeping only her mask on. A mature and voluptuous body was exposed before Xiao Rufeng's eyes. Even though Xiao Rufeng had already seen the beautiful bodies of Enlei and Jianglu, he was still captivated by the sensual body before him. Then, she began to take off Xiao Rufeng's clothes, but Xiao Rufeng grabbed her hand. What's wrong? The woman asked. Xiao Rufeng smiled. You seem to be in a hurry. Are you in a rush? What do you mean? Well, we're all adults, let's not beat around the bush. Xiao Rufeng paused and said, You came here specifically for me, didn't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Xiao Rufeng sat up, then ripped off the mask on his face and smiled. Dare to take off your mask? That won't work. I am, in a way, engaged. If people see my face, I'd be caught in a bind. She refused. Xiao Rufeng stared at the woman before him. His instincts told him that she definitely knew him. Moreover, she had been aware of his whereabouts the whole time. So even if he wore a mask, even if he concealed his presence, he was still recognized by her. However, Xiao Rufeng really couldn't think of any woman around him who had G-cups. The feel of the chest doesn't seem like artificial silicone either. It must be natural. But who exactly is it? Xiao Rufeng was feeling frustrated. He couldn't remember. Is it just my imagination? Xiao Rufeng's eyes showed a trace of confusion. At this time, the woman began to put her clothes back on. Ah, so boring. Since you're not interested in making love with me, I'll find another man, the woman said. Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything. He felt like something wasn't right about this woman. She was just eager to push him down, but now she's hurrying to leave. A short while later, as the woman had put on her clothes and was about to leave, Xiao Rufeng suddenly grabbed her hand. Beauty, sit down and let's chat, Xiao Rufeng said. Let go of me. The woman's voice suddenly became cold and sharp. Xiao Rufeng didn't let go. The woman began to emit a strong, murderous aura, but she was always suppressing her presence, not letting it leak out. Everyone's body has a unique presence. Even if they put on a mask or disguise, it doesn't work. However, if the presence is suppressed, there's no way to use it to identify the person. Everyone here was carefully suppressing their presence. After all, this wasn't a genuine matchmaking event. After a brief standoff, just as the woman was about to explode, Xiao Rufeng finally let go of her hand. The woman immediately left. She quickly entered a bathroom stall. As soon as she closed the stall door, something shocking happened. The woman's body rapidly shrank. From a tall figure of almost 1.7 meters, she quickly shrunk to about 1.4 meters. Even her face became much smaller. After her face shrunk, the mask on her face naturally fell off. If Xiao Rufeng saw the face under the mask, he would have been shocked, because it was indeed someone he knew. Yunyin. Yunyin checked the time. So I still can't hold on for 30 minutes, huh? Damn it. She looked very frustrated. A little while later, Yunyin sat on the toilet, silent. Yunyin was the eldest daughter of the Yun family, the biological daughter of the current head of the Yun family. She had also been deeply loved by her father. But everything changed when she was 3 years old. That day, her mother had an affair with a servant of the family and was discovered by her father. Furious, Yun's father executed the servant with the extreme penalty of drawing and quartering, and then locked her mother in the family dungeon, whipping her every day. Yun Yin was also implicated. Even though a DNA test proved that Yun Yin was his biological daughter, it still didn't erase Yun father's hatred. He treated Yun Yin, his own daughter, as a test subject, sending her to the family's experimental facility. There, she was like any other abandoned orphans. She had to undergo various experiments every day. She stayed there for a full 8 years, witnessing her companions die miserably in the experiments. From the initial fear to subsequent numbness. In the end, out of 100 children who participated in the experiment, she was the only one who survived. At the age of 11, Yun Yin walked out of the underground laboratory with the Yun family's strongest talent ever after the modifications. She was very strong. That year, at the young age of 11, she had already reached the level of a 9th-tier martial artist. But she also stopped developing due to taking too many drugs. Her appearance and body shape were forever stuck at the age of 11. Over the years, she had been looking for ways to promote physical development, but to no avail. However, she accidentally discovered that taking birth control pills could make her body return to an adult level. Because birth control pills can increase the levels of progesterone and estrogen in the female body. She was overjoyed. But soon, she realized that using this method to restore her body was not feasible. First of all, the time it would last was limited, no more than half an hour. Secondly, the side effects were too great. Other women wouldn't experience any harm to their bodies by taking birth control pills. But Yun Yin was not like the others. In the 8 years in the laboratory, she had taken too many drugs, and her body was very different from others. Every time she took birth control pills, she began to feel nauseous and vomit after the hormones subsided. It would take at least a week to recover. As she thought about it, Yun Yin was already starting to have symptoms of nausea and vomiting. At this moment, Yun Yin's phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, Yun Yin's fingers trembled slightly, but she still pressed the answer button. Hello, Dad, Yun Yin said. How far have you gotten with Xiao Rufeng? A cold, middle-aged man's voice sounded from the other end of the phone. I failed, Yun Yin said. How are you so useless? I'm telling you, if you can't get Xiao Rufeng, I will expose what your mother did to everyone and pull her out of the dungeon and parade her naked through the streets, the man said. Yoon Yan's hands clenched into fists. Isn't she your wife? You're mistreating your own wife. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? She's the one who brought disgrace upon herself first. Actually, hooking up with a servant, the thought of it just disgusts me, the man said. Yoon Yin became silent. Can I see my mother? After a short while, Yoon Yin suddenly spoke. She wanted to see her mother. She wanted to know what happened back then. She was only 3 years old at the time. She didn't know anything. But she vaguely remembered that her mother was very gentle and liked to smile, like a spring breeze. Why did mother cheat? This was what Yoon Yin wanted to understand. As long as you get Xia Rufeng, I can let you see her, Yoon father said. I'll try my best. Yoon Yin, I don't have much patience left. Before the end of the Olympian Cup, you must get Xia Rufeng. Otherwise, get ready to watch your mother parading naked through the streets. With that, the other party hung up the phone. Yoon Yin clenched her phone tightly, her expression a bit twisted. Then, her stomach churned and she began to vomit again. On the other side, Xia Rufeng had no idea that the mature and sexy woman he had just met was Yoon Yin. He never would have imagined it. Their body types were too different. Ah, what a shame. I actually let go of that mature woman. Xia Rufeng slightly regretted. I should have slept with her first. After all, natural G-cups are hard to find. At that moment, someone in a hurry bumped into him. It was a woman wearing a Guanyin Bodhisattva mask. This mask design was also from Journey to the West. I'm sorry, female Guanyin, immediately said. Hearing the voice, Xia Rufeng was immediately stunned. Chapter 108. Master, are you in love? It was Dugu Shuexian's voice. My little aunt is attending this kind of party too? Xia Rufeng felt a little uneasy. Although there was no blood relation, she was still someone he knew. Moreover, Dugu Shuexian didn't give Xia Rufeng the impression of being someone promiscuous. In fact, she even had a pure vibe to her. Back then, when Dugu Shuexian was kidnapped by Xiao Liang and almost forced to have relations, it was Xia Rufeng who didn't hesitate to reveal his identity to save her. But now Dugu Shuexian was at this party filled with debauchery. This gave Xia Rufeng an unpleasant feeling of being deceived, let down, and even betrayed. If apologies were useful, what would be the point of the police? Xia Rufeng said, changing his voice. Dugu Shuexian was also very displeased. What's his problem? It was just an accidental bump. He has no grace at all. But that's normal. Aren't all men who come to places like this for fun trash? Of course, she wasn't here to hook up. Although she didn't get along with Yoon Yin and they often bickered and even fought, if there was anyone in the world who knew Yoon Yin best, it was Dugu Shuexian. Yoon Yin could stimulate the hormones in her body through birth control pills and then change into an adult form. Apart from Yoon Yin, only Dugu Shuexian knew about this. Back then, it was her who mischievously gave Yoon Yin birth control pills, and then Yoon Yan's body went through an adult transformation. Besides this secret, Dugu Shuexian also knew many other secrets about Yoon Yin. For example, this villa estate was actually one of Yoon Yan's secret properties. The room that Yoon Yin took Xia Rufeng into earlier was not a guest room. Guest rooms wouldn't have such exquisite decorations. It was Yoon Yan's own private boudoir. Of course, she didn't live there often. Knowing this secret, Dugu Shuexian quickly realized that there was a masquerade ball happening here. She also immediately understood that this so-called masquerade ball was actually prepared for Xia Rufeng. The news that Spade K would attend this masquerade ball was actually a false rumor deliberately spread by Yoon Yin to lure Xia Rufeng here. After learning this, Dugu Shuexian immediately came over. She knew that Yoon Yin had her reasons, but she also had her own reasons. If Xia Rufeng was poached by Yoon Yin, then their entire Dugu family of tens of thousands would be in danger. She had to come and stop it. However, she didn't know what mask Xia Rufeng was wearing. She also couldn't recklessly take off other people's masks. The rule of the masquerade was that it was forbidden to damage other people's masks. If Dugu Shuexian did that, she would probably get beaten up. She was very anxious, so she looked around for Xia Rufeng and accidentally bumped into someone. It wasn't serious. Logically, after she apologized and the other party said, "It's okay. It should have been over." But it seemed that the other party wasn't so easy to deal with. "What do you want?" Dugu Shuexian asked. However, this time she also changed her voice. The apology earlier was just a conditioned reflex. She hadn't thought much about it, so she used her original voice. "Oh, you changed your voice?" Xia Rufeng suddenly reached out and touched Dugu Shuexian's chin, then grinned and said, "Are you afraid that acquaintances will recognize your voice?" Dugu Shuexian had a black line on her forehead. Slap. She directly smacked away Xiao Rufing's groping hand and said coldly, "Sir, show some respect. It was clearly you who deliberately threw yourself into my arms." I said, "I didn't do it on purpose," Dugu Shuexian said through gritted teeth. If there weren't so many people around, she would have killed this cheap pigsy in front of her. Just because you say you didn't do it on purpose doesn't mean that you didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Rufing paused and added, "Then if I touch your chest and say I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe it? You're just being unreasonable." Dugu Shuexian turned around and left. But Xiao Rufing grabbed her shoulder. "Beauty, you're the one being unreasonable. Since it was your fault, you should show some sincerity," Xiao Rufing said. "I've already apologized. What else do you want?" Dugu Shuexian said, trying to hold back her anger. "Sleep with me?" Xiao Rufing joked deliberately. Dugu Shuexian had reached her limit. Just as she was about to explode, a man wearing an Azura mask suddenly walked over. Dugu Shuexian's pupils constricted slightly. She stared at the man wearing the Azura mask. Xiao Rufing? No, he shouldn't be that stupid, wearing an Azura mask in this kind of setting? But you never know. That guy might be thinking in reverse. What you think is impossible might actually be true. Dugu Shuexian's eyes flickered. In any case, I should test him out first. With that, Dugu Shuexian walked towards the man wearing the Azura mask. But she had only just started to walk when she was suddenly pulled into Xiao Rufing's arms. Dugu Shuexian was going crazy. "This bastard, I'm going to kill him." At this moment, Azura Man walked over and stopped in front of Xiao Rufing and Dugu Shuexian. "Brother, our party is about mutual consent. You're forcing a lady like this. You're violating the rules of the party," Azura Man said. "It's none of your business." Xiao Rufing was very displeased. Wearing his mask and lecturing him? Besides, this was their family matter. What was it to him? At that moment, the man sighed, then said calmly, "If you don't let go of this lady, don't blame me for being impolite." With that, a ball of flame began to surge from the man's fingertips. Xiao Rufing's pupils contracted slightly. Qi condensation realm? And he could skillfully release fire-based spells. An earth remnant? Wait, this isn't Xiao Qin's presence? Once a spell was released, the aura couldn't be hidden. "Classmate Xiao Chun, aren't you into Jiangli? You actually came to this kind of party. TSK, you can't judge a book by its cover." "A closet pervert," Xiao Rufing suddenly said. Xiao Qin's expression changed drastically. "This guy knows me? I also came to this kind of party for the first time. No, I didn't even know that this kind of party was like this. I thought it was just a simple blind date event," Xiao Qin quickly explained in a flustered manner. He paused, then suddenly remembering something, he sighed, "Jiangli and I have no hope. She never had any interest in me. I thought that after she broke up with Xiao Rufing, my chance would come, but I was wrong." After breaking up with Xiao Rufing, Jiangli's heart was even more closed off. "I have no chance of entering her heart. That's why I wanted to come to a blind date event. Some people say, the fastest way to forget someone is to fall in love with someone else." Xiao Rufing chuckled. To be honest, although this Xiao Qian was also considered his love rival, Xiao Rufing's impression of him was actually quite good. He liked Jiangli, but he never forced her. Even when Jiangli was a normal person, he didn't force her. Compared to his cousin Xiao Yang, this Xiao Chun was considered morally upright. At this moment, Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Rufing with a black line on his forehead. "Hey, are you laughing? You must be laughing under that mask." "No, I..." Before Xiao Rufing could finish speaking, Dugu Shuexian, who was in his arms, suddenly ripped off the mask on Xiao Rufing's face. She was too fast. Xiao Rufing didn't even have time to react. Seeing Xiao Rufing's face, Dugu Shuexian and Xiao Qin both had black lines on their foreheads. "Xiao Rufing, you're clearly back together with Jiangli, yet you ran to a place like this? Are you even human?" Xiao Chun said angrily. Dugu Shuexian also took off her mask and said with a fake smile, "Nephew, what did you say earlier about how my little aunt was going to compensate you?" Xiao Rufing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "I was joking. How could I sleep with you? Even if we don't have any blood relations, that would be immoral, right?" "How so?" "On the ancient grasslands, when the father died, the son could even inherit the stepmother," Dugu Shuexian said with a smile. "Little aunt, I was wrong. So, see you." With that, Xiao Rufing took off running. Dugu Shuexian bit her lip. He sure runs fast. At this moment, Xiao Chun stared at Dugu Shuexian in a daze. "What are you looking at?" Dugu Shuexian said impatiently. "Sister Shuexian, You're really beautiful. No wonder my cousin always wanted to marry you, Xiaochen said. Dugu Shuexian smiled slightly. Is that so? MHM, Xiaochen nodded vigorously. Thanks for the compliment. But, Dugu Shuexian grinned and said, I don't want to talk to anyone from the Xiao family. With that, Dugu Shuexian put her mask back on and went to chase after Xiao Rufeng. However, Xiao Rufeng was too fast, and Dugu Shuexian couldn't catch up. He runs really fast. But, Dugu Shuexian's eyes flickered. Judging from Xiao Rufeng's appearance, it doesn't seem like Yun Yin has succeeded yet. Speaking of which, where did that Yun Yin woman run off to? A short while later, Dugu Shuexian arrived at Yun Yan's door. She knocked on the door. After a while, Yun Yin, who had returned to her lowly form, opened the door. What are you here for? Yun Yin said. Oh dear, seeing you look so upset. What happened? Did you fail? Dugu Shuexian paused and added, I saw Xiao Rufeng outside earlier. That kid is getting more and more outrageous. He actually wanted to sleep with me. She said it on purpose. Yun Yin had a black line on her forehead and directly pushed Dugu Shuexian out the door. Slap. She closed the door again. Just joking, Dugu Shuexian said. Yun Yin then opened the door again and said weakly, If you want to laugh at me, go ahead. With that, Yun Yin went back into the room and lay on the bed. Dugu Shuexian walked in and closed the door. You actually came in, you perverted Lullicon, Yun Yin said. Dugu Shuexian had a black line on her forehead. Who's the Lullicon here? She paused, looked at Yun Yin, and her mood wasn't much better. She knew Yun Yan's difficulties, but she also had her own difficulties. Yun Yin. After a short while, Dugu Shuexian finally spoke. Does it have to be Xiao Rufeng? Do you think I want to seduce Xiao Rufeng? That kind of womanizing playboy is the kind of man I hate most in my life. But, Yun Yin turned over, faced up, and then said calmly, But, my father said that if I can't bring Xiao Rufeng to the Yun family's side before the Olympian Cup, he would strip my mother naked and parade her through the streets. Damn it. Dugu Shuexian cursed, Your dad is a real psycho, that's his wife. She paused, looked at Yun Yin, and said, Yun Yin, doesn't your Yun family already have the protection of the Southern Legion? Why do you still need to win over the Northern Legion? Didn't the Southern Legion recruit both our Yun family and the Xiao family? The Xiao family is stronger than our Yun family. If we have a conflict with the Xiao family in the future, the Southern Legion will definitely abandon our Yun family. What will the Yun family do then? So the Yun family wants you to get Xiao Rufeng to have a backup plan, is that it? Dugu Shuexian asked. That's right, Yun Yin said calmly. She paused and then added with a hint of sorrow, Are we women destined to be just pawns? For the sake of family interests, we have to compromise and be abused by men we don't like? Unlike her usual carefree and scheming self, Yun Yin seemed a bit emotionally broken at this moment. Dugu Shuexian stroked her chin, and then suddenly asked, So, you didn't seduce Xiao Rufeng? Yun Yin wanted to vomit blood. I did try to seduce him, but I failed, Yun Yin said. Really? Dugu Shuexian was extremely surprised. You didn't take birth control pills and transform? I took them, but I still failed. Hey, is Xiao Rufeng that honorable? She had personally seen Dugu Shuexian's transformed appearance, which was definitely a knockout in the world. Not to mention men, even women would be moved by it. But you still failed? If it weren't for Yun Yan's depressed look, Dugu Shuexian wouldn't have believed it. Ahem. Dugu Shuexian coughed lightly twice, and then said, Yun Yin, look on the bright side. At least you didn't lose your body to a man you didn't like. Yun Yin calmed down. Don't like? Although I hate womanizing men, Xiao Rufeng is quite interesting. If I were with this man, it shouldn't be boring. No. At this moment, Dugu Shuexian suddenly said. Yun Yin turned her head to look at Dugu Shuexian, rolled her eyes. It's none of your business, okay? You don't even have any blood relation with Xiao Rufeng, and you even have the nerve to call yourself his little aunt? You want to control his private life? Who do you think you are? Dugu Shuexian was speechless. After all, what Yun Yin said was the truth. Strictly speaking, she didn't have any family relation with Xiao Rufeng. After all, even her older sister was a fake wife of Xiao's father. At that moment, Yun Yin suddenly grinned. Hey, Dugu Shuexian, don't tell me you've fallen for Xiao Rufeng? What's impossible? I'm his little. Dugu Shuexian stopped herself. She paused for a bit, then continued, Anyway, that kind of kid is not my type at all. Yun Yan's face suddenly showed a mischievous smile. I've decided. I'm going to conquer Xiao Rufeng. no matter what means I have to use. Yun Yin said. Dugu Shuexian had a black line on her forehead. Whatever you want. With that, Dugu Shuexian left angrily. Yun Yin was laughing and rolling around on the bed. Ah, that woman, Dugu Shuexian, is sometimes so easy to read. However, even if I don't stop her, her older sister won't let her lay a finger on Xia Rufeng, right? What will Dugu Shuexian choose? Things are starting to get interesting. Yun Yan's face was full of a gossip lover's excitement. Some people say that women are made of gossip. That's not an exaggeration. Compared to men, women definitely liked gossip more. At this moment, as a gossip lover, the gloom in Yun Yan's heart was swept away. Dugu Shuexian is indeed my lucky charm, wahaha. On the other side, back at the Nine Tails Martial Academy camp, Dugu Shuexian seemed very restless. What's wrong with him? I kindly worry about him, and he turns around and insults me. But Dugu Shuexian fell silent. What kind of feelings do I have for Xia Rufeng? At first, I really just saw him as a kid. After all, I was a full 17 years older than him. But the more I interact with him, the more I understand this guy, the more incredible I find him. He once single-handedly rescued Enlei from my hands, and then he broke into the forest to save me. These aren't things that a kid can do. Dugu Shuexian leaned against the window, looking outside. Although that guy is sometimes very immature, am I very mature? Would a mature woman's heart race because of the flirtation of a kid? Oh, speaking of it, I haven't even dated before. What exactly is love? The more she thought about it, the more confused Dugu Shuexian became. At that moment, Enlei suddenly appeared outside the window. Master, what's wrong? You're spacing out again, Enlei said. Do I space out often? You rarely did before, but you've been spacing out a lot recently. Enlei paused, blinked her eyes, and added, Master, are you in love? Chapter 109. Enlei's date and an encounter with her ex-husband. Cough, cough. Dugu Shuexian choked. No. How is that possible? Enlei chuckled. Master's flustered. So it must be true. Tell me, who is it? The man who can make Master's soul be so captured must be remarkable, right? Okay, stop talking nonsense. If Master says no, then no? Dugu Shuexian said again. Okay. Enlei paused and added, By the way, Master, I have a date tonight. Can you take care of Enchi for me? Who are you going on a date with? Enlei smiled. Besides Xia Rufeng, who else would it be? I'm his woman. Can I go on dates with other men? That would be cheating, right? Oh, I see. Dugu Shuexian said calmly. Thank you, Master. With that, Enlei brought Enchi over and then waved goodbye. Dating Xia Rufeng, huh? Dugu Shuexian was silent, not sure what she was thinking. At 7 p.m., Xia Rufeng held Enlei's hand as they slowly walked down a street in the small town. Enlei's face was flushed. She was both happy and nervous. Rufeng, call me husband, Xia Rufeng said with a chuckle. Enlei pouted her lips. You haven't formally taken me into your household yet. According to Tianqin law, even taking a concubine required the consent of the other party's parents. Then, there needed to be a betrothal gift and a formal entry into the household. Although it wasn't as grand as a wedding, there were still corresponding procedures. However, few people in modern times took concubines. Even if someone did, they wouldn't dare to publicize it. They would be criticized and condemned. So, concubines were usually taken secretly, and naturally those procedures were no longer needed. At this moment, Enlei smiled and said, I was just joking. Whether or not we go through the process, I'm already yours. Xia Rufeng shook his head. No. After the Olympian Cup is over, I will propose to your father. Enlei's biological father was Luo Yang, the city lord of Jiang City. Although the father and daughter still had a rift, it had eased a lot thanks to Xia Rufeng's mediation. At least, Enlei was willing to talk about her biological father now. Before, she couldn't even hear her father's name. At this moment, Xia Rufeng added, however, if I really go to see City Lord Luo Yang, he might break my legs. Why? Enlei remembered something and chuckled. Is it because you are going to take a concubine? Yeah. What parent would allow their daughter to be a concubine? City Lord Luo Yang actually cares a lot about you. Xia Rufeng paused, looked at Enlei, and then added, Enlei, you are the first person to clearly say you want to marry me. You actually don't have to be a concubine. Enlei shook her head. Being your wife is too much pressure. It's more comfortable to be a concubine. And besides, a divorced woman like me? Before she could finish speaking, Xia Rufeng covered Enlei's lips with his own. After a short while, Xia Rufeng moved his lips away. He He looked at Enlei and said calmly, "Don't put yourself down like that. So what if you're divorced?" "I like that." Enlei's eyes turned red, and she actively kissed Xiaorufeng's lips. After a tender moment, the two reluctantly separated. Enlei's face was red and she lowered her head, twisting her hands. Xiaorufeng smiled and said, "I respect your choice. Image him." Just as Xiaorufeng was about to say something, he suddenly turned his head. Not far away, a man was staring at Xiaorufeng with a vicious expression. It was He Shuai, Enlei's ex-husband. Wow, what a small world. It was very clear that He Shuai had witnessed the whole scene of Xiaorufeng and Enlei's passionate kiss. Enlei, on the other hand, was very calm. "Enlei, are you shameless?" He Shuai said angrily. "What do you mean?" Enlei said calmly, "I'm kissing my husband. How is that shameless? On the other hand, you, peeping at couples kissing, are you a pervert?" He Shuai's anger flared up at those words. But he didn't dare to act rashly, because the other party was Xiaorufeng. In the first round of the Olympian Cup, even a 9th-tier martial artist was no match for him. And he himself had only just become an 8th-tier martial artist, so he was even more outmatched. So he could only rage in impotence. "Enlei, let me tell you one thing. Never bully a young person for being poor. Although I'm only a lieutenant now, give me 10 more years, and I have the confidence to be promoted to Major General. By then, what will Xiaorufeng have to compare with me? No matter how strong he is, he's just a commoner." He Shuai added. Enlei couldn't help but laugh. She was the first woman, besides the Bai sisters, among Xiaorufeng's women to know that Xiaorufeng was the commander of the Northern Legion. Although she wanted to say, "My husband is already the Grand Marshal of the Northern Legion at 22 years old, she didn't say it. On one hand, Xiaorufeng's identity was still confidential. On the other hand, she didn't want to hit He Shuai too hard. She wasn't the type of person to bully others by using her power. "Husband, let's go." Enlei then took Xiaorufeng's hand and left. Xiaorufeng glanced at He Shuai without saying anything. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. He Shuai naturally couldn't do anything to him or Enlei. Enlei already had a lot of martial arts talent. Since Xiaorufeng had washed and refined her meridians, her martial arts cultivation had improved even faster. She was already a 9th-tier martial artist now. But what if this guy lays his hands on Enchi? If only I had a defensive talisman. But making talismans requires a dark attribute spirit root, which is even rarer than a thunder attribute spirit root. I haven't heard of anyone having a dark attribute spirit root yet. While he was musing, Enlei's voice sounded, "Husband, Rufeng? Husband Rufeng?" "Ah, sorry," Xiaorufeng said. Enlei smiled. "Let's go back." Although she didn't know what Xiaorufeng was thinking about, she could tell that he wasn't in the mood to go out anymore. "Don't you want to walk around anymore?" Xiaorufeng asked. Enlei shook her head. "No, I'm a bit worried about Enchi." "Okay, let's go back then." After that, Xiaorufeng directly used wind-based magic to send Enlei back to the Nine-Tails Martial Academy camp. And he returned to the Sky Kuan Martial Academy camp. When he got back to his room, Bai Shui wasn't there. He closed the door, sat cross-legged on the bed, and started thinking about making talismans. After a long time, Xiaorufeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He discovered a blind spot that he had overlooked. His beast-taming ability was actually quite similar to making talismans. Making talismans was about injecting one's spiritual power into the talisman, while beast-taming was about injecting spiritual power into the beasts. Then what if I inject my spiritual power into talismans? Thinking about this, Xiaorufeng was very excited. "Let's do this, let's do this." He then left the camp and went to a library in Mountley. This place was originally a knowledge treasure trove of the martial arts world, containing many martial arts body refining books. Now that cultivation was public, the Earth Remnant families had donated many cultivation books from Earth to the library. Of course, these people were also careful. They didn't donate any good spells. What they donated were the ones they didn't need. This included books on making talismans. After all, without a dark attribute spirit root, it was impossible to make talismans. "Ah, I found it." After that, Xiaorufeng began reading in a corner of the library. It was already dawn when he returned to the camp. Standing at his bedroom door, Xiaorufeng could feel that Bai Shui was in the room. He was a bit conflicted about whether or not to go in. While he was hesitating, the bedroom door suddenly opened. Bai Shui's figure appeared in the doorway. She was wearing a nightgown, very light. And she wasn't wearing a bra under her nightgown. "I heard some movement outside." Bai Shui paused and added, "Why don't you come in?" "I was afraid of disturbing you. You aren't asleep?" Xiao Rufeng said. A little bit of insomnia. Bai Shui paused and added, come in. Xiao Rufeng nodded. Have some tea. Bai Shui poured Xiao Rufeng a cup of tea and then chuckled. I heard that you went out on a date with Enlei. I thought you wouldn't be back tonight. As she said this, Bai Shui suddenly realized something. She suddenly covered her chest. She thought Xiao Rufeng wouldn't be back tonight, so she didn't wear a bra. After all, it wasn't comfortable to sleep with a bra. If it were before, Bai Shui's, I'm not trying to hide anything, act would have made Xiao Rufeng's hormones surge. But tonight, he didn't react at all. Seeing this, Bai Shui felt a subtle sense of disappointment. It's late, go to sleep, Bai Shui added. You go to sleep first. I have something to do, Xiao Rufeng said. Oh. Bai Shui didn't say anything. She then climbed into bed and lay down. She turned sideways and looked at Xiao Rufeng. Does Xiao Rufeng no longer have any interest in me? A self-deprecating smile appeared on her lips. That's also understandable. After all, he's surrounded by beauties. I don't have any cultivation talent, and I can't help him with anything. He will probably forget me soon. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly turned his head. He had originally wanted to find something, but he just happened to see Bai Shui looking at him. Are you waiting for me to get in bed? Xiao Rufeng said jokingly. Bai Shui's face turned slightly red, and then she glared at Xiao Rufeng. No, don't be so narcissistic. With that, she turned around, her back facing Xiao Rufeng. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng added, I'm trying to make talismans. Talismans? Bai Shui turned around again. She got up from the bed and walked behind Xiao Rufeng. I heard that only geniuses with dark attribute spirit roots can make talismans. Just trying it out. Xiao Rufeng paused and then took out a simple talisman paper and said, This is an ice-based talisman I made. See if you can use it? Bai Shui took the talisman and asked, How do I use it? Call me husband, and then throw the talisman out? Xiao Rufeng said, Bai Shui. Why do I have to call you husband? Ahem, just kidding. Xiao Rufeng paused and added, Just light the talisman. Bai Shui lit the talisman in her hand, half believing it. Then, suddenly cold water poured down from above, directly drenching Bai Shui to the bone. The nightgown she was wearing was already thin, and after being soaked by water, it clung tightly to her body, revealing all her curves. Oh dear, Xiao Rufeng said with an embarrassed expression. It seems that the craftsmanship still needs improvement. Is that all you have to say? Bai Shui said with a dark expression. I'll go turn on the hot water in the bathroom right now. You can soak in a good bath later. With that, Xiao Rufeng ran to the bathroom to fill the bathtub with warm water. I was just trying it out, and it actually worked. Although his debut was embarrassing, it was very significant. It showed that his guess was right. He could indeed make talismans. After being excited, Xiao Rufeng's mind was gradually occupied by the alluring image of Bai Shui when she was wet. After all, it was only natural for those who are full to think of sex. Hey, the water in the bathtub is overflowing. What are you thinking about? At this moment, Bai Shui's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Rufeng turned his head and saw that Bai Shui had already come over with her bathing supplies. I was wondering if I should help you rub your back or something? Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle. Chapter 110. Why do I care more and more about a heartless playboy? Thank you, no need. With that, Bai Shui pushed Xiao Rufeng out of the bathroom. Xiao Rufeng returned to the bedroom with regret and continued to study engraving and making talismans. Speaking of which, talismans are divided into spell talismans and soul talismans. I've already confirmed that I can make spell talismans, but I wonder if I can make soul talismans? Thinking about this, Xiao Rufeng felt eager to try it out. He left the camp and then caught a wild rabbit nearby. He brought the rabbit back to his bedroom and successfully sealed the rabbit's soul into a talisman paper. I did it. Xiao Rufeng was very excited. Then, a trace of confusion appeared in Xiao Rufeng's eyes. Speaking of which, what exactly is the situation with my spirit roots? He could use wind-based and fire-based magic, and now he could use dark abilities, so there was a high probability that he also had a dark spirit root. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly picked up his phone and dialed a phone number. After ringing for a long time, the phone was answered. Hello. A lazy, yawning voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Dugu Shuexian's voice. Little Ant, how do you identify spirit roots? You need professional equipment. However, some people with sensitive senses of smell can smell it. After all, the aura emitted from spirit roots of different elements is different, Dugu Shuexian said. Spirit roots can be smelled with your nose? I already said, only a very few people with super sensitive senses of smell can do that. After all, The spirit root is inside the body, and the body is a barrier, blocking the aura from spreading out. Ordinary people definitely can't smell it. Then where can I find such a person? Xiao Rufeng asked. Who do you want to check the spirit roots for? Dugu Shuexian asked. Myself. Ah, you haven't gone to the Martial Arts Association to check your spirit roots? Dugu Shuexian asked in surprise. No. Then you don't even know your spirit root attributes? How did you learn magic? Dugu Shuexian added. This? Xiao Rufeng didn't say anything. He couldn't tell Dugu Shuexian that he learned it in his dreams. Even if he did, she wouldn't believe him. At this time, Dugu Shuexian added, Okay, if you don't want to say, then don't. She paused and then said, I can check spirit roots. What do you mean? You don't believe me? No, I'm just a little surprised. Xiao Rufeng paused and then said, That's great. Little ant, I'll go find you now. Wait. Dugu Shuexian quickly said, It's so late. If you come to find me and someone sees you, wouldn't they misunderstand? What does it matter? A lot of people already know that you're my little ant. But we don't have any blood relation. That may be so, but... Before Xiao Rufeng could finish, Dugu Shuexian said, You go book a room at a bed and breakfast first, and I'll go find you. Okay. After that, Xiao Rufeng left the room after leaving a note behind. In the bathroom, Bai Shui had already finished her bath and was caught in a dilemma of whether to wear a bra under her nightgown. If she didn't wear a bra, it would seem like she was trying to seduce Xiao Rufeng. If she wore a bra, then what was the point of living in Xiao Rufeng's room? She could have lived with Bai Bing, but she specifically chose to live in Xiao Rufeng's room. Wasn't that because she wanted to go a step further with him? That night, she fainted and Xiao Rufeng carried her all the way to the hospital, without even wearing shoes. Bai Shui wasn't a woman with a heart of stone, and she wasn't slow when it came to feelings. She could feel that Xiao Rufeng still liked her. So what could she do for him? It didn't seem like she could repay Xiao Rufeng for what he had done just by helping him make up with Zhongli. So, her biggest value was her body. She had decided, if Xiao Rufeng wanted it, she would give it. However, although they had been living together for a few days, Xiao Rufeng had never asked her to sleep with him, which made Bai Shui quite distressed. She couldn't possibly be the one to ask him to sleep with her, could she? That would really be too difficult for Bai Shui. She was extremely shy when it came to sex. Even though she was engaged to Ning Tao, she never slept with him. Now asking her to actively seek sex was just too hard to say out loud. After struggling for a while, Bai Shui took a deep breath, a determined look flickering through her eyes. She took off the bra she had just put on and returned to the bedroom, her face flushed, wearing only a thin nightgown. But Xiao Rufeng was nowhere to be seen in the bedroom. On the bedside table, there was a note that read, Bai Shui, I have something to do, so I went out. I might not be back tonight. After you finish your bath, go to sleep early. It was signed with Xiao Rufeng's name, with a little heart drawn next to it. Bai Shui sighed in relief, but also had a sense of indescribable disappointment. Although she said she was just trying to repay a debt, Bai Shui also knew that Xiao Rufeng was becoming more and more important in her heart. Even though she remembered her memories from her past life and knew that she had a fiancé in her past life. Even though her fiancé from this life, Ning Tao, was still alive. She couldn't stop Xiao Rufeng from invading Bai Shui's heart. Bai Shui held the note left by Xiao Rufeng, lay on the bed, and tapped the note with Xiao Rufeng's name on it with her finger. He's clearly a heartless playboy, so why do I care more and more about him? On the other side, Xiao Rufeng booked a room at a bed and breakfast in a slightly remote area of Mountly. About an hour later, a woman wearing sunglasses and wrapped up tightly entered the room. Like a secret affair. The woman muttered while taking off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a mature and stunning face. It was Dugu Shuexian. Thank you for your trouble, little ant, Xiao Rufeng said, putting his hands together. It's good to know it's trouble. It proves you still have a conscience. Dugu Shuexian paused and then added, Why did you suddenly decide to check your spirit roots in the middle of the night? To be honest, I might have a dark spirit root, Xiao Rufeng said. Hiss. Dugu Shuexian gasped. Dark and white spirit roots were extremely rare spirit roots in the world. Dark spirit roots could use shadow magic and transform into a shadow. They could also hide their dark spiritual power in a talisman paper to form a talisman. And white spirit roots, also known as light spirit roots, could be used to treat wounds and diseases. They were born healers. These two types of spirit roots belong to the rarest of the rare spirit roots. So far, no one with dark or white spirit roots had been discovered in Blue Star. Why do you say you have a dark spirit root? Dugu Shuexian collected herself and then asked. It's just, Xiao Rufeng took out a talisman, lit it, and threw it out the window. Then, a materialized soul of a rabbit suddenly appeared outside the window. Although it was just an ordinary rabbit, and the soul only lasted for a very short time, it was enough to prove that Xiao Rufeng had the ability of a talisman maker. Dugu Shuixian was dumbfounded. Although she had never seen a talisman maker, she had heard her family elders say that, in the developed cultivation civilizations on Earth, talisman makers were the objects that all the forces would try to win over. Not only were they as rich as the country, but their social status was also very high. She never imagined that there would be a talisman maker right beside her. A short while later, Dugu Shuixian calmed down. She looked at Xiao Rufeng and then said, Rufeng, do you know what it means to have a dark spirit root? Of course I know. The enemies will try every means to kill me, Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle. You know, and you still told me? Is Little Ant my enemy? Xiao Rufeng asked in return. Of course I'm not, but you can't just tell anyone. Dugu Shuixian added. Xiao Rufeng smiled. I didn't just tell anyone. I just think that Little Ant is one of my own. Dugu Shuixian's heart tightened again, and her heart rate suddenly increased. Damn it, how can my heart be beating faster for my nephew? Although there isn't any blood relation. A short while later, Dugu Shuixian took a deep breath and calmed down. You really are a handful. She paused and said, I will check your spirit roots again. To be honest, I have never known the aura of a dark spirit root. I'll take this opportunity to record it. How do you check? Xiao Rufeng asked. Take off your clothes first. Dugu Shuixian paused and then quickly explained, the spirit roots are in the dantian. It's hard to smell the spirit root aura without getting close to the other party's body. I understand. I'll go to the bathroom first, Dugu Shuixian said. With that, she left. A short while later, when she came back, Xiao Rufeng had already taken off all his clothes. Dugu Shuixian was covered in sweat. It's enough to take off your upper clothing. Who told you to take off everything? Xiao Rufeng's toned physique made Dugu Shuixian's face turn red. Ah, is that how it is? Xiao Rufeng was also a little embarrassed. He put his pants back on. Dugu Shuixian composed herself and then stood in front of the bare-chested Xiao Rufeng. She put her nose against Xiao Rufeng's abdomen. It was itchy. Don't move, Dugu Shuixian added. In fact, her heart was pounding like a drum. After all, this posture, this action, was a bit erotic. After a while, Dugu Shuixian looked very shocked. What's wrong? I can't smell it. What can't you smell? The spirit roots. I can't smell any aura of spirit roots, Dugu Shuixian said. Xiao Rufeng was surprised. No way. Let's put aside the dark spirit root for now, but I can use wind-based magic and ice-based magic. How can I not have those two kinds of spirit roots? Dugu Shuixian shook her head. No. Xiao Rufeng pondered for a while, and then asked, by the way, Little Ant, do you know the star structure of other spells? Knowing the star structure would allow him to cast the spell. Dugu Shuixian nodded. After that, Dugu Shuixian told Xiao Rufeng about earth-based magic, metal-based magic, and fire-based magic. Then, under Dugu Shuixian's dumbfounded gaze, Xiao Rufeng cast them all out. You had to know that it was very rare for a person to have two different elemental spirit roots and to be able to cast spells of two different attributes. So, what exactly is going on with Xiao Rufeng? Dugu Shuixian took a deep breath and then suddenly pushed Xiao Rufeng onto the bed. Xiao Rufeng was startled. Little Ant, what are you doing? Dugu Shuixian rolled her eyes at Xiao Rufeng. Don't overthink it. I'm not going to sleep with you. I just want to double check. After that, Dugu Shuixian placed her face against Xiao Rufeng's abdomen again. This time she pressed even closer. Even Dugu Shuixian's lips touched Xiao Rufeng's abdomen. Dugu Shuixian's actions caused the hormones in Xiao Rufeng's body to stir. After a while, Dugu Shuixian sat up straight. Little Ant, how is it? Xiao Rufeng asked. Dugu Shuixian shook her head. I still can't smell it. Could it be that Little Ant has a stuffy nose today? Xiao Rufeng asked. No. I can even smell Jianglu's scent on you. You've slept with Jianglu, haven't you? Dugu Shuixian asked. Xiao Rufeng was startled. He did sleep with Jianglu, but how many days ago was that? It had been a week, and he had already showered many times. How could she still smell it? Xiao Rufeng's scalp went numb. If anyone were to marry Little Ant, they wouldn't be able to cheat, because she'd find out for sure. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng suddenly thought of something. Little Ant, do you know Jianglu? Dugu Shuixian nodded. You'd better stay away from that woman. That woman is very scary. Dugu Shuixian didn't say the specifics. She paused, glared at Xiao Rufeng, and then added, I can smell the scent of a lot of women on you. You really are a heartless playboy. Hee hee hee. There was no way to deny it. In front of Dugu Shuixian's nose, any denial would be futile. Luckily, Dugu Shuixian didn't pursue the matter. She yawned, okay, I'm going back to sleep. I'm so sleepy. Xiao Rufeng chuckled and said, just sleep here. I sleep very deeply. It's not safe to sleep in a strange place, Dugu Shuixian said. It's okay. I'll protect you. Xiao Rufeng said with a chuckle. Dugu Shuixian looked at Xiao Rufeng and added, will you take advantage of me while I'm sleeping? Definitely not. Xiao Rufeng paused and added, I respect you, just like I respect Aunt Li Hua. Dugu Shuixian's lips twitched slightly, but she didn't say anything. She yawned again and then said, then, I'll leave it to you. With that, Dugu Shuixian lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Xiao Rufeng walked over, preparing to cover Dugu Shuixian with a blanket. At this moment, Dugu Shuixian was indeed sleeping very deeply, but her sleeping posture is too unrestrained. Her body was lying sideways on the bed, her legs were apart, and the straps of her bra had slipped down her arms. Her breathing was light, as if she was deep in a dream. Her voluptuous and sexy body, and her fleeting posture, conveyed a sense of unrestrained charm, as if she was calling out to something. This sleeping posture made it easy to imagine what she was like when she was having sex. Her long hair was scattered, gently covering the quilt, like a beautiful mist curtain, like a painting. Her body emitted a faint fragrance, intoxicating, making people want to kiss every corner of her body. Chapter 111. A reward if you win. No wonder Xiao Yang was so obsessed with possessing her. She truly is a breathtaking beauty. Her figure is perfect. Any more would be too voluptuous, any less too thin. Gazing at the sleeping Dugu Shuixian, Xiao Rufeng felt his own hormones stirring. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation. After covering her with a blanket, he stepped onto the balcony. Outside, the night was ablaze with twinkling lights, the moon hung high, and the bustling world seemed to fade into emptiness. Leaning against the balcony railing, Xiao Rufeng quietly gazed at the full moon in the starry sky. I hear Earth has a moon too, and it's even more beautiful. His gaze was calm. Was it on Earth that I met the Empress in my past life? Is she still alive? If so, is she still on Earth, or has she ascended to the immortal realm? If we meet again, will she still try to perish together with me? His thoughts were a tangled mess. After a while, Xiao Rufeng sat down cross-legged. He had only intended to take a short nap, as he had a competition the next day. But he fell asleep. And once again, he dreamt of the man named Li Shang, his life before his last. Li Shang was cultivating. But he wasn't cultivating magic, but swordsmanship. Can the sword also lead to enlightenment? Gradually, Xiao Rufeng understood. Cultivation was the comprehension of the laws of the universe. Elemental laws were a crucial part, but there were many others, the laws of life, time, space, and so on. And the way of the sword was also a universal law. A sense of enlightenment washed over him. Then, he woke up. Dawn had broken. After a brief moment of disorientation, Xiao Rufeng snapped fully awake. Damn, I entered a meditative state again. Last time, I was unconscious for days. Hope it's not the same this time. He quickly grabbed his phone to check the time and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, just a few hours. I can still make it to the competition. Composing himself, he entered the bedroom. Dugu Shuixian was still asleep, her sleeping posture even more unrestrained. Auntie, time to wake up, Xiao Rufeng nudged her. She didn't stir. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, if you don't wake up, my hand's going under your clothes. Dugu Shuixian's eyes snapped open. Seeing Xiao Rufeng's face, she instinctively kicked him, sending him flying. Moments later, a soaking wet Xiao Rufeng crawled out of the lake outside the balcony. Dugu Shuixian, are you trying to murder your nephew? If it were anyone else, even a 9th-level warrior, that kick would have sent them to the afterlife. He glared at her. Oh dear, she covered her mouth. I'm sorry, but... She hesitated, then added with a reproachful look, it's your fault, nephew, for teasing your auntie. It was just a joke. Even if we weren't related, I wouldn't make a move on you. I may be a lot of things, but I do have basic moral standards. That's good to know. She yawned and flopped back onto the bed. Why are you going back to sleep? Xiao Rufeng felt a headache coming on. Let me sleep a little longer. No acting cute, It doesn't suit you, he retorted. Even old ladies have a girlish side. She paused. I haven't slept this soundly in ages. Because I was here guarding you? What a narcissistic little brat. She paused again. But yes, it's because of you. She continued. I used to be so afraid you would abandon our Dugu family that I was even considering offering myself to you to bind you to us. But now I understand. Even without that, you wouldn't abandon us. Because my sister is your family, like a mother to you. You wouldn't stand by and watch your mother's family perish. You cunning woman, but... Xiao Rufeng chuckled. I don't dislike it. He added, Get up, I need to go back. I have a match today. Against that Alan fellow? Yeah. Dugu Shuexian sat up, her expression serious. That Alan, in cultivation terms, is around Qi condensation level 6, but his combat power is comparable to level 9. And he's incredibly bloodthirsty. Be careful. Understood. I'm off. He paused, turned back to her, and showed her a picture on his phone with a grin. Auntie, you look quite cute when you sleep, like a little kid. Hey, you took a picture of me? And you say I'm like a kid? Dugu Shuexian scowled. Sometimes you're all dominant older woman, other times you're quite childish. Whoa, scary. Gotta run. With that, he jumped off the balcony and flew away using wind magic. Dugu Shuexian followed him to the balcony. Watching him disappear into the distance, she lit a cigarette, took a drag, and blew out a smoke ring. Like a child? It's been years since anyone said that to me. But a faint smile touched her lips. I don't dislike it. Back at the camp, Xiao Rufeng, still dripping wet, found everyone else had already left for the arena. Bai Bing was just about to leave. Just back from a water gun fight? She asked, her face impassive. Fell in the water, Xiao Rufeng said, improvising. He had spent the entire night with Dugu Shuexian. While nothing inappropriate happened, such things were hard to prove. Is that so? Bai Bing didn't press further and turned to leave. Bingmei, where are you going? Business. Come cheer me on. I hear today's opponent is pretty brutal. Bai Bing glanced back at him. If you lose to someone like that, you're not qualified to be my superior. With that, she left. Bingmei is so strict, Bai Shui said, emerging from the courtyard. Xiao Rufeng looked at her expectantly. Don't bother. I'm wearing underwear, she chuckled. Despite his thick skin, Xiao Rufeng felt a twinge of embarrassment at having his thoughts read. Bai Shui approached him. Go take a shower and change. Okay. After showering and changing, he opened the bathroom door to find Bai Shui still standing there. Waiting for me? He asked. What else? He gave her a thumbs up. My taste in women is impeccable. They're all wife material. Wife material, huh? Bai Shui mused silently. She didn't consider herself wife material. She had remembered her past life and her handsome fiancé, but she felt nothing for him. Is it because he's a lover from a past life that I feel nothing? But if the feelings were deep, even a past life lover would evoke something, at least his name. Feeling nothing, not even remembering his name. Does that mean I'm inherently unfeeling? Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around her waist. Hey, Xiao Rufeng, what are you doing? She snapped. What are you thinking about? He asked. A past lover, she replied. Xiao Rufeng's mood instantly plummeted, assuming she was referring to Ning Tao. Bai Shui knew this, but didn't offer an explanation. How could she? Who would believe in past lives? Composing herself, she smiled faintly. Jealous? Hemph, I don't care, he retorted. A genuine smile graced her lips. Though he was being childish, she didn't mind. He was jealous because of her, after all. As he walked ahead, she caught up and linked her arm through his. Oh, are you really mad? Men's words are so unreliable. Someone once said they wouldn't mind if I had another man in my heart. Xiao Rufeng choked. He had indeed said those words. Bai Shui continued, a playful smile on her face. Do your best in today's match. If you win, I have a reward for you. Xiao Rufeng's eyes lit up. What reward? He swallowed hard. You'll have to wait and see. She paused, her smile widening. You'll never guess. Now I'm even more curious. Then make sure you win, she said. Roger that. Half an hour later, Bai Shui was in the audience, and Xiao Rufeng was in the contestants area, where the competitors for the day were gathered. Among them was his opponent, Alan. Alan was tall, almost 6'3", with a muscular build that exuded an intimidating aura. But more intimidating than his physique was the bloodthirsty air he radiated. Seated with him was a young woman, seemingly unaffected by his presence. Ai Ku. Upon Xiao Rufeng's arrival, AI Ku approached him. I thought you'd have run scared and forfeited. She chuckled. Forfeit? Never. I'm looking forward to winning my reward. Oh, you think you can beat Alan? AI Ku lowered her voice. Xiao Rufeng, I advise you to forfeit. Alan may only be at Qi condensation level 6, but his combat power is close to Foundation Establishment. He's our master's prized disciple and the strongest competitor from the Gluttony Martial Academy. You're no match for him. How would I know if I don't try? Xiao Rufeng smiled. AI Ku shook her head and returned to her seat, her gaze lingering on him. Such a pity. If he valued his life, his potential might surpass Alan's. But right now, he has no chance. Because... She glanced at Alan. Alan will use forbidden drugs if he's losing. Drugs that temporarily boost cultivation by burning lifespan. He'll gain Foundation Establishment. Level power for a short time. No matter Xiao Rufeng's potential at this stage, facing Foundation Establishment power means certain death. She truly admired Xiao Rufeng, which made this all the more regrettable. What a waste. A commotion rippled through the contestant area, particularly among the men. AI Ku turned to see a woman in military uniform striding towards them. Qinyu. Qinyu was a stunning beauty, naturally drawing male attention. The recent announcement of her engagement to the Northern Border Commander had only amplified her allure. What's she doing here? AI Ku wondered. She didn't know Xiao Rufeng's identity as the commander, nor his relationship with Qinyu. Ning Tao, her junior, hadn't revealed this information. Not out of loyalty, but because he still hoped his senior disciples would help him deal with Xiao Rufeng. If they knew Xiao Rufeng commanded tens of thousands of elite soldiers, who would dare cross him? Major, a man next to Xiao Rufeng sprang to attention and saluted Qinyu. At ease. Good luck in today's match, Qinyu said, patting his shoulder. Yes, Major, the man replied excitedly. AI Ku blinked. I see. I remember him. He was from the Eastern Legion, seconded to the Rhino Martial Academy for the auspicious God Cup. Coming here to encourage her subordinate. How caring of this young miss from the Eastern Legion. The man from the Eastern Legion was called to his match. As he left, Qinyu took his seat, next to Xiao Rufeng. Confident about today's match? She asked softly. Are you concerned about me? Xiao Rufeng smirked. I'd rather not become a widow before I even officially marry, Qinyu said flatly. He grinned. I'll do my best to prevent that. Qinyu remained silent. After their engagement, she had someone investigate Xiao Rufeng. She knew he was somewhat of a playboy, but the investigation revealed he was a veritable womanizer. The thought of marrying such a man made her question the meaning of life. Boos erupted from the arena. Sounds like your subordinate lost, Xiao Rufeng commented. Qinyu snapped back to attention and looked at the fourth ring, where her subordinate lay battered and bruised. The announcer's voice boomed. Will Xiao Rufeng from the Skycun Martial Academy and Alan from the Gluttony Martial Academy please proceed to Ring 4? Xiao Rufeng stood up. Ring 4, huh? Unlucky number. He stretched and then turned to Qinyu with a grin. Qinyu, my dear wife-to-be, I made a deal with your father. If I die, you're free. No longer bound by our engagement. Is that so? Qinyu's expression remained neutral. So, do you want me to win or be beaten to death? He teased. Qinyu remained silent. He shrugged and hummed a tune as he left. Moments later, Xiao Rufeng and Alan faced each other on Ring 4. Instantly, all eyes were on them. The match was brimming with intrigue. Xiao Rufeng was the dark horse of the tournament, while Alan was the notorious killing demon. Bets were being placed on whether Alan would add another kill to his tally, with the odds heavily stacked against Xiao Rufeng. His friends and acquaintances watched nervously. Even the usually composed by Shue's hands were sweating. Zhongli covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. In the contestant area, Qinyu stood, her gaze fixed on Ring 4, her expression unreadable. Amidst the tension, the live feed from Ring 4 suddenly switched to the commentator's booth. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have Bai Bing from the Skycun Martial Academy joining us as a guest commentator, the host announced. On screen, Bai Bing's expression was cool and aloof, her eyes like ice crystals in the depths of winter, radiating an indescribable allure. Her green dress flowed gracefully, ethereal as a fairy, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Her beauty captivated the audience. Stunning. Bai Bing's appearance ignited excitement among the men watching, both live and on screen. While some preferred warm and sensual older women, many were drawn to Bai Bing's icy, unattainable beauty. Xiao Rufeng was also surprised. She's a commentator? And she didn't even tell me. The host turned to Bai Bing. Miss Bai Bing, what are your thoughts on the match between Xiao Rufeng and Alan? Xiao Rufeng will win, naturally. Is that because he's your teammate, blind support? No, Bai Bing's gaze remained fixed on Ring 4. That man cares about appearances. His woman and child are watching him. He won't lose. Ah, is that all? The host paused. Not to underestimate Xiao Rufeng, but most people believe Alan is stronger. The odds reflect that. Then let's make a bet, Bai Bing said calmly. What kind of bet? If Xiao Rufeng wins, you run naked. And if he loses, the host countered. I run naked. Bai Bing's expression remained unchanged. Chapter 112, Xiao Rufeng, is he going to die? The words caused an uproar, followed by a surge of excited male hormones that filled the entire arena. All right, the host immediately agreed. In the audience, many male spectators, already favoring Alan, became even more supportive after Bai Bing's bet. After all, if Alan won, they would get to see Bai Bing's streak. Go Alan! Go Alan! The cheers for Alan echoed through the entire venue. In the crowd, Bai Shui covered her forehead with one hand. What is Bai Bing thinking? On the ring, Xiao Rufeng was also rubbing his head, feeling a headache coming on. Oh boy, I absolutely cannot lose now. He certainly didn't want anyone else to see Bai Bing's body. Just then, the referee blew his whistle, and the match officially began. However, neither Xiao Rufeng nor Alan rushed into an attack. Alan stared at Xiao Rufeng expressionlessly and said, Erica told me to give you a chance. Concede now, and I won't kill you. Thanks, Erica-chan, but I don't plan on conceding. After all, I don't want Bing Mei to streak. Besides, someone promised me a reward for winning. Xiao Rufeng grinned. Is that so? Alan's expression remained indifferent. Then please, go die. Alan raised his hand, and instantly, the entire number 4 arena was engulfed in dense flames. He wasn't holding back. He immediately unleashed a fire-based spell, Inferno C. This was a B-rank spell, already considered a high-level spell on Blue Star. After all, the ancestors of these Earth descendants, the disciples who fell into the space tunnel and mistakenly landed on Blue Star, were originally just ordinary disciples. In Earth's wars, they weren't even considered cannon fodder and weren't even qualified to be on the front lines. They belonged to the logistics corps. To be precise, they were the ones who cleaned up the battlefields. These kinds of disciples, who were considered expendable in various sects on Earth, had very limited access to high-level spells. However, for Blue Star, which had only recently begun to experience spiritual energy revival, a B-rank spell was extremely powerful. Seeing Alan launch Inferno C from the start, Erica immediately stood up, her brow slightly furrowed. This Alan, I told him not to go too hard. She glanced at Xiao Rufeng, who was engulfed in flames, and sighed softly. What a pity. At the commentary booth, the host looked at Bai Bing, swallowed hard, and then said, Miss Bai Bing, it seems like you're going to lose. Is that so? Bai Bing's face remained expressionless. I don't think so. On the number 4 arena, Xiao Rufeng was completely unfazed despite being surrounded by flames. He looked at Alan and grinned. Alan, this little fire won't burn me to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of intense cold air emanated from around Xiao Rufeng, immediately forcing back the intense heat of the flames. Alan snorted coldly and flicked his fingers again, and then a large number of fireballs came raining down on Xiao Rufeng from all directions. Xiao Rufeng stood still, not moving. Images of him, observing his past life's cultivation, flashed in his mind. Then, he slowly raised his hand, and a long sword formed from spiritual energy appeared in the air. Xiao Rufeng gripped the spirit sword and swept it horizontally across the sky. Clang! Accompanied by a clear sword chime, an immense sword intent emanated from the spirit sword in Xiao Rufeng's hand and spread in all directions as he swung the sword. Boom! 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 The sword intent collided with the fireballs in the void, causing violent explosions. The energy from the collision even cracked the number 4 arena. It was important to note that the arena was built from specially treated materials that were not only fireproof but also extremely sturdy. This seemingly effortless sword strike from Xiao Rufeng stunned everyone. Not just the natives of Blue Star, but even these Earth descendants had never seen a sword cultivator. According to our ancestors, there was once a genius swordsman named Li Tian in the ancient times of Earth. But after that, sword cultivation declined. Now, even on Earth, no one practices sword arts. Who did this guy learn from? Compared to the confusion of the Earth descendants, Most of the spectators had a more simple reaction. They just thought that Xiao Rufeng's moves were incredibly cool. Oh dear, Erica observed the number 4 arena. Her expression surprised. This Xiao Rufeng hid this up his sleeve. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng began his counterattack. He tossed the spirit sword into the air, and it instantly transformed into dozens of spirit swords. Go! Xiao Rufeng pointed his finger, and the spirit swords instantly darted toward Alan. Alan reacted quickly, summoning a wall of earth for defense. All the spirit swords were blocked by the wall. But, crack. As the cracks in the earth wall grew bigger and bigger, it shattered within seconds. Xiao Rufeng's spirit swords continued to pierce towards Alan. Alan roared and his body instantly hardened, each muscle as tough as a meteor from outer space. The kinetic energy of Xiao Rufeng's spirit swords, after breaking the earth wall, was already depleted, making it unable to pierce Alan's hardened defense. However, Xiao Rufeng did not give Alan any time to react. He suddenly dashed to Alan's side and kicked him squarely in the crotch. I don't believe that you can harden this place. With the kick, Alan cried out in agony, clutching his groin and rolling around on the spot. Xiao Rufeng grinned. Looks like the match is decided. At that moment, Alan suddenly took out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Referee, did you see that? He took a pill. According to the rules of the Olympian Cup, it's forbidden to take medicine during the match, and it's especially forbidden to take performance-enhancing drugs. Xiao Rufeng protested. The referee also walked over to Alan and sternly said, Hey, what did you just eat? Then, to everyone's astonishment, Alan's body started to emanate a strong, sinister aura. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he instantly grabbed the referee by the neck. The referee died instantly. Everyone was shocked. It should be noted that these referees weren't ordinary people. Each possessed the strength of at least an 8th-level martial artist or higher. Yet Alan had simply choked one to death. Xiao Rufeng's pupils shrank. His body quickly retreated, trying to leave the arena. But he soon realized that he was restrained by an invisible force. Attraction magic, a relatively basic spell in the cultivation world. Yet, the Earth's descendants hadn't shared it with the public. You can't escape, Alan said, his eyes red. His aura was extremely strong. Having reached the Foundation Establishment realm, those who rushed over to support were suppressed by Alan's Foundation Establishment aura, unable to approach the number 4 arena. Although there were many martial artists present, none were at the Foundation Establishment realm. After all, there were only a few old patriarchs of the cultivation families who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm on the entire Blue Star. Call for troop support. You can use heavy weapons, but don't hurt Xiao Rufeng. Qin Yu immediately called for armed forces reinforcement. Anxiousness appeared on her usually cold face. Even though the armed forces would arrive in a few minutes, could Xiao Rufeng last that long? In the contestant area, Erica sighed, well, it really has developed to this point. She knew very well that the armed forces wouldn't be able to save Xiao Rufeng in time. A Foundation Establishment cultivator killing a Qi condensation cultivator was as easy as killing a chicken. There was no possibility of escape for Xiao Rufeng. What a pity. At that moment, on the number 4 arena, Alan reached Xiao Rufeng, who was trapped by the attraction spell, and raised his iron fist, aiming a heavy blow at Xiao Rufeng's head. The flame-encircled fist was like the Grim Reaper. Many closed their eyes at this sight. Almost no one believed that Xiao Rufeng could survive Alan's punch. After all, Alan now had the power of the Foundation Establishment realm. No Qi condensation cultivator could withstand that punch. At this moment, Zhongli and Bai Shui did not close their eyes. They held their hands tightly, staring intently at the arena. At the commentary booth, Bai Bing also fell silent. Although she trusted Xiao Rufeng's strength, she had never expected that the opponent would forcibly increase his realm to the Foundation Establishment realm by taking forbidden drugs. The gap between the major realms was something that couldn't be overcome with fighting skills or spells. She stood up from her seat, eyes fixed on the number 4 arena. Her always calm heart suddenly filled with panic. Xiao Rufeng, is he going to die? Chapter 113. A desperate counterattack. A reversal to victory. On the number 4 arena, Xiao Rufeng looked at Alan's iron fist smashing towards him with full force. The oppressive sensation made him feel desperate. Whoa, this isn't a game. Xiao Rufeng felt a strong sense of life-threatening danger. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the restraint of the attraction spell. But for Xiao Rufeng, the binding force of the Foundation Establishment realm's attraction magic was too strong, and he simply couldn't break free. When Alan's iron fist came crashing down, he could only manage to avoid his head. He could not dodge the attack on his body. He could only watch as Alan's fiery fist slammed heavily into Xiao Rufeng's body. The moment Alan's fiery fist hit Xiao Rufeng, a destructive power rushed into Xiao Rufeng's body. According to the normal script, such a terrifying power entering the body would absolutely destroy the body. However, just then, a miniature black hole suddenly appeared in Xiao Rufeng's dantian. The moment Alan's power entered Xiao Rufeng's body, it was absorbed by the miniature black hole in Xiao Rufeng's dantian. It was a very special black hole. Ordinary black holes are all about swallowing, and no one knows where things that are swallowed go. But the miniature black hole in Xiao Rufeng's dantian was connected to his own body. This miniature black hole was more like an energy storage space. The absorbed power would be stored and gradually converted into Xiao Rufeng's own power. However, limited by Xiao Rufeng's low realm, the energy that this miniature black hole could absorb was also limited. Luckily, Alan was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. If he was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Xiao Rufeng, along with his dantian black hole, would probably have been destroyed due to exceeding the limit of its carrying capacity. Almost everyone believed that Xiao Rufeng could not have survived Alan's punch. Alan himself believed the same. That punch was his all-out attack at the moment. The punch had consumed most of his power. After all, he had only forcibly increased his cultivation through forbidden drugs, and his power reserve wasn't as abundant as a true foundation establishment cultivator. Alan believed that no chi condensation cultivator could have survived his heavy punch. He began to let his guard down. As Alan's power weakened, the power of the attraction spell greatly decreased. And then, suddenly, a strong sense of danger welled up inside Alan. Before he could react to harden his body for defense, an ice sword pierced directly through his heart. At this moment, Alan also woke up from the madness that the forbidden drug had induced. He looked at Xiao Rufeng, who seemed unscathed, and then at the ice sword that was stuck in his chest, his expression filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This is impossible. Why? Xiao Rufeng came to Alan and suddenly grinned. Why? He then whispered in Alan's ear, "Let me tell you a secret. Actually, my previous life was as an immortal. This wasn't entirely made up. Although, in his previous life as a heavenly demon, his highest cultivation had reached the great ascension realm. His original self from his first life had indeed been an immortal. However, facing a black hole that could devour a whole star field, not even an immortal could escape. In fact, not just him, but all the immortals in the Alpha star field were devoured by that black hole." Hearing that Xiao Rufeng was a reincarnated immortal, Alan's whole face was one of disbelief. But when he thought about Xiao Rufeng's various accomplishments, such as his ability to wield the sword path and withstand the full force of a foundation establishment realm attack and survive, it was something only a reincarnated immortal could do. A look of regret began to appear on his face. If he had not been so bloodthirsty and had befriended Xiao Rufeng, he would have been in possession of a huge opportunity. However, he had personally buried that opportunity. "I regret it." And then, he died. Thud. His massive body fell backward, dead on the arena. The scene was dead silent. After a moment, applause started from one corner of the audience, quickly turning into a roaring wave of applause. Many people jumped up wildly. The foundation establishment realm had once been so unattainable, invincible, but now, it had been defeated by someone in the chi condensation realm. What everyone enjoyed the most was this kind of story where the weak defeated the strong, as it would give them self-confidence. In the contestant area, a bunch of idiots. They wouldn't think that if Xiao Rufeng could do it, they could do it too, right? But Erica looked at Alan's corpse on the arena, her eyes flashing a hint of light. Xiao Rufeng actually won. Even if Alan was a pseudo-foundation establishment cultivator, he wasn't someone a chi condensation cultivator could kill. What's even stranger is that he withstood Alan's full-force attack, and he's fine. Erica's gaze flickered. She thought, could he be wearing a defensive spiritual tool? But the Earthlings who came to Blue Star were just ordinary disciples. No one had any spiritual tools, let alone the even rarer defensive ones. So, if he didn't have a spiritual tool, how did he withstand that punch from Alan? She couldn't figure it out. After a short while, Erica's gaze fell back on Xiao Rufeng. Just how many secrets is this guy hiding? At this time, Qin Yu beside her finally came to her senses. She let out a breath, and her tense body relaxed. Then her legs went weak, and she almost fell to the ground. "Oh dear, Major Qin. You seem very worried about Xiao Rufeng?" Erica paused, grinned and said, Aren't you afraid your fiancé, the great marshal of the Northern Border Legion, will be jealous? Chinyu glanced at Erica and said faintly, "It's none of your business." After saying that, Chinyu left the contestant area. Erica watched Chinyu with a meaningful look on her face, a playful expression. Interesting. At the commentary booth, the host had been stunned until now. Huh? Xiao Ruffing won? He actually pulled off a comeback like that in such a desperate situation? He composed himself and turned his head. Miss Bai Bing. It seems that you've won. Huh? Where's Miss Bai Bing? Miss Bai Bing left just now, a staff member said. Just then, another staff member ran over and handed the host a piece of paper. What? He was taken aback at first, then he said into the microphone, "Everyone, I've just received a notice from the organizing committee. Due to the severe internal injuries Xiao Ruffing sustained in his fight with Alan and his inability to recover in the short term, he is officially withdrawing from this year's Olympian Cup." The whole place was in an uproar. However, everyone quickly came to terms with it and understood. That's normal. How could someone be fine after taking a punch from Alan? That's a bit of a shame. Based on the strength that Xiao Ruffing has shown so far, he was definitely one of the favorites to win the championship. It's a pity, but it can't be helped. On the other side, Xiao Ruffing disappeared, citing closed-door healing as the reason. At Yun Yan's villa, Xiao Ruffing was there. He had left the arena shortly ago. He had originally wanted to find Jiang Li and Bai Shuai, but was directly kidnapped by the Yun family on the way. Although he hadn't sustained serious injuries, his physical strength and spiritual energy had been depleted almost completely, and his Dantian's miniature black hole was in a dormant state. In the battle with Alan, Xiaorufeng's Dantian black hole had absorbed too much energy, and before it was completely absorbed by Xiaorufeng's body, it couldn't absorb new damage. In other words, it could no longer protect Xiao Ruffing from fatal attacks for the time being. Xiao Ruffing was now missing an important life-saving ability in the short term. He could not possibly beat Yun Yin in his current state. At that time, in Yun Yan's boudoir, Yun Yin was wiggling her bare toes against Xiao Rufeng's leg with a gentle smile. "You actually didn't suffer any internal injuries, did you?" "How could that be? How could I be fine after taking a punch from Alan?" Xiao Ruffing replied. Yun Yin moved directly towards him. "Would you like Big Sister to check you over?" Yun Yin breathed in his ear. "No need," Xiao Ruffing said, bracing himself. "All right, then I have another question." Yun Yin paused and, while her hands were stroking Xiao Rufeng's chest, said, "Before Alan died, what did you say to him?" He looked very shocked at first, and then he seemed to regret it. This was the most important reason why Yun Yin had kidnapped Xiao Ruffing this time. Alan's reaction before death was very intriguing. Yun Yin wanted to know what Xiao Ruffing had said to Alan. "Nothing," Xiao Ruffing replied. "What will it take for you to tell me?" Yun Yan's perverted hands began to move down from Xiao Rufeng's chest. Xiao Ruffing broke out in a cold sweat and quickly grabbed Yun Yan's hand, changing the subject. "Speaking of which, Yunjia, is this your room?" He remembered his last time here, when a mature and sexy older sister had brought him here. They had almost become one with that mature older sister. When he thought about it, Xiao Ruffing felt a little regretful. She's a G-goddess, after all. At this point, Yun Yin smiled. "No, this is my older sister's room." "Oh, so that was your older sister," Xiao Ruffing replied casually. "What? You met my sister?" Yun Yin moved closer to him. "Did you do it with my sister?" "No, I didn't," Xiao Ruffing quickly replied. "Why not? Isn't my sister good enough?" No, no, no. She's awesome, a top-tier woman in the country. Do you like my sister?" Yun Yin asked again. Xiao Ruffeng was feeling a little numb from Yun Yan's relentless interrogation. Just then, bang, the door was kicked open. Dugu Shuexian came in with a dark expression. "Dugu Shuexian, do you have any manners?" Yun Yin said. "What are you doing on top of my nephew?" "Of course I'm collecting his essence, what else? Breastfeeding him?" Yun Yin said lightly. Xiao Ruffeng was sweating. He pulled Yun Yin to the side and looked at Dugu Shuexian. "Auntie, why are you here?" "I heard you were injured internally, so I came to bring you some medicine." Dugu Shuexian then took out a red pill. "Wow, the Snow Lotus pill, that's a top-tier pill for treating internal injuries. Dugu Shuexian, your Dugu family doesn't have many of these, do they?" Yun Yin exclaimed. "None of your business." Dugu Shuexian then gave the pill to Xiao Ruffeng and said, "Take it quickly. If internal injuries aren't treated in time, they can cause hidden problems." Xiao Ruffeng shook his head. "I'm already fine. Don't try to be brave. If you were really fine, you wouldn't have withdrawn from the competition," Dugu Shuexian said. Xiao Rufeng laughed. I withdrew from the competition because I'd lost my motivation. I joined the Olympian Cup with 2 goals in mind. One was the secret about my mother. That was an agreement between us. But now, I have a pretty good idea of what it was about. The second goal was to learn about the secrets of this world. But it seems now that the so-called world secrets are just about the existence of Earth's descendants and the cultivation civilization. It's not really a secret anymore. Dugu Shuexian looked at Xiao Rufeng and said, "Didn't you once declare that you would win the Olympian Cup and then propose to Jiangli?" Xiao Rufeng said calmly, "I've already been rejected." Sorry. Xiao Rufeng smiled. "It's okay." Then, "Are you really okay from the injuries you sustained when you fought with Alan?" Dugu Shuexian asked at this moment. "I'm fine. I have a strong ability to heal myself," Xiao Rufeng said. Dugu Shuexian still had a suspicious look on her face. Without saying anything, Xiao Rufeng summoned an ice sword and made a cut on his arm. It startled both Dugu Shuexian and Yun Yin. But then, a scene that left both women dumbfounded unfolded. The wound on Xiao Rufeng's arm was healing at an almost visible rate. Soon, the entire wound had healed and disappeared. Wow! Yun Yin opened her mouth in disbelief. This healing speed is comparable to the legendary white magic. The so-called white magic was actually the light healing technique used by cultivators with light spiritual roots, which could treat diseases and wounds. Then, Yun Yin suddenly thought of something and looked down towards Xiao Rufeng's crotch. But she was quickly turned around by Dugu Shuexian. "Miss Yun, what are you thinking about?" Dugu Shuexian said with a fake smile. "I was thinking the same thing as you." "Pa, I wasn't thinking about that." She said that, but her face turned red. "Oh dear, you are such a shameless auntie," Yun Yin said. She really liked teasing Dugu Shuexian. Dugu Shuexian was very frustrated. "Wow, auntie is going to freak out. I'm out. After she finished speaking, Yun Yin ran away. There was now only Xiao Rufeng and Dugu Shuexian left in the room. Chapter 114. A Love Triangle. Dugu Shuexian walked up to Xiao Rufeng and suddenly lifted up his shirt. Xiao Rufeng was taken aback. Auntie? Don't speak, Dugu Shuexian said. Then, she reached out and touched Xiao Rufeng's body, her expression gradually becoming surprised. "It's actually fully healed. What terrifying self-healing ability. I've heard that the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the body's self-healing ability. But you're only at the chi condensation realm. How do you have such terrifying healing ability?" Xiao Rufeng smiled. "Maybe I'm a child of heaven." Xiao Rufeng wasn't lying about this. His biological father's name was Li Tian, so it wasn't wrong to call himself a child of heaven. However, in Dugu Shuexian's understanding, heaven meant the god of heaven, the creator god. A child of heaven was a child of the creator god. That was just ridiculous. At that moment, Dugu Shuexian suddenly remembered something and then said, "Speaking of which, Xiao Rufeng, where did you learn the sword path from?" "That even auntie has to be kept secret?" "It's really inconvenient to say," Xiao Rufeng said, bracing himself. "All right." Dugu Shuexian paused and then said, "Even on Earth, there are very few people who cultivate the sword path now. Even those who use swords only use them to coordinate with spells. It's too difficult to use the sword to achieve enlightenment. However, in Earth's ancient times, there was a person named Li Tian who led the sword cultivation trend." "Huh." Xiao Rufeng was stunned. "Li Tian? I think that's his name." "Then, where did that Li Tian go?" Xiao Rufeng asked. Dugu Shuexian shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know." She paused and chuckled. "It's too far back. It was all during Earth's ancient times when spiritual energy had just revived. It's been millions of years since then. It's not even certain if Li Tian really existed," Dugu Shuexian said. "Oh." Xiao Rufeng's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, "Am I being too sensitive? The name Li Tian is not that uncommon." However, his longing for Earth was growing stronger. Regardless of whether his parents came from Earth, he did encounter an Earth female emperor named Gu Ying in his second life on Earth. Xiao Rufeng's eyes flickered, and then he suddenly asked, "By the way, auntie, I heard that Earth was once invaded by extraterrestrial demons. Is that true?" "Yes. That happened 10,000 years ago. An extraterrestrial demon came to Earth and forcibly abducted the Empress at that time. At that time, Emperor Tianqi organized a large army and fought a decisive battle with the extraterrestrial demon and his servant army to save the Empress. The war was very tragic. Although they eventually killed the extraterrestrial demon and annihilated most of his servant army and beast army, The Empress went missing and Emperor Tianqi also fell into a coma. Dugu Shuexian paused and said, I wonder if Emperor Tianqi has awakened now? When our ancestors came to Blue Star 1,000 years ago, Emperor Tianqi had not yet awakened. Xiao Rufeng's pupils shrank. Xia Tianqi, huh? He had memories of this person from his previous life. He was Empress Gu Ying's fiancé. He was originally immortal without any cultivation talent, but something happened, and he suddenly became a super powerhouse at the Great Ascension realm. Even so, he was still no match for Xia Rufeng, who was a heavenly demon at the time. Xia Rufeng's final death wasn't by being killed, but by self-explosion, a suicide. Because his feelings were never accepted by the Empress, and he was completely disheartened. Moreover, he had killed too many, so he decided to atone for his sins with his death. Only that after 10,000 years, he had been reborn on Blue Star. Normal people don't even have a chance at reincarnation. But I was able to be reborn twice. Why? While pondering, Dugu Shuexian said, Rufeng, my dear nephew? Xia Rufeng? Xia Rufeng then came back to his senses. What is it? Xia Rufeng asked. I have to go, and you? You're not planning on staying here with Yunyan, are you? Dugu Shuexian asked. Xia Rufeng smiled. No. He paused, looked at the time and said, I have things to do too. Let's go. Then, Xia Rufeng and Dugu Shuexian left together. Dugu Shuexian returned to the Nine-Tailed Martial School's camp, and Xia Rufeng returned to the Heavenly Kuan Martial Academy's camp. Only Bai Shui was reading a book in the yard. Is it just you here? Xia Rufeng asked. Bai Bing is asleep, Bai Shui said. Sleeping during the day? That's not very like that girl. She's too tired, probably. She has been working hard for your affairs these days. I guess she hasn't slept for days. You won the match today, and that relieved her worries. People are the most tired after they relax from stress, Bai Shui said. Xiao Rufeng was stunned. He knew that Bai Bing had been collecting all kinds of information for him, including information about the Sikong family. But he didn't expect that girl to work so hard. I'll go check on her. Then, Xiao Rufeng came to Bai Bing's door. The door wasn't locked. Xiao Rufeng gently pushed the door open and walked in. Bai Bing was lying quietly on the bed, her breaths even and shallow. Her long hair was as smooth as silk, scattered on the pillow, slightly covering half of her cheek. Even with only half of her face visible, she was as delicate as a picture. The light coming through the window danced on her delicate skin, adding a unique luster to her. Her body curves were soft and smooth, like a beautiful painting, giving people a sense of untouchable purity and sacredness. At this time, Bai Shui also entered the room. Oh dear, this child is so sleepy. She hasn't even covered herself with a blanket. Bai Shui was about to cover Bai Bing with a blanket, when she suddenly turned her head to look at Xiao Rufeng and giggled. Bai Bing is completely defenseless now. Xiao Rufeng turned his head to the side, embarrassed. I wasn't thinking of taking advantage of Bing Mei. Why not? You can't mess around with your sister-in-law, Xiao Rufeng said. Bai Shui's face instantly turned red. If Bai Bing was Xiao Rufeng's sister-in-law, then wouldn't she be Xiao Rufeng's wife? Or a concubine. I didn't agree to marry you, Bai Shui said. Then do you want to be the older sister-in-law? Xiao Rufeng asked. Bai Shui. If she was the older sister-in-law, it would mean that Xiao Rufeng would go after Bai Bing. Ahem. Just joking, Xiao Rufeng quickly said. Bai Shui glared at Xiao Rufeng and then said, You definitely had the idea of marrying Bai Bing. However, Xiao Rufeng, although you're good at picking up girls, you might not be able to win over Bai Bing. That girl has a high emotional sensitivity. If she doesn't get butterflies in her stomach at the first sight of you, then no matter what you do for her afterwards, she probably won't have feelings for you. Indeed, I think so too, Xiao Rufeng nodded. Then what if, in the future, Bing Mei meets a man who gives her butterflies? What will you do? Bai Shui giggled again. Xiao Rufeng thought for a moment and then said, I'd probably be very disappointed. Like a father marrying off his daughter? That's right. Bing Mei started following me at 16, and I was the one who raised her, Xiao Rufeng said emotionally. At this point, Bai Bing suddenly sat up and said with a blank face, Indeed, my breasts only started to develop when I was 16, considered a late bloomer. That's all thanks to the big boss. Ahem. Xiao Rufeng choked instantly. You weren't asleep? I was awakened by you two lovebirds, Bai Bing said. Bai Shui's face turned slightly red. We weren't flirting. All right, both of you should go out now. I'm really tired, Bai Bing said again. At this time, Xiao Rufeng suddenly smiled and said, Happy birthday. Oh, it's my birthday today. I'd forgotten. Bai Bing paused and then said, "Thank you." At this point, Bai Shui said, "Xiao Rufeng, it's Bing Mei's birthday and all you have to say is happy birthday. Didn't you prepare a birthday gift?" "He gave me a wooden carving before. He said it was a birthday gift," Bai Bing said. Bai Shui's eyes fell on Bai Bing's bedside table. There, a wooden carving with Bai Bing as the model was placed. The carving wasn't big, but it was very exquisite. At this time, Xiao Rufeng laughed again. "Bing Mei, this birthday gift is a bit crude. How about this? Whatever wish you have, I'll help you make it come true. It will be your birthday gift, and also a way for me to thank you for everything over the years." Over the years, Xiao Rufeng had indeed been taken care of by Bai Bing. Bai Bing had been the one who took care of almost everything regarding his food, clothing, lodging, and transportation. "Can it be any wish?" Bai Bing asked. "Of course, as long as it's something I can do." Bai Bing was silent for a moment and then said, "I want to go to Earth." Eh? Both Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shui were stunned. "Why do you suddenly want to go to Earth?" Xiao Rufeng asked. Bai Bing did not speak. She had been very tired recently, and not just because of work. Recently, she had been having memories that didn't belong to her, which had left her exhausted. As more and more memories were being awakened, she gradually realized that they weren't the memories of others, but memories from her past life. However, those memories were mostly sad and despairing. In her past life, she had fallen in love with a man of the heavenly demon clan, but that man liked her older sister. For that man, she even went as far as to turn against her older sister, break with her family, and in the end, even betray humanity and form a servant army for that heavenly demon to fight against the allied human forces. In the end, she was defeated and killed. The most tragic thing was that, until the end, she had never gotten the love of that man. She composed herself, looked at Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shui, and sighed internally. A scene that feels very familiar, but I won't let tragedy repeat itself. So, I won't allow myself to fall in love with Xiao Rufeng. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng said, "I understand." "Hey, don't just agree so quickly. Do you know how to go to Earth?" "I don't know. But I heard from my auntie that the Shao family has been looking for ways to return to Earth for 1,000 years, and it seems that they've made major breakthroughs," Xiao Rufeng said. "Didn't you break up with the Shao family because of Dugu Shuexian? They wouldn't tell you the secret of going to Earth, would they?" Bai Shui asked. "That's hard to say." Xiao Rufeng paused and then said, "Bai Shui, you stay with Bai Bing. I'll go out for a bit." After saying that, Xiao Rufeng left. After Xiao Rufeng left, Bai Shui chuckled. "Xiao Rufeng really has the air of a father. He would agree to your request." Bai Bing said calmly, "Sis, you don't have to emphasize father. If I had feelings for Xiao Rufeng, I would have already made a move. Xiao Rufeng also doesn't have those kinds of feelings for me. If he did, he would have already turned into a demon fathered." "No," Bai Shui said, a little embarrassed. "That's not what I meant." Bai Bing looked calmly at Bai Shui and said, "Sis, you've missed Xiao Rufeng once. If you miss him again, you and Xiao Rufeng might not have a chance. Sometimes, emotions need to be dealt with swiftly. Xiao Rufeng and Ning Tao, who would you choose?" "I." Bai Shui fell silent. Bai Bing said nothing more. She lay back down on the bed and said, "I'll sleep a bit more." "Oh, all right, I'll go out then." Then, Bai Shui left. She came to the yard. A leaf fell down. Is summer coming to an end? Bai Shui said to herself. She thought of Bai Bing's question earlier, Xiao Rufeng and Ning Tao, who would you choose? Actually, for her, Ning Tao was no longer a consideration. She had completely lost faith in Ning Tao. She would not marry a man who tried everything to murder Xiao Rufeng. The biggest problem now was her fiancé from her previous life. She had recently remembered her name from her previous life, Guing. She also remembered her identity, the former empress of the old Earth Empire from 10,000 years ago. At the same time, she remembered her fiancé's name. His name was Xia Tianqi, said to be the emperor of the Tianqi Empire of the New Earth Empire. However, although she remembered his name, Bai Shui still didn't remember her feelings for him. According to those Earth descendants, Xia Tianqi and her were a devoted couple with deep feelings. Bai Shui was a little scared. If one day she remembered her feelings for Xia Tianqi, then what would become of her relationship with Xiao Rufeng? Chapter 115. We're going to take down Xiao Rufeng tonight. On the other side, regarding Xiao Rufeng's victory over Alan, some people were excited, but others were frustrated. Xiao Chun was very frustrated. He was frustrated not because Xiao Rufeng hadn't been killed by Alan. He didn't want Xiao Rufeng to be killed. If Xiao Rufeng was alive, he might still have a chance to steal Zhongli away. After all, That guy couldn't seem to change his womanizing ways. Maybe someday, Zhongli would completely give up on him. But if he were dead, then he would be infinitely romanticized in Zhongli's heart. Then he would have no chance at all. Xiao Chun was now frustrated because he realized that the gap between him and Xiao Rufeng was getting bigger and bigger. Having been the #1 genius of the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy, he was severely hit by watching Xiao Rufeng and Alan's battle. He wasn't interested in the competitions afterward, and then left the arena. Then, he went into the deep mountains. He had to work hard to cultivate. Otherwise, the gap between him and Xiao Rufeng would only grow wider. Because the spiritual energy of Blue Star was insufficient, the spirit stones that the ancestors had brought with them had also been depleted in these 1,000 years. If he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation in the short term, he would have to take forbidden drugs, otherwise it was unlikely. He could only hone his combat skills. In battles at the same realm, the so-called combat skills mainly came down to the speed and precision of spellcasting. He tried to cast spells, but no matter what he did, he couldn't make them instantaneous. Damn it, how did Xiao Rufeng do it? The higher the tier of the spell, the more star points there are, and the greater the difficulty of control. But even so, he can make them instantaneous. Is this the gap in talent? The more Xiao Chun thought about it, the more frustrated he became. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Young man, what troubles you?" Xiao Chun was startled. He turned his head and saw Xiao Rufeng behind him, his heart skipping a beat. These remote mountains were the perfect place to kill someone and get away with it. And Xiao Chun had no confidence that he could survive Xiao Rufeng's assassination. "Xiao Rufeng, I know I'm no match for you, but I won't be captured without a fight." Xiao Chun struck a battle pose. Xiao Rufeng shrugged his shoulders. "You seem to have misunderstood something. I don't intend to kill you. Speaking of which, what benefit is there for me in killing you? Am I not your rival in love?" Xiao Chun asked. "Ah, is that so?" Xiao Chun's face was full of black lines. He was being completely looked down upon. At this time, Xiao Rufeng laughed again. "I don't hate rivals in love with principles." "Then what do you want?" Xiao Chun asked again. Xiao Rufeng's expression suddenly became serious. He looked at Xiao Chun and then said calmly, "Xiao Chun, actually your talent is better than Xiao Yang's, but because you're not from the main family line, you can't get the family's support. That's why you left the Xiao family and went to study at the Vermilion Bird Martial Academy, right?" Xiao Chun's hands clenched tightly. "That's none of your business, is it?" "Of course it is." Xiao Rufeng paused and then said, "The Xiao family isn't willing to nurture you, but I am." "Huh? What? I'm not qualified to be your master." Xiao Rufeng paused and then held out his 5 fingers. Then, in front of a dumbfounded Xiao Chun, a fire person made from fire elements appeared in front of him. Then, a wind person made from wind elements appeared before Xiao Chun. But it did not end there. Then, a wood person, a stone person, and a water person successively appeared before Xiao Chun. Plop. Xiao Chun directly knelt down. 5 element spells. Does this guy have 5 elemental roots? He was really shocked. It was important to know that the more elemental roots one had in their body, the more types of spells one could cast. Moreover, the more elemental roots one had, the more spiritual energy one could absorb, and the faster one's cultivation would become. This was an important indicator of talent. In this world, people with elemental roots only made up around 10% of the total population. And among these people with elemental roots, the majority were single elemental roots. Dual elemental roots were already considered geniuses. Someone like Sikong Xinglu with 3 elemental roots could even be considered a super genius. But what about these 5 elemental roots? Xiao Chun had never heard of someone having so many elemental roots in their body. After a short while, Xiao Chun said awkwardly, "This only shows that you're exceptionally talented. Even if I became your disciple, I wouldn't be able to use your elemental roots." Xiao Rufeng laughed. "That's true." He paused and then said, "Then?" After pausing intentionally, Xiao Rufeng added, "I remember that you have dual fire and wind elemental roots. If you become my disciple, I'll give this set of spells to you." After he said that, Xiao Rufeng sent a small fireball flying from his palm. Xiao Chin's mouth twitched. Is this guy messing with me? Isn't this small fireball the most basic fire spell? Then, when this inconspicuous little fireball flew onto a pair of rocks, it suddenly exploded. A terrifying energy erupted from the little fireball. Boom. At once, the area was a chaos of flying sand and gravel, shrouded in smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Xiao Chun saw a large crater in the pile of rocks. He was dumbfounded. Is that the power a qi condensation cultivator can unleash? Xiao Chun was completely dumbfounded. After a short while, he came to his senses and looked at Xia Rufeng, his mouth dry, and said, may I ask, what tier is that spell? Even a B tier. Spell doesn't have that kind of power. No, it's far from it. The Xiao family also has B tier fire spells, but the power is far less than that. Do you want it? Xiao Rufeng giggled. Xiao Chun was instantly tempted. How could he not be? The best spells of the Xiao family were no more than B tier, and they wouldn't even let the branch family members learn them. Only the disciples of the main family line had the qualifications to learn them. The best spell Xiao Chun currently had was only a C tier spell, and the spell that Xia Rufeng had just cast was definitely above B tier. Most importantly, this spell was very deceptive. It looked like an unremarkable fireball spell, but it had such terrifying power. It was a great spell for a surprise attack. If you want it, come on, call me master, Xia Rufeng said. Xiao Chun said nothing. He took a deep breath, and then said, what do you want from me? Snap. Xia Rufeng snapped his fingers. I like smart guys like you. He paused, his expression turning serious again, and then said calmly, I want to know how to get to Earth. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? Don't pretend with me. I know your Xiao family has been looking for ways to get to Earth for thousands of years, and it seems that you've already made significant progress, Xia Rufeng said. After being silent for a while, Xiao Chun sighed. I've heard about this, but that's about it. You want to get information about this from me, you're thinking too much. Xiao Chun paused, smiled wryly, and said, I don't even have the qualifications to learn the family's B-tier spells. How would I know about the family's most top secret? You didn't know before because you weren't trying to find out. But now that you're motivated, I believe that with your intelligence and ability, you will be able to obtain the secret to go to Earth. Before Xiao Chun could say anything, Xia Rufeng smiled and added, I can teach you that spell right now. Xiao Chun looked shocked. Aren't you afraid that I'll learn the spell and then run away? Xiao Chun asked. I'm not. Xia Rufeng paused, grinned, and said, because I know you are a smart person. A smart person knows that the first spell I give you is definitely not the best one I have. A smart person will want to get more and higher tier spells from me. Xiao Chun said nothing. Xia Rufeng had hit the nail on the head. He also knew that Xia Rufeng definitely had even stronger spells. For example, the sword path that he had used when he fought Alan. Not to mention Blue Star, even on Earth, not many people practice the sword path. But he knew how to use the sword path. This person had too many secrets. Xiao Chun was silent. He was thinking, hesitating, and struggling. Finally, Xiao Chun took a deep breath, his expression becoming firm. I understand. Oh, I was right about you. Xia Rufeng paused and said, I'll teach you that spell right now. No, I won't accept gifts without merit. You can teach me the spell after I've obtained the information. After saying that, Xiao Chun left, and Xia Rufeng returned to the Heavenly Kuan camp. He didn't go in, because he noticed that many people had come here. They were probably all looking for him. He called Bai Bing. Hello. Bai Bing's voice sounded on the phone after it was answered. It was still indifferent. Bingmei, are you awake? Yeah. Did you buy the guest house I asked you to buy? Xia Rufeng asked. Yeah. Then let's go there together. I can't go back to the camp. There are people everywhere outside, Xia Rufeng added. Understood. After a short while, Bai Bing came out. The reporters immediately surrounded her, but they were all intimidated by Bai Bing's cold gaze. Then, Bai Bing left. An hour later, Bai Bing and Xia Rufeng arrived at a guest house. It was the same guest house where Xia Rufeng had stayed with Dugu Shuexian before. It was a guest house located in the mountains. It was located on a hillside, surrounded by mountains. Although the yard wasn't big, it was quaint and elegant. Stepping into the yard, a fresh spring water scent wafted over. A shallow pool appeared in front of them, surrounded by green trees. Some small fish were playing in the water, and lotus flowers swayed in the breeze, making the place seem enchanting. Passing through an open walkway, they arrived at the guest room. In front of the door, there was a unique rockery gazebo. The guest house's rooms were clean and cozy. The window faced a lushly wooded small mountain. The mountain peak stood alone, and sometimes wild animals could be seen visiting amid the dense shade. When flowers bloomed, the place was like a fairyland. Xia Rufeng had stayed there once, and had immediately fallen in love with it. Therefore, he had already had Bai Bing buy it. Finally, I can have a good rest, Xia Rufeng said as he lay down on a straw mat in the living room. There was no need to call me here, was there? I'm not going to sleep with you, Bai Bing said with a blank face. Xiao Rufeng broke out in a cold sweat. It's your birthday today, Xiao Rufeng said. Does that mean that I have to be had on my birthday? Bai Bing asked. Her sharp tongue was still as sharp as ever. Xiao Rufeng. Hey, can you speak properly? Xiao Rufeng was a little frustrated. At this time, Bai Bing said again, so, how do you plan to celebrate my 20th birthday? Xiao Rufeng grinned, but said nothing. After a while, someone rang the doorbell. Bai Bing was a little surprised. Because after she bought this guest house, she took down the guest house's listing on the internet. Without specific directions, it was hard for guests to find this place. Go open the door, Xiao Rufeng said. Without saying anything, Bai Bing went to the door and opened it. Then, she was stunned when she saw the familiar people outside. Her older sister, Bai Shui, and her mother. Happy birthday, Bai Shui said with a smile. Oh. Bai Bing paused and then looked at her mother. Sis, did you bring mom here? Xiao Rufeng told me to, Bai Shui said. Bai Bing sighed. Is this guy a masochist? He used to be so looked down upon by mom, and yet he is still so enthusiastic about her. Bai Shui smiled. All right, stop complaining. Bai Shui actually knew that after her parents divorced, Bai Bing had always lived with her mother. She and her mother had been at odds, with countless conflicts, but Bai Bing had a pretty good relationship with their mother. That was why Xiao Rufeng had secretly brought her mother here. TSK, this guy Xiao Rufeng is sucking up to Bingmei so much. Is he really thinking of making a move on her? Compared to Bai Shui's worry, Bai's mother was very excited. She used to look down on Xiao Rufeng. Back then, when Bai Shui had Xiao Rufeng pose as her boyfriend, Bai's mother had been enraged. But she never expected that Xiao Rufeng would be so powerful. Ever since Xiao Rufeng had powerfully killed the Berserk Allen, Xiao Rufeng had become a topic of discussion all over the country. All the major powers were vying to win Xiao Rufeng over. Xiao Rufeng was now arguably the most sought-after person in the country. Bai's mother naturally began to have her own plans. Bai Shui, stop dilly-dallying and take Xiao Rufeng down. Otherwise, another woman will steal him away, Bai's mother said suddenly, lowering her voice. Bai Shui's mouth twitched and then she said, back then, you were the one who slammed the table to oppose me being with Xiao Rufeng. I didn't know he was so powerful back then, Bai's mother paused and then added, Bai Shui, you have to seize the opportunity. She paused and then lowered her voice, Bai Shui, I already know that Xiao Rufeng is the northern border king. Why didn't you tell me sooner, you child? If you had told me Xiao Rufeng's identity sooner, would I have opposed you being together with Xiao Rufeng? Bai Shui was stunned. How do you know that Xiao Rufeng is the northern border king? Ning Tao told me. He came to me and told me that Xiao Rufeng was bullying people because he was the northern border king and was stealing his wife, and that I should be the judge for him. Bai's mother paused, curled her lips, and then said, Humph. He wasn't capable enough to keep his own fiancé, so how could he have the audacity to say that other people were stealing from him? Useless. I'll go to the Ning family to cancel your engagement with Ning Tao another day. Bai Shui. She didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, Bai Shui finally spoke. It's too late. When Xiao Rufeng wasn't famous, I still had a chance. Now that Xiao Rufeng is so popular, there are I don't know how many mothers-in-law who want to marry their daughters to him. I don't have any advantages anymore. After all, Bai Shui paused and then said intentionally, after all, my family is nothing special and can't provide any help to Xiao Rufeng. Bai's mother was a little embarrassed. Bai Shui took a breath of relief. She was sometimes infuriated by her mother. Then, Bai's mother's eyes suddenly lit up and she said, that's right. I have 2 daughters. Wait. Bai Shui paused and said with a black face, Mom, what do you mean? It is said that when sisters have one heart, they can conquer mountains. If both of you sisters marry Xiao Rufeng together, he will definitely agree, Bai's mother said. Bai Shui. She covered her forehead with one hand, thinking, it seems that Bingmei understands mother best. Back then, in Jiang City, Xiao Rufeng had gotten drunk, and the Bai sisters were taking care of Xiao Rufeng. At that time, Bai Shui said that if her mother found out that the sisters were bathing Xiao Rufeng together, her mother would definitely be so angry that she would stamp her feet. And Bai Bing said that if her mother found out that Xiao Rufeng was the northern border king, she wouldn't stamp her feet, but would find all sorts of ways to get both of them into Xiao Rufeng's bed. She was absolutely spot on. At that moment, Bai Bing came over. What are you talking about? Bai Bing asked casually. Where is Xiao Rufeng? Bai's mother asked. He's cooking. He said he'd cook himself to celebrate my birthday, Bai Bing said. Bai's mother giggled. My feeling was correct. Xiao Rufeng has feelings for both of you sisters. You two sisters shouldn't hold back. Seize the opportunity. Tonight, take Xiao Rufeng down. Chapter 116. Xiao Rufeng's identity exposed. Bai Bing turned her head to look at Bai Shui and then said, Sis, what do you think? I don't have any objections. Bai Shui. I refuse. Bai Shui said resolutely. Bai Bing turned her head to look at her mother and then said, It's my sister who doesn't agree. Bai Shui almost coughed up blood. That scheming little sister. At this moment, Bai Bing added, I have something to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Bai Bing left. She went to the kitchen. Is there anything I can help with? Bai Bing asked. No need. You're the birthday star today. You don't need to do anything, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Okay. However, Bai Bing did not leave, but leaned against the doorframe and watched Xiao Rufeng cook. Bai Bing, why don't you go to the living room and watch TV? I feel a little embarrassed with you staring at me the whole time, Xiao Rufeng said. When you were groping my chest, why weren't you embarrassed? I didn't grope. Then why did my breasts start developing after I followed you? Isn't it because you groped me when I was asleep? I say, Bing Mei, if you want something, just say it. Don't frame me, Xiao Rufeng said tearfully. Just kidding. Bai Bing paused and then said, One of the few things in this world that I find interesting is teasing you. Xiao Rufeng's mouth twitched. This poker-faced little schemer was really honest. However, Xiao Rufeng suddenly turned off the gas stove and turned around to look at Bai Bing. Although Bai Bing had always been taciturn, she seemed more emotionally downcast lately. Bing Mei, has something happened? Xiao Rufeng asked. Why are you asking? I just feel that your mood isn't very high. Wasn't I always like this? No, there's still a difference. I can feel it, Xiao Rufeng said. Bai Bing suddenly fell silent. Even her sister and mother hadn't noticed her recent mood, but Xiao Rufeng had. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng added, I know that I'm not a reliable boss, but if you have any worries, don't keep them to yourself. Tell me, and I'm willing to share them with you. Bai Bing did not speak. She walked up to Xiao Rufeng and then said, Close your eyes. Xiao Rufeng blinked, but still closed his eyes. Bai Bing tiptoed, her fragrant lips approaching Xiao Rufeng's lips. Xiao Rufeng could even smell the fragrance from Bai Bing's lips. His heart skipped a beat. Has Bing Mei become so bold now? However, the fragrant kiss that Xiao Rufeng had imagined did not come. Did you think I was going to kiss you? Bai Bing asked. Xiao Rufeng opened his eyes and sighed. I knew it. You're just teasing me. Before he finished speaking, Bai Bing suddenly hugged Xiao Rufeng. Let me lean on you for a while, Bai Bing said. Her voice was a little tired. Okay, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. He didn't know what had happened to Bai Bing, and he wouldn't ask. If his embrace could comfort Bai Bing's emotions, he would not hesitate to open his arms to Bai Bing. He liked Bai Shui, but he also knew that Bai Bing had been the one taking care of him for all these years. He didn't know Bai Shui, but he did owe Bai Bing. Xiao Rufeng had always thought that Bai Bing was just a little sister. As a siscon, it was impossible for him to have any feelings for his little sister, who was 3 years younger than him. However, he was wrong. This sister who had taken care of him for 4 years had long been imprinted in the depths of his heart. When Bai Bing was leaning on his chest, Xiao Rufeng realized that Bai Bing's importance in his heart was no less than Bai Shui's. On the other side, I'm telling you, Bai Shui, why are you so stubborn? Xiao Rufeng is the northern border king. It's only normal for him to have multiple women. I know he's engaged to that Qin, but according to the laws of Tianqin, men are allowed to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Qin Yu is taking 1 wife spot, and there are still 2 left. Just right for you 2 sisters, 1 for each of you. How wonderful. Bai's mother was doing her best to persuade Bai Shui. Bai Shui was speechless. Jiangli is more important than me in his heart. That Jiangli, a single mother with a burden, how could she be suitable as a wife? Bai's mother said dismissively. Bai Shui shook her head. Her mother didn't know anything. That burden is Xiao Rufeng's treasure. Who? Taking a deep breath, Bai Shui stood up and said, I'm going to the kitchen to help Xiao Rufeng with cooking. Okay. Bai's mother grinned. Don't forget to seize the opportunity to build a good relationship. Bai Shui ignored her mother and then walked towards the kitchen. Then, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and hid. She saw Bai Bing and Xiao Rufeng hugging. Although she had also felt that Xiao Rufeng treated Bai Bing differently from other women, she thought that Bai Bing was apathetic and had no interest in love. So, there shouldn't be anything between them. But, it seems that I don't know my younger sister well enough. Bai Shui smiled bitterly. Then, Her chest hurt a little, and it felt a little empty, as if something had been taken away. After a moment, Bai Bing's voice suddenly sounded beside her. Sis, did you see that? Ha 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 ha. Bai Shui flicked her fringe and giggled. You child. I thought that you were not interested in men, and I was even preparing to take you to see a psychologist. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. I just wanted to tease Xiao Ruffing a bit, and that guy is really stupid. I just had to act a bit spoiled and he thought I liked him, Bai Bing said calmly. Ah. Bai Shui was stunned. What do you mean? It was nothing, just my prank. Bai Bing paused and then said, I'm still sleepy. I'll go to sleep for a bit. You can call me when the food is ready. After saying that, Bai Bing left. She went back to the room, lay down on the bed, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. I almost made the same mistake as in my past life again. That was close. Then, Bai Bing covered her face with both arms, hiding her expression. In the kitchen. When Bai Shui came to the kitchen, Xiao Rufeng was chopping vegetables, but he seemed distracted. The sharp kitchen knife almost cut his finger. At a critical moment, Bai Shui grabbed the kitchen knife. What's wrong? You seem distracted, Bai Shui said. Xiao Rufeng fell silent. Just now, Bai Bing had leaned on Xiao Rufeng's chest and then suddenly asked, Do you want to go to bed with me? Xiao Rufeng's first reaction was that the girl was teasing him again. So, he said, You want to tease me again? I won't fall for it again. Bai Bing didn't say anything, and then left. What exactly does Bai Bing mean? Could she be serious? Xiao Rufeng was a little concerned, so he got distracted. But he definitely couldn't say the real reason. At this time, Bai Shui added, If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. She paused and then said, I'll help you cook. Okay. Then, Xiao Rufeng and Bai Shui started cooking in the kitchen. After a while, Bai Shui suddenly cried out lightly. Xiao Rufeng turned his head and looked. Bai Shui's finger was bleeding. It seemed that she had cut her finger when she was chopping vegetables. Xiao Rufeng felt sorry for her. You child. Why are you so careless? While complaining, he grabbed Bai Shui's injured finger and then used the healing power within his body to heal Bai Shui's wound. But like before, as soon as his spiritual energy entered Bai Shui's body, it failed. Whether it was healing light energy or attacking dark energy, it could not enter Bai Shui's body. Damn it. Xiao Rufeng took off his apron and then said, I'll go buy you a band-aid. After saying that, Xiao Rufeng left in a hurry. Bai Shui looked at her finger. Although it was still bleeding, it was not that serious. That guy is as nervous as if I have a terminal illness, Bai Shui complained. But her heart was warm. After a moment, Xiao Rufeng came back. He personally put a band-aid on Bai Shui's cut finger and then pushed Bai Shui out of the kitchen, resolutely not letting her back into the kitchen again. With no other choice, Bai Shui could only go to the living room to watch TV. As soon as she turned on the TV, Bai Shui jumped up from the sofa. Then, she ran to the kitchen and pulled Xiao Rufeng from the kitchen into the living room. What happened? The TV. Bai Shui pointed at the TV. At this time, the news was being broadcast on the TV. This station reports that according to an anonymous source, Xiao Rufeng, who represents the Heavenly Kuan Martial Academy in the Olympian Cup, is actually Shura, the commander of the Northern Border Legion. At this time, Bai's mother also came over. What happened? Bai's mother asked. Mom, did you leak it to the media? Bai Shui asked with a dark face. Bai's mother glared at Bai Shui. You child, use your brain. Am I that stupid? Even if I was going to leak it to the media, I'd do it after you and Xiao Rufeng were together. What benefit is there to leak it now? Bai Shui was speechless. That was the truth. Then who was it? At this moment, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile, There are quite a few people who know my identity. It's foreseeable that someone would leak it to the media. In fact, I'm surprised that it wasn't leaked to the media until now. But, with your identity exposed, wouldn't it be inconvenient for you to move around in the future? That's true. However, it's not a big problem either, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. What do you mean? It's a secret for now, Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. Although Bai Shui was curious, she didn't pursue it. At this moment, Xiao Rufeng's phone rang. It was a call from Xia Taijun. Xiao Rufeng pressed the answer button. Hello, old man, Xiao Rufeng said. Xiao Rufeng, are you really the commander of the Northern Border Legion? Xia Taijun asked. Yup. How could a great man like you be willing to impersonate my son? Xia Taijun even used honorific language. Sigh. Xiao Rufeng sighed and then said, Old man, do you think there really is such a thing as people who have no blood relations, but look almost exactly alike? Xia Taijun was stunned. What do you mean? I was your son from the start. Xiao Taijun was confused, but Ruyan? Ruyan is not your daughter. I'm a little confused. I'll tell you about this later, Xiao Rufeng said. Oh, okay. While Xiao Rufeng was talking on the phone with his father, the online opinion exploded. Oh my god, Xiao Rufeng is actually the commander of the Northern Border Legion. No wonder he's so strong. Of course, he's our Northern Border Legion commander. When it was known that Xiao Rufeng was the commander of the Northern Border Legion, there were almost no negative comments online. After all, just a short while ago, the billions of viewers in the arena and in front of their television had seen Xiao Rufeng make a comeback and kill Alan, who had taken forbidden drugs. That match was breathtaking. Many people became fans of Xiao Rufeng after watching that match. And the Northern Border Commander already had a large number of fans. When these two high-quality idols merged together, it created an effect that was 1 + 1 greater than 2. As for Xiao Rufeng's scandals, that was nothing. After all, the Dragon Nation did not prohibit polygamy. In fact, most people believe that it was correct for the Northern Border Legion commander, the Northern Border King, to have multiple women. If he only had one woman, it would feel strange. And in reality, the impact of this news was also very strong. Heavenly Kuin Martial Academy's camp. Not only the participating players of the Heavenly Kuin Martial Academy were staying here, but also the staff of the academy. Recently, the Heavenly Kuin Martial Academy members had been winning matches, and even the dean, Wang Mingda, had come. When the news that Xiao Rufeng was the Northern Border King reached the camp, everyone was extremely excited. They all surrounded Wang Mingda to celebrate and praised Wang Mingda for being so amazing that he was able to persuade the Northern Border King to participate in the competition. And Wang Mingda himself was dumbfounded, because he didn't know that Xiao Rufeng was actually the commander of the Northern Border Legion. After he came to his senses, Wang Mingda was also immersed in excitement. Although Xiao Rufeng had already withdrawn from the Olympian Cup, just the fact that the Northern Border King had once joined the Heavenly Kuin Martial Academy was enough to become a recruitment tool for the Heavenly Kuin Martial Academy. Nine-Tailed Martial Academy. Wow, Enlei, your man is actually the Northern Border King. Did you know? Jiang Mei said. Enlei smiled. Looking at the expression on your face, you clearly already knew. Jiang Mei couldn't help but complain. You are really good at hiding things. Keeping my mouth shut is my magic weapon for attracting Xiao Rufeng, Enlei said with a smile. At this time, Jiang Mei looked at Dugu Shuexian again. Master, you seem very calm too. Jiang Mei paused and then said, Did you also know long ago? Dugu Shuexian smiled. He's my nephew, after all. Gongye in the room said nothing. No, with this temperament now? It was Hanyu. Hanyu was like that plum blossom on the icy plain, aloof and proud. The news that Xiao Rufeng was the Northern Border King, some people were excited, and others were scared. Jiang City. Han Jianshi stood at the street corner, looking at the news on the large screen on the outer wall. His whole body was dumbfounded. He remembered that he had once caused trouble for Xiao Rufeng at the Jiang family's memorial service. As a result, Xiao Rufeng had beaten him into a pig's head. Then, when he encountered his old man, Han Lixing, who had come for the banquet, Han Jianshi had thought that he had found a backer. After all, his father was a major general of the Northern Border Legion. But what he never expected was that his old man didn't help him deal with Xiao Rufeng. He had originally thought that his old man didn't want to use his power to suppress others for the sake of his reputation. But now he finally understood that that was not it at all. The reason his old man didn't beat people was because he knew that Xiao Rufeng was the commander of the Northern Border Legion, his boss. So that's why old man went through all sorts of ways to make me become Xiao Rufeng's assistant. But Han Jianshi thought that being Xiao Rufeng's assistant was embarrassing. So he didn't do any of the assistant's work for even a day. Now, Han Jianshi's head was full of regret. Being Xiao Rufeng's assistant was clearly a great opportunity for him, but he had completely buried it because of his ignorance and arrogance. Slap. In front of everyone, Han Jianshi suddenly slapped himself hard, startling the passers-by to move out of the way. They thought that they had encountered a lunatic. There was a magnificent villa complex in the suburbs of Yinjing. This was the main family of the top Yinjing wealthy family, the Xia family. The villa complex stood in the mountains. The entire building complex was magnificent and awe-inspiring. The Yinjing Xia family was Xiao Rufeng's main family. Over the years, they had always looked down on the Jiang City branch family. In fact, they had even kicked the Jiang City branch family out of the family tree many years ago. The main family's heir, Sta Han, also looked down on Xiao Rufeng, who was the heir of the Jiang City Xia family. At this time, the Xia family's elders' council was holding a meeting. Kicking out the branch families that hold us back is the reason why our Xia family has been able to prosper for hundreds of years. We must maintain the family's competitiveness. Those branch families without potential will only waste the family's resources if they're kept in the family. Just like the Jiang City branch family. The blood relation between the Jiang City branch family and the main family was originally very close, but because they lacked potential, we still kick them out of the family tree. It's survival of the fittest, and if they don't have any ability, they can't blame anyone. The main family's patriarch was speaking eloquently when someone suddenly broke in. What are you doing? How could you recklessly break into the elders' council meeting? The main family's patriarch reprimanded. Patriarch, please look at the news, the man said, panting. What's wrong with the news? The patriarch asked impatiently. Xia Rufeng, the heir of our Jiang City branch family. The man swallowed hard and then said, is the commander of the Northern Border Legion. Everyone. Chapter 117. Are you really pregnant? Stahan, the heir of the Xia family's main branch, was also in the conference room. Upon hearing that Xia Rufeng was the commander of the Northern Border Legion, Xia Han stood up abruptly and yelled hoarsely, Impossible! How could that kind of guy be the commander of the Northern Border Legion? It's true. The official website also updated his photo. Xia Han immediately took out his phone. Sure enough, all the major official websites had updated the photo. The photo used to be of him wearing the Shura mask, but now it had been changed to a picture of Xia Rufeng's face. This move by the official website was clearly done with Xia Rufeng's consent. Xia Han slumped back into his chair. He had always considered himself the most outstanding genius in the history of the Xia family. But now, a branch family disciple, a disciple who had been kicked out of the family tree, was actually the Northern Border King? Who was the Northern Border King? One of the most powerful people in the Dragon Nation, who commanded hundreds of thousands of troops. Moreover, this guy's martial arts were monstrous. Alan had taken drugs, and his realm had increased to the Foundation Establishment realm, but he had still been killed by him. Xia Han knew very well his own strength. Compared to Xia Rufeng, he was no different from a chicken that could be crushed to death with one foot. After watching the match between Xia Rufeng and Alan, Xia Han had been trying to comfort himself. Although Xia Rufeng's martial arts are strong, that's all he has. This world is not a place where you can do whatever you want just because you're good at fighting. Even powerful families like the Shao family have to submit to the Southern Border Legion, right? But Xia Han had never imagined that Xia Rufeng was actually the commander of the Northern Border Legion. It was important to know that the Northern Border Legion had gained valuable experience in the war with the Bear Country, and its combat power was probably the best of the 5 major legions. How could this happen? How could this happen? Xia Han was distraught. While the outside world was in an uproar, Xia Rufeng seemed to have disappeared. He was still in that guest house hidden deep in the mountains. Xia Rufeng was still there, continuing to celebrate Bai Bing's birthday. Xia Rufeng, you are so calm, Bai Shui said. Xia Rufeng smiled. What's the big deal about being exposed? I can't wear a mask forever. Then why did you wear a mask in the first place? Bai's mother asked curiously. That. Xia Rufeng was silent. He couldn't bring himself to say it. Back then, he had been drugged by Gong Xian, and then had lost control of himself and committed an unforgivable crime against a girl. In order to prevent that person from recognizing him, he had worn a mask. Speaking of which, my appearance wasn't just exposed now. A few days ago, when I caused an upset by defeating a 9th-level martial artist in the first round, I caused a large online discussion. But in all these days, the incident in the small forest hasn't been exposed. Did that girl not see the news, or did she choose to hide it? Xia Rufeng didn't know. But if there was anything that Xia Rufeng cared about now, besides the affairs of Earth, it was finding the girl that he had assaulted back then. He wanted to apologize to her. Although he had committed the crime because he had been drugged and was also a victim, this was not a reason for him to be unconditionally forgiven. Composing himself, Xia Rufeng's eyes landed on Bai Bing, and he said, Today is Bai Bing's birthday, let's not talk about other things. After saying that, Xia Rufeng raised his wine glass, looked at Bai Bing and said, Bing Mei, happy birthday. Thank you. Bai Bing touched her glass with Xia Rufeng's glass and said, You can't handle your alcohol well, so don't drink too much. Last time, when you got drunk, it was my sister and I who helped you bathe. Cough. Bai Shui choked. Xia Rufeng was also stunned for a moment, and then put his hands together and said, Thank you both. Bai's mother took this opportunity and said, Xia Rufeng, why don't you just take both of them as your wives? Mom. Bai Shui was speechless. This mother of hers was really too opportunistic. She had been against Xiao Rufeng so much when she hadn't known his identity. But now she wanted to marry both her daughters to Xiao Rufeng. Xiao Rufeng said nothing. He looked at Bai Bing and Bai Shui and then said, "What do you two think?" "No." Bai Shui refused. Although she did have good feelings for Xiao Rufeng now, and she didn't even mind going to bed with him. After all, Xiao Rufeng had helped her too much. But going to bed with him was one thing, marrying him was another. After all, Bai Shui knew very well that she could not be Xiao Rufeng's only woman. Moreover, she had been remembering more and more of her memories from her past life recently. The awakening of memories from her past life made Bai Shui even more confused. At this time, Bai Bing said calmly, "I don't plan to date anyone." With the lessons from her previous life, Bai Bing didn't want to fall in love with anyone again. If she didn't love, then there would be no hurt. In her previous life, she had made herself miserable because she had fallen in love with a man. Bai Bing herself couldn't even bear to see it. Xiao Rufeng then turned to look at Bai's mother and said, "Auntie, you heard them. There's no chance." Bai's mother was so angry that she didn't even want to eat and left. "Rufeng, what are your plans for the future?" Bai Shui then asked. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Rufeng said, "I'm waiting for news." "What news?" Before Xiao Rufeng could speak, his phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, Xiao Rufeng smiled. Speaking of news, the news arrived. Xiao Rufeng paused and added, "I'm going to take a call." Then, Xiao Rufeng left with his phone. He went outside to the yard and then pressed the answer button. "Hello, elder sister Lu," Xiao Rufeng said. "I never thought that the child I'm carrying is actually the seed of the Northern Border King." Jiang Lu's words were like a thunder strike. Cough. Xiao Rufeng choked. "What did you just say?" he asked weakly. "You're pregnant." "I'm just kidding. No need to be so scared," Jiang Lu said. Xiao Rufeng was sweating. "Don't joke about this kind of thing." "Oh, brother Rufeng, if I really was pregnant with your child, what would you do? Would you kill the child?" Jiang Lu said again. "How is that possible?" "Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs." Xiao Rufeng paused and said, "If you really were pregnant with my child, I would definitely take responsibility." "Oh, what a pity. I didn't get pregnant this time. When are you free? Let's do it again sometime," Jiang Lu said again. "Sigh. Elder sister Lu, please stop teasing me." Xiao Rufeng paused and then said, "You didn't call me just to tease me, did you?" "Oh dear. Do you have nothing to say to me? Such as, the fact that you hid from me that you are the Northern Border Commander," Jiang Lu said. Xiao Rufeng said with a brave face, "Before, our relationship wasn't that good yet. I was actually planning on telling you, but someone found the media and leaked it before I could. Although I know you're lying, I'll believe your lies." Jiang Lu paused, her tone suddenly turning serious. "Unfortunately, I still haven't found Sikong Chi's lair. But I've learned that Sikong Chi has left his lair and is going to Mountly." "That's good enough," Xiao Rufeng said. Jiang Lu paused and then, as if remembering something, said, "Is this your plan?" Jiang Lu paused and added, "With your ability, you could have completely suppressed the news before it went viral, but you chose to let the news spread. Was your purpose to lure out Sikong Chi?" Xiao Rufeng smiled. "It's true that you can't hide anything from elder sister Lu." Then, he composed himself and said calmly, "I did intentionally use myself as bait to lure out Sikong Chi. Having combat power comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator, and also being the Northern Border King, no one could ignore him. Originally, the most terrifying thing about the Foundation establishment patriarchs was their decapitation ability. He might not be able to gain an advantage in front of a fully armed army. But if he was determined to decapitate the high-ranking generals of the army, his success rate would be very high. However, Xiao Rufeng, being the highest commander of the Northern Border Legion, also possessed the combat power of the Foundation establishment realm. This was a serious issue, because the Foundation establishment patriarchs had lost their decapitation ability against Xiao Rufeng. Therefore, Xiao Rufeng was confident that once the news that he was the Northern Border King reached Sikong Chi's ears, he would definitely be unable to sit still and would come out of his lair. As expected. Although Sikong Chi has come out, we still can't find his lair, and we can't rescue Sikong Xingya's mother, Jiang Lu then said. "It's okay, leave the rest to me." "Thanks for your hard work," Xiao Rufeng said. "All right, I'm going to take care of my pregnancy," Jiang Lu said again. "Xiao Rufeng, are you really pregnant?" Xiao Rufeng asked weakly. "Oh, don't worry, it's not your seed," Jiang Lu yawned and added. "All right, I'm going to hang up, I need to go rest." Then, Jiang Lu hung up the phone. Xiao Rufeng's mood was a little complicated. He didn't know if Jianglu was really pregnant. He also didn't know if Jianglu's child was his or not. At this time, Xiao Rufeng received a call from Su Zhang, the commander of the Western Border Legion. He said that the Xikong Patriarch had come to Mount Li and wanted to invite Xiao Rufeng to come and have a chat. Xiao Rufeng agreed. Around 10 p.m., Xiao Rufeng met Xikong Qi at Su Zhang's residence. It was a little different from what he had imagined. Xikong Qi didn't have the appearance of a decrepit old man. He looked to be at most in his 40s. Did you think that I would be an old man? Xikong Qi said with a chuckle. Xiao Rufeng tacitly agreed. At this moment, Xikong Qi added with a smile. The maximum lifespan of those in the Qi condensation realm can reach 150 years, while the lifespan of those in the Foundation Establishment realm can reach 300 years. I'm not even 200 years old, so I'm considered to be in my prime. I see. Xiao Rufeng paused, looked at Xikong Qi and asked, Xikong Patriarch, do you have something that you need me for? I heard that you've been taking good care of our Xikong Xingya, so I came here to thank you. He paused and turned to look at Xikong Ming behind him, adding, Ming, give the gift to Marshal Xia. Xikong Ming was the father of Xikong Xingya and Xikong Xinglu. A cuck. His wife had been taken away by Xikong Qi, but he didn't even dare to say anything. He even wanted to give his daughters to Xikong Qi as well. Xikong Ming had fought with Xiao Rufeng before. He didn't like Xiao Rufeng, but he didn't dare to disobey Xikong Qi's orders. He gave a delicate brocade box to Xiao Rufeng. What is this? Xiao Rufeng asked curiously. Spiritual stones, Xikong Qi said. Upon hearing that, everyone in the room was shocked. This was because the spiritual stones that had been brought from Earth 1,000 years ago had all been depleted 100 years ago. As if sensing Xiao Rufeng's doubts, Xikong Qi added, These are the ones I hid away. I'm giving it to Marshal Xia as a gift. Xiao Rufeng didn't accept it, but said with a smile, If you say that, Commander Su won't be happy. I have other gifts for Commander Su. Xikong Qi paused and said, Open the brocade box and take a look. Xiao Rufeng took a deep breath and then opened the brocade box. An instant, a soft light emanated from the brocade box. Xiao Rufeng's pupils shrank. He had memories of his past life and wasn't unfamiliar with spiritual stones. This is actually a top-grade spiritual stone. The value of a single top-grade spiritual stone is no less than that of a low-level realm-breaking pill, and it can increase the success rate of breaking through from the Qi condensation realm to the Foundation Establishment realm by 20%. Don't underestimate the 20%. Many people spend a lot of money to buy all sorts of pills, but they can only increase their success rate by less than 5%. This top-grade spiritual stone was extremely enticing to Xiao Rufeng. Xikong Qi could also tell. Hehe, after all, he's just a kid. He's already in my grasp after I gave him a spiritual stone, Xikong Qi thought. At that moment, Xiao Rufeng closed the brocade box and returned it to Xikong Qi. Marshal Xia, what do you mean by this? Xikong Qi asked, stunned. Xiao Rufeng smiled and then said, It's too precious. I can't accept it. Xikong Qi's pupil shrank, and his aura was fully released. The oppressive force was overwhelming. Marshal Xia, you're really not giving this old man any face. Under the oppression of Xikong Qi's aura, most of the people in the room, including Su Zhang, turned pale and found it difficult to breathe. However, it had no effect on Xiao Rufeng. He was joking. Xiao Rufeng had lived 3 lives, and his true self was an immortal, so his soul was also at the immortal level. Don't even mention a mere Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even a Great Ascension cultivator couldn't use their aura to apply soul pressure on Xiao Rufeng. Xikong Qi's face changed slightly when he saw that Xiao Rufeng was not affected by his aura at all. He's clearly a trash who's only at the 5th level of Qi condensation, so why is he not affected by my aura? And he's clearly only at the 5th level of Qi condensation, but how does he possess that terrifying combat power? Cultivation realm and combat power were not always equal. There were some geniuses, like Xiao Rufeng. Even if his cultivation was only at the 5th level of Qi condensation, his combat power was comparable to the early stage of Foundation establishment. Of course, this was with the precondition that the miniature black hole in his Dantian was activated. Without the miniature black hole in his Dantian helping him absorb the damage, he would still find it difficult to deal with the attacks from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Actually, it was a little risky for Xiao Rufeng to come here. After all, the miniature black hole in his Dantian was still cooling down and couldn't be used. If Xikong Qi were to attack him now, Xiao Rufeng's situation would be very dangerous. However, Xiao Rufeng was confident that Xikong Qi wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, if he failed to kill him, then he would be finished. As an old guy who had lived for 200 years, Sikongchi would definitely not take this risk. After all, killing him would not have benefits worth the risk. At this time, Xiao Rufeng suddenly looked at Sikongchi and said with a smile, "Senior Sikong, are you giving me a show of force?" No, no. Sikongchi immediately retracted his aura, and his face returned to its cheerful appearance. He looked at Xiao Rufeng and said, "Marshal Xia, I admire you very much. How about becoming my disciple?" "No thanks." Xiao Rufeng paused and said with a smile, "I have a master." Sikongchi's pupils shrank. As expected, this guy has an expert backing him. Sikongchi composed himself and then said, "I wonder what kind of expert Marshal Xia's master is? This is really inconvenient to say. My master is a reclusive expert and doesn't like to attract attention," Xiao Rufeng said with a smile. "Okay." Then, the two exchanged insincere and hypocritical pleasantries. They were pretending and being hypocritical. "Oh, by the way," Sikongchi said at this time, "I heard that you have a good relationship with that girl Xingya. How about letting her be your concubine?" Xiao Rufeng looked at Sikongchi and then said calmly, "I think Commander Su should have also told you before that the woman I want is Suji." Suji was the mother of Sikong Xingya and Sikong Xinglu. 10 years ago, she had willingly served Sikongchi in order to protect her young daughters. However, it was said that in those 10 years, Sikongchi had been unable to make Suji sleep with him. It showed how amazing Suji's maneuvering skills were. Xiao Rufeng did indeed want Suji. To be precise, what he wanted was Suji's ability to maneuver through crises. Upon hearing that Xiao Rufeng wanted Suji, Sikong Ming was instantly enraged. But today, he could only dare to feel angry, but not dare to speak out. After all, whether it was Xiao Rufeng's martial strength or Xiao Rufeng's status, it far surpassed his own. What's the use of wanting Suji? Suji is my wife. As the saying goes, a day of being a couple is worth 100 days of grace. How can our feelings be something that a kid like you can interfere with? Sikong Ming was very confident. As long as Sikongchi released Suji, Suji would definitely return to his side. Chapter 118. Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Rufeng, your dad from now on. At this time, Sikongchi looked at Xiao Rufeng and then said calmly, "Suji is my woman now. I can't just give her to you just because you want her." "What do you want?" Xiao Rufeng asked directly. "A sword manual." Sikongchi paused and then said, "Although many people have given up the sword path, I quite like it." "Okay," Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Sikongchi was overjoyed. "Deal. I'll go and bring her over now." Then, Sikongchi left. Xiao Rufeng also had a slight smile on his face. For him, the cultivation methods and sword manuals in his mind were as numerous as the stars. They were all memories from his past life. He thought it was worth it to trade a sword manual for a person he wanted. While waiting for Sikongchi to bring the person over, Xiao Rufeng stayed with Su Zhang. "Rufeng, have you investigated who leaked your identity?" Su Zhang asked at this time. "No." Xiao Rufeng paused and then said, "However, I have a general idea in my mind." Xiao Rufeng gazed at the direction of the capital, silent, not knowing what he was thinking. "What are your plans for the future?" Su Zhang asked. "I'm preparing to go back to the northern border," Xiao Rufeng said. "I'm afraid you won't have the time for that," Su Zhang said. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Rufeng's phone rang. Xiao Rufeng glanced at the caller ID, his pupils shrinking slightly. "I'll take this call." Then, Xiao Rufeng left. After a moment, Xiao Rufeng returned. Su Zhang looked at Xiao Rufeng with a smile that was not quite a smile. "I told you, you wouldn't have time." He paused and added, "I also received a notice that the president is critically ill, and we are to summon the leaders of the 5 major legions to draw up a will." "Commander Su, what do you think? About the president's illness? Is it really that serious?" Xiao Rufeng asked. "To be honest, I don't know either," Su Zhang replied. "Then if the president is critically ill, who will he hand over power to?" Xiao Rufeng asked again. "The president doesn't have any children, but he has 2 brothers, the cabinet prime minister, Li Pu, and the minister of defense, Lian. These 2 are the favorites to be the next president. The 2 have similar strengths, and each has their own advantages. Li Pu has money, but no troops, while Lian has troops, but no money," Su Zhang said. "Having troops is useless, unless he's made a deal with some people in our 5 major legions," Xiao Rufeng said calmly. The Dragon Nation's armed forces were generally divided into 2 parts. One was the National Defense Force, which was composed of the 5 major legions and consisted of contract soldiers, and the other was the conscript force, which consisted of conscripted soldiers. And Li En, as Minister of Defense, was nominally the head of the military, but in reality, he could only control the conscript force. Moreover, 90% of the combat power of the Dragon Nation's army came from the 5 major legions. The combat power of the conscript force was not great. Over the years, the president had been ill, and Li Pu and Lian had been fighting openly and secretly, competing to win over all sides. Xiao Rufeng had also been approached by the patrons of both men, but he had chosen to refuse them all. For him, the only thing he was loyal to was the nation. Even if the president were to become a tyrant like King Zhou of Shang, Xiao Rufeng would still fight for the people. However, thankfully, although the president was weak and sickly, he was at least a qualified head of state. If Xiao Rufeng had to choose one of the 3 brothers to pledge his allegiance to, then Xiao Rufeng would still choose the president. In his opinion, whether it was Cabinet Prime Minister Li Pu or Minister of Defense Lian, they had too much of a desire for power. No matter who they were to become the next president, it would not be a good thing for the Dragon Nation. Composing himself, Xiao Rufeng's gaze landed on Su Zhang, and he asked, "Commander Su, you haven't already pledged your allegiance to someone, have you?" "No, I'm still considering." However, Su Zhang paused and then said, "Guodong has probably pledged his allegiance to Lian." Guodong, the commander of the Southern Border Legion. Xiao Rufeng gazed at the direction of the capital, silent. He also felt a sense of oppression, like the storm was coming, making it hard to breathe. If the handover of power isn't smooth, then the Dragon Nation will probably face a bloody civil war. This was clearly not what Xiao Rufeng wanted to see. How can I stop this disaster? While pondering, the sound of a helicopter landing could be heard outside. After a short while, someone knocked on the door. Then, Sikong Chi walked in, bringing a woman who looked to be around 30 years old. That woman had short, shoulder-length hair, a mature aura, was tall and slender, with a magnificent figure and swaying tassels. Her eyes were clear and bright, like the flowing water in a mirror. She was dressed simply, yet she exuded elegance and grace, like a captivating flower, quietly blooming in the bustling city, yet uniquely charming and stirring people's reluctance to part. Xiao Rufeng was secretly surprised. He guessed that this should be Suji, Sikong Xingya's mother, but she looked far too young. Of course, Xiao Rufeng also knew that for those who practiced cultivation, age could not be reflected in their appearance. Just like his aunt Dugu Shuixian, she was already 40 years old, but she looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. Su Zhang was also secretly surprised. Although he had also heard that Suji had a charm that was still present, that she was a beauty of her generation, he had never expected Suji to be more breathtaking than he had imagined. He composed himself and then said with a smile, "I'll take my leave first." After saying that, Su Zhang left. At this time, Sikong Chi turned his head to look at Suji, grinned, and then pointed at Xiao Rufeng and said, "Suji, you are his woman from now on." Sikong Ming was also in the room. Although he had a black face, he did not speak. Suji's expression was calm. She looked at Xiao Rufeng and said calmly, "Greetings, husband." Xiao Rufeng smiled slightly. "There's no need to stand on ceremony." At this time, Sikong Chi looked at Xiao Rufeng with scorching eyes. "Marshal Xia, about the sword technique? Come with me." Then, Xiao Rufeng and Sikong Chi left. And then, only Sikong Ming and Suji were left in the room. Sikong Ming reached out his hand wanting to hug Suji. "Wife, I missed you so much." "Get lost," Suji said with a cold expression. "I received your letter of divorce 10 years ago. We stopped being a couple 10 years ago. Did you not hear what the patriarch said just now? I'm that Xiao Rufeng's woman now. You don't really want to be with Xiao Rufeng, do you? He's about the same age as our daughter. Is it wrong for me to like younger men?" Suji said calmly. Sikong Ming was speechless. He paused and then said, "Suji, let me tell you, Xiao Rufeng has a lot of women. If you follow him, at most you'll just be a concubine. That's still better than being with you." Suji looked at Sikong Ming, her expression apathetic. "You disgust me. I heard that back then when Sikong Chi kidnapped me, you were very thoughtful and told Sikong Chi about my period dates. Is that right?" Sikong Ming did not say anything, his eyes flickered, and he was clearly feeling guilty. After a moment, Xiao Rufeng returned. He looked at Suji, smiling, and then said, "Let's go." Suji nodded. About an hour later, Xiao Rufeng took Suji to his guest house. At the same time, he had also asked Bai Bing to bring Sikong Xingya and Sikong Xinglu over in advance. When Sikong Xingya and Sikong Xinglu saw Suji, they were stunned. They had an unbelievable look on their faces. After they came back to their senses, both sisters excitedly threw themselves into Suji's arms, their eyes brimming with tears. Suji looked at her two daughters, also feeling a little emotional. You have both grown up. Over these years, I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a mother. I'm sorry. Suji said, her eyes also reddening. The Sikong sisters cried even more. It's not Mom's fault. It's all the fault of that perverted old man. Sikong Xinglu cursed. Sikong Xingya then composed herself and asked curiously, Mom, how did you get out? Suji smiled and then came to Xiaorufeng's side, suddenly linking arms with Xiaorufeng, and then said with a smile, let me introduce you. This is Xiaorufeng, your dad from now on. Sikong Xingya. Sikong Xinglu. Chapter 119. We don't do things that violate ethics. What? After a long while, Sikong Xinglu finally came back to her senses. She looked at Xiaorufeng, her face full of shock. Xiaorufeng, is this true? Xiaorufeng flicked Sikong Xinglu's forehead with his finger and then said, no manners, call me dad. Call your sister. Sikong Xinglu's face was full of black lines. She pulled Suji aside and then said, Mom, what's going on? Did Xiaorufeng force you? No, I did it voluntarily, Suji said. Why? Sikong Xinglu paused, and then, as if remembering something, asked weakly, could it be that guy is really great in bed? I wouldn't know that. I haven't tried him yet, Suji said with a smile. I can't accept this. Sikong Xinglu was feeling very distraught. A man the same age as my sister is going to be my dad. I can't accept this. Suji's expression was calm. If it weren't for him, your sister and I would have both fallen into the old man's hands. Speaking of which, Sikong Xinglu paused and then asked, why did the old man agree to release you? Xiaorufeng used his sword technique to trade for me with the old man, Suji said. Sikong Xinglu took a breath of cold air. Whether it's a sword technique or a high-level spell, those are priceless treasures. He actually agreed to exchange them for you. Sikong Xinglu paused and then said, does that guy like you that much? I don't think so, Suji paused and then said calmly, he probably just wants to fulfill his promise to your sister. Then, since he was doing it for my sister, you didn't have to marry him, right? Sikong Xinglu asked again. He also said that he needed me. And, Suji paused and then said calmly, if I don't marry Xiaorufeng, your dad is going to stick to me like a leech again. Is there no possibility between you and my dad? Sikong Xinglu asked. No, Suji said with a very firm tone. Sigh. Sikong Xinglu sighed. She also knew that her father had truly hurt her mother's heart. However, she still felt very resistant to the idea of Xiaorufeng becoming her stepfather. On the other side, compared to Sikong Xinglu, Sikong Xingya was much calmer. What status do you plan to give my mother? Sikong Xingya asked. I haven't thought about it yet. Not having thought about it means she'll be a concubine, right? Sikong Xingya asked again. Xiaorufeng said nothing. He was tacitly acknowledging it. He thought that Sikong Xingya would be angry. After all, the status of a concubine was very low. But Sikong Xingya wasn't too angry. Aren't you angry? Xiaorufeng asked proactively. Sikong Xingya shook her head, because I know that even if my mother is a concubine, you won't treat her badly. Unlei is also a concubine, but you still cherish her very much. She paused and gave a slight bow to Xiaorufeng, and then said, I entrust my mother to you. And thank you. Sikong Xingya was very similar to Bai Bing. They both had a cold personality. But unlike Bai Bing, Sikong Xingya hadn't been like this from the start. She was originally a very emotional girl, but her encounter with Sikong old patriarch 10 years ago, which led to her mother being kidnapped, had completely changed Sikong Xingya's personality. Over these 10 years, Sikong Xingya had gradually forgotten how to smile. Xiaorufeng reached out his hand, touched Sikong Xingya's head and said with a smile, no need to be so polite. At this time, Suji came over. She linked arms with Sikong Xingya, looked at Xiaorufeng, and said with a chuckle, since you already have me, you can't do anything to my daughters. Sikong Xingya's face instantly turned red. Xiaorufeng also said with a smile, please rest assured, we don't do things that violate ethics. He paused, looked at Suji, and then said, oh yeah, I'm going to the capital tomorrow, you should come with me. Suji was originally from the capital. She had moved to Yingzhou where the Sikong family resided after marrying Sikong Ming. Suji nodded, I understand. Then, you three should have a good chat. I'll go first. After saying that, Xiaorufeng went to the backyard of the guest house. The guest house was built beside a lake in the mountains. The backyard had a pavilion, which was built in the lake. Bai Bing was sitting in the pavilion, reading a book. Bai Bing, I'm going to the capital tomorrow, Xia Rufeng said. Okay, I'll start preparing now. After saying that, Bai Bing stood up. No need, Xia Rufeng pulled her back down and then said, I plan to let Suji go with me. Is that so? Bai Bing said with a calm expression. Am I already useless? At that moment, Xia Rufeng didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a little excited. He directly pulled Bai Bing into his arms. Bai Bing was clearly stunned by Xia Rufeng's actions. At this time, Xia Rufeng said calmly, my trip to the capital is actually very dangerous. If it's just me, I might be able to handle it. But taking someone else along means having to worry more. If it's Suji, if I really have no other choice, I might choose to abandon her. But if it's you, there is no way that I would ever abandon you. Then, the result is that both of us might die. At this moment, a warm current surged into Bai Bing's always calm heart. Bai Bing remained leaning on Xia Rufeng's chest, not pulling away. I understand. After a short while, Bai Bing said calmly. Xia Rufeng smiled. You're a good girl. Then, he stretched and said, I'm going to bed now. I have to wake up early tomorrow. After saying that, Xia Rufeng let go of Bai Bing and returned to his bedroom. After returning to his bedroom, Xia Rufeng plopped down on the bed. Oh dear, I acted impulsively just now. I actually hugged Bingmei so tightly, I thought she was going to stab me. Just like my twin brother was sent to the afterlife by Nangong Qing. But Bingmei didn't stab me. I dodged a bullet. Xia Rufeng was calling himself lucky. After all, Bai Bing had said before that she wasn't going to date anyone, and she didn't have any intention of dating anyone. His actions could be completely defined as harassment. However, what's going on with Bingmei recently? She seems very downcast. Xia Rufeng racked his brains and couldn't figure out that Bai Bing was feeling down because of the events of her past life. As he was thinking, drowsiness washed over him, and Xia Rufeng fell asleep on the bed. He didn't know how much time passed before someone knocked on the door. Xia Rufeng got off the bed and opened the door. Suji was standing outside the door. She was wearing very fashionable pajamas, with a scent of shower gel emanating from her body. She had clearly just finished showering. I didn't buy pajamas. Are Xinglu's pajamas a bit too cutesy for me? Suji asked. Xia Rufeng's eyes swept over Suji's body. The pajamas were a little tight, but it made Suji's plump and well-rounded figure even more evident. Xia Rufeng was screaming in his heart, No, no, madam. They are perfect for you. Please, madam, wear them like that. However, on the surface, Xia Rufeng still acted very proper. No, they are very suitable. After all, you also look to be about 30 years old, which is the most attractive age for a woman. Xia Rufeng's smile was like a gentle breeze, and his eyes held no filth. Suji blushed a little after being praised by Xia Rufeng. At this time, Xia Rufeng asked, Oh yeah, elder sister Ji, is there something you needed? Suji flicked her fringe and then said with a smile, Do you not need me to sleep with you? Xia Rufeng was sweating, No, I don't. Although you're my woman now, there's no need for you to serve me. I'm not the same as Sikong old patriarch, and in my opinion, your value is not in sleeping with me. Then what else can I do for you? Suji asked. Your maneuvering skills. Xia Rufeng paused and then said, To tell you the truth, I might face a lot of pressure on this trip to the capital. Your ability in that regard might help me. Oh, is that so? Suji smiled slightly and then said, I was being presumptuous then, goodbye. After saying that, Suji waved her hand and left. After Xia Rufeng closed the door, the Sikong sisters, who had been hiding in the shadows, ran out. Mom, what's going on? Did he reject you? Sikong Xinglu asked. Suji smiled. I think so, yes. Damn it. What's that guy so proud about? My mom is a well-known beauty in the cultivation world. He's such a fool. Sikong Xinglu said angrily. He didn't deny my beauty. He just said that my value was not in sleeping with him. Suji paused and added, To be honest, those are the most pleasant words I've heard in years. A woman who only has beauty is a vase. And beauty will decline with age. The value of such a woman will also decline with age. I don't want to become a woman like that. Sikong Xinglu had an expression as if she had suddenly understood. I understand a little now. Suji stretched again and said with a smile, All right, let's all go to sleep. The next day, after Xia Rufeng woke up, Suji had already prepared everything that was needed. Of course, with Bai Bing's help. After all, Bai Bing had been taking care of Xia Rufeng all these years, and she understood Xia Rufeng the most. After a short while, Xiao Rufeng and Su Ji left the guest house together. Oh yeah, elder sister Ji, is your family still in the capital? Xiao Rufeng asked. Yes. Perfect, let's go visit them, Xiao Rufeng said. Su Ji suddenly fell silent. Is it not appropriate? If it's not appropriate, then forget it, Xiao Rufeng added. Su Ji shook her head. I also want to go back. I haven't been back since I married into the Sikong family. Why? Yingzhou isn't too far from the capital, right? My parents arranged a marriage for me at that time, and I was very opposed to it, so I left home. Later, I married Sikong Ming and sent them invitation letters, but they didn't come. A bitter smile appeared on Su Ji's face. Perhaps in their eyes, I am a very unfilial daughter. Xiao Rufeng said nothing more. After a while, at an intersection, Xiao Rufeng stopped in his tracks. He looked at Su Ji and then said, Elder sister Ji, let's split up. I'll take the special plane with Commander Su and the others, and you'll take other means of transportation. We'll meet up again in the capital. If, he paused and then said, if, when we get to the capital, you can't contact me. Before Xiao Rufeng could finish speaking, Su Ji said, I will find a way to save you. Just do what you can, Xiao Rufeng said. Yeah. Then, the two split up. Half an hour later, Xiao Rufeng arrived at an airport in Mountly. A medium-sized passenger plane was parked there. Su Zhang, Qin Fen, and the others were already on the plane. Oh dear, you didn't bring little Bing Bing? Su Zhang said with a smile. She has something to do, Xiao Rufeng said calmly. Xiao Rufeng then scanned his eyes around. Guodong and Lin Sheng were present. Before the plane took off, everyone was still talking and laughing. But after the plane took off, everyone's expressions suddenly became serious. The closer they got to the capital, the more oppressive the atmosphere in the plane became. No one knew what would happen next. And no one could guarantee that they were absolutely safe, including Guodong, who had already decided to pledge his allegiance to Lian. After about several hours, the plane landed at the capital airport. As soon as they got off the plane, Xiao Rufeng and the others were surrounded by fully armed armored troops. Chapter 120. Xiao Rufeng is arrested. When Su Ji arrived in the capital by high-speed rail, it was already afternoon. The capital was bustling and peaceful, with nothing unusual. She took out her phone. Xiao Rufeng hadn't called or sent a text message. That's strange. Logically, he should have arrived in the capital by now, so why hasn't he contacted me? Su Ji couldn't rashly call him either. What if Xiao Rufeng was in a confidential meeting? It wouldn't be good to disturb the meeting. Let me wait a bit longer. After waiting another half hour, Su Ji couldn't wait any longer. She took the initiative to call Xiao Rufeng, but his phone was turned off. Su Ji's heart skipped a beat, and she felt a little nervous. There were many possibilities for a phone to be turned off. For example, during confidential meetings, they would be asked to turn off their phones. That was a relatively good situation. But there were also less optimistic situations. Su Ji's eyes flickered, and then she put away her phone. She then went to a bar in the capital. Since ancient times, tea houses and bars had been important places for information brokers to gather information. Even in modern times, bars were still important information gathering points. Su Ji entered the bar and found a secluded spot to sit down. The bar was noisy, but it didn't affect Su Ji. She was born with a talent of sorts, and that was her acute hearing. Just like Dugu Shuixian had an extremely acute sense of smell and could smell scents left a week ago, or even longer, Su Ji had an acute sense of hearing. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, she could hear even whispers in a closed room. Of course, it was very difficult to achieve that in a normal state. It required a high degree of mental concentration. The reason why she had managed to deal with Sikong Chi for 10 years was also thanks to this secret ability. At this time, while pretending to drink, Su Ji listened to the discussions around her. She didn't start in her full power state right away. However, in a normal state, Su Ji's hearing was also limited, and she could only hear the discussions around her. But she didn't gain anything. Su Ji could only expand her eavesdropping range. She focused her mind. Along with the concentration of her mental power, sounds that she couldn't hear before began to gradually enter Su Ji's ears. However, they were still invalid and worthless pieces of information. She continued to expand her eavesdropping range, beginning to extend beyond the bar, into the surrounding areas. 10 minutes later, she still hadn't gained anything even when she extended her range to the limit of what Su Ji could eavesdrop on. Cold sweat began to form on Su Ji's forehead. This full power state was extremely taxing on her mental power, and this was why she had come to the bar. If she could gather information without using her full power state, it would be much better. Unfortunately, the heavens did not comply. Just when Suji was exhausted, sweating profusely, and was about to take a breath and rest, she suddenly heard a man's voice in a private room in a cafe hundreds of meters away. Did you hear? Northern Border Legion Marshal Xiao Rufeng has been arrested. Whoa, don't talk nonsense. I haven't heard a single thing about it. A woman's voice sounded. You think I'm bragging? Let me tell you, my dad is in the capital's heavy tank division, and I heard him on the phone, the man said. Bragging? Who would have the guts to arrest the head of the Northern Border Legion? Need you ask? It must be the president. Isn't the president critically ill and on the verge of death? I don't know about that. Then why arrest Xiao Rufeng? The woman asked again. I don't know. TSK. It must be nonsense. No, I really heard it. He's being held in the capital's 13th prison. Back in the bar. Suji couldn't hold on any longer and slumped onto the table. This state was too draining on her mental power. At this moment, a man walked over. Beauty, are you alone? The voice sounded familiar, and Suji turned her head. Then, both were stunned. Suji? The man seemed quite shocked. Suji sneered, Zhu Chenla. After all these years, you still haven't changed your habit of flirting with girls. What's wrong? Isn't your wife taking care of you? Zhu Chenla was the heir of a top wealthy family in the capital, and he was also Suji's college classmate. Suji's family had tried to force Suji to marry Zhu Chenla, but Suji knew this man too well. He had a stomach full of tricks, flirting everywhere, and was irresponsible. So, facing her family's marriage proposal, Suji had left home. After that, she had never seen Zhu Chenla again. Suji, when did you come back? Zhu Chenla asked. He did not answer Suji's question. It's none of your business. Suji was about to leave, but due to the excessive mental energy she had used earlier, she stood up too quickly, causing her brain to become instantly deprived of oxygen. Her vision blurred and she nearly fell, so she sat back down in her seat. Are you all right? Zhu Chenla asked again. I'm fine, please leave, Suji said. Unexpectedly, Zhu Chenla not only didn't leave, but also shamelessly sat down across from Suji. Suji, you seem to be in a bad mood. Did you fight with your husband? I don't want to talk to you. Suji lay on the table, her mind feeling sleepy. The eavesdropping earlier had been too draining on her mental power. This isn't good. If I faint, who knows what this Zhu Chenla guy will do to me? Suji knew Zhu Chenla very well. This guy looked like a good person on the outside, but was actually rotten to the core, just like Sikongqi. But she really couldn't hold on. At this time, Zhu Chenla went directly to Suji's side. Looking at Suji's voluptuous and sexy body, he licked his lips. As a pampered son of a wealthy family in the capital, Zhu Chenla had slept with too many women. He had tried women of various backgrounds and personalities, but over the years, he had always felt empty inside. He himself didn't understand why he was feeling this emptiness. And when he saw Suji again, Zhu Chenla finally understood what was causing the emptiness in his heart. It was the woman before his eyes. A prize that was originally supposed to be his had run away over 20 years ago, creating a void in his heart, a regret that he had never been able to fill. However, it's all right. What is mine will always be mine. She can't escape. Seeing Zhu Chenla's expression, Suji knew what he was thinking. This is a disaster. At that moment, a beautiful figure suddenly walked over. What are you trying to do to our madam? Suji was stunned. That voice. She turned her head slightly, looking somewhat surprised. Bai Bing. Why did she come? Have I been followed this whole time? Did Xiao Rufeng send her? However, whatever the case, I'm saved. Bai Bing's appearance also caught Zhu Chenla by surprise. He looked at Bai Bing, his gaze becoming even more ardent. He didn't know why, but even though Bai Bing had always had a poker face since she was a child and had a cold demeanor, she always became the center of attention wherever she went. As Bai Shui had put it, my younger sister is born with the protagonist halo. Beauty, who are you? Zhu Chenla said, while boldly putting his hand on Bai Bing's shoulder. At that instant, Zhu Chenla's wrist was suddenly grabbed by Bai Bing. Then, in a smooth, flowing motion, she threw Zhu Chenla over her shoulder, slamming him to the ground and knocking him unconscious. Bai Bing ignored Zhu Chenla. She went to Suji's side and asked, Can you stand up? Suji shook her head. Bai Bing said nothing more. She turned her back to Suji, squatted down, and carried Suji out of the bar. After a short while, Bai Bing brought Suji to a hotel room. Bai Bing, Xiao Rufeng may have been arrested by the president, Suji said. I thought so, Bai Bing said calmly. You knew? Suji said in surprise. He didn't allow me to plant informants in the capital, but I disobeyed his orders and still established an intelligence network in the capital. He was almost taken away as soon as he got off the plane. But I don't know where he was taken, Bai Bing said. 13th prison, Suji said. Bai Bing's pupil shrank slightly. How did you know? I went to a bar to gather information and I heard it, Suji said. Bai Bing said nothing. The capital's 13th prison was nominally a women's prison. No normal person would ever think that Xia Rufeng would be imprisoned in a women's prison. But this actually increases the reliability of that intelligence. Bai Bing composed herself, looked at Suji, and then said, there is something that I need to clarify. I have been tracking you, but it wasn't by Xia Rufeng's orders. He didn't want me to come to the capital, but I know that the capital is very dangerous, so I once again disobeyed his orders. Suji looked at Bai Bing and suddenly smiled slightly. Bing Mei, you actually like Xia Rufeng a lot, don't you? Not even a little bit, Bai Bing said calmly. She paused, changed the subject, and then said, this hotel is one of my bases in Jiang City. You can rest here in peace. What are you going to do? Suji quickly said, Bai Bing, don't act rashly. This is the capital, where there are many powerful people. I will be careful. After saying that, Bai Bing was about to leave. Suji's eyes flickered. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Bai Bing. Bai Bing turned around, her brow slightly furrowed. What is it now? I'll go with you, Suji said. Bai Bing's expression was calm. Don't blame me for saying this, but what's the use of you looking like this? Suji smiled. I might be more useful than you think. Then, Suji told Bai Bing her secret of having superhuman hearing. Although Bai Bing's face remained expressionless, she was extremely shocked inside. Being able to eavesdrop from a 1,000-meter radius, even through walls, could be called a superpower. This ability is indeed extremely helpful in finding Xia Rufeng's location. However, Bai Bing looked at Suji, who was extremely exhausted, and hesitated. Suji smiled and said, it's okay. I can hold on a little longer. Let's go. Bai Bing's lips moved, and in the end, she said, thank you. What is there to thank? Xia Rufeng is my husband now. Isn't it my duty to save my own husband? Suji said with a smile. Oh. Bai Bing said nothing more. Then, the two left the hotel and headed to the location of the 13th prison under the cover of darkness. Red Garden. This was the center of the Dragon Nation's power, as well as the president's office and residence. At this time, in the Red Garden's back garden, a middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothing was pruning flowers. Several men in military uniforms were standing there anxiously. They were Su Zhang and the others. The leaders of the 5 major legions, except for Xia Rufeng, the other 4 were all here. And the man who was pruning flowers was none other than the current president of the Dragon Nation, Li Yu. He didn't look like he was critically ill. Su Zhang and the others were also uneasy inside. We've been completely deceived. This president of ours isn't a lamb to be slaughtered at all. He's clearly a cunning wolf. When he saw the safe and sound Li Yu, Su Zhang knew that they had been played. Their president was the real ruthless character. It was important to know that, even during the time when the Bear Nation had invaded on a large scale, when the 3 northern border provinces had fallen, and the Bear Nation's army was at the gates of the capital, he had not appeared to boost morale under the pretense of being seriously ill. And because of this incident, many forces within the country felt that Li Yu was incompetent and began to look for other opportunities. Thinking about it now, it's likely that the president had started to fish from that time, right? Such terrifying scheming and patience. Moreover, the aura this president of ours possesses, he's probably a martial arts expert as well. At least he has reached the Qi condensation realm, and he may even... Su Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. He dared not to continue thinking. He was only grateful that he hadn't joined any factions or gangs. However, Xia Rufeng hasn't colluded with anyone. Why was he arrested? At this time, Li Yu, having finished pruning the flowers, straightened his body. Su Zhang and the others also immediately straightened their bodies. You don't need to be so tense. This is a garden, not an office, so all of you relax a little, Li Yu said with a smile. But no one dared to actually relax. They couldn't relax. They simply had no idea what the president was thinking. At this time, Li Yu spoke again. Are you all wondering why I had Xia Rufeng arrested? Still, no one spoke. While washing his hands, Li Yu said, I quite like that kid, Xia Rufeng. But, he can't live. Why? Qin Fan, the commander of the Eastern Border Legion, couldn't help but ask. Li Yu looked at Qin Fan and said, speaking of which, You seem to have married your daughter to Xia Rufeng, is that right? We're engaged, but we haven't officially gotten married, Qin Fun said, biting the bullet. President, I also want to know, why was Xia Rufeng arrested? Su Zhang also said at this time. Because, the president paused and then said calmly, he is a descendant of the Nightingale royal family. Hiss. Su Zhang took a breath of cold air. He had truly never expected this. Guodong from the Southern Border Legion and Lin Shang from the Central Border Legion were both somewhat surprised. At this time, Liu looked at Qin Fun and said, Marshal Qin seems to not be surprised at all? Qin Fun was silent. After a short while, he moved. Guodong and Lin Shang immediately stared intently at Qin Fin. Even Su Zhang was standing in front of Liu. However, Qin Fun did not attack Liu. He took off his military uniform, extended his hands, and said calmly, I already knew that Xia Rufeng was a descendant of the Nightingale royal family, but I chose not to report it. I am guilty. President, arrest me as well? Then tell me, why did you choose to conceal it? Liu said calmly. I talked with Xia Rufeng. He had absolutely no intention of restoring the Nightingale Kingdom. He also had no relations with the Nightingale Restoration Organization. He had even said that no one could split up his motherland. For him, he was born in the Dragon Nation and grew up in the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation was his homeland, his motherland. Qin Fin paused, took a deep breath, and then said, I believe that Xia Rufeng is not a Nightingale prince. He is just an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Nation and a patriot, with a passionate heart. 5 years ago, if it hadn't been for Xia Rufeng, we don't know how much longer it would have taken to recover the 3 northern border provinces. Nonsense! Guodong shouted coldly, even if Xia Rufeng is not willing, as long as he exists, it will make those descendants of the Nightingale Kingdom eager to move, and this will cause a great threat to our country's safety. He then looked at Liu, bowed slightly, and then said, President, I suggest that Xia Rufeng be killed immediately to prevent any future problems. Liu looked at Su Zhang and then said, Marshal Su, what do you think? Su Zhang took a deep breath and then said calmly, I think Marshal Guodong's words make sense. Su Zhang. Qin Fin yelled as soon as he heard this. Xia Rufeng has been good to you. So how can you kick him when he's down? I'm not kicking him when he's down. I'm just considering what is best for the overall interests of our Dragon Nation, Su Zhang said. Although he said that, he didn't dare to even look Qin Fan in the eyes. It's 2-1. Liu paused, looked at Lin Shang, the commander of the Central Border Legion, and then said, Marshal Lin Shang, what do you think? Qin Fan sighed inwardly. This Lin Shang had always been working hand in glove with Guodong. He had originally hoped that Su Zhang would help Xia Rufeng plead for mercy, but he had never expected that Su Zhang, that despicable character, would kick him when he was down. In that case, Xia Rufeng is certainly going to die.